Hello, friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by TianYun Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
它可能就是蓝这个点会吃线，没错。闪，点大两个在形象中，哇，行云流水。
在卡前面
啊，梦琪进去想抢龙。
Nothing draws a shark better than the sweet scent of blood.
triple kill.
Perhaps you'd understand me better. Watch me dance.
Double kill.
Jerry 先进去吸引那波火力，拉出来张飞，
Steal the flesh.
锁住了4个，吕布跳起来4个。
Cultivate the mind.
边的空荡在对光，无尽渴望。一路全面袭来的痛爽，造就我勇敢的锋芒。
抬头仰望是牵一不坠的星光，星空
只想是永世不灭的守望。
踏上征途的不忘，任风雨苍茫激荡，相同信仰。我要乘浪寻找炽烈的愿望，风浪大岸握在我手上。我要打破现实梦的想，只因为有你陪在我的身旁。我要浴火炬光，燃指终章，不去灵魂自伤。
有绝世的力量。
在这座赛场上，从来都没有什么机缘巧合，抱着必死的决心，有着必胜的信念。强者就是无论身处怎么样的绝境，无论对手是谁，永远战意盎然。正所谓，死去拳台招旧部，荆棘10万斩阎罗。
就算世界崩塌又怎样？我还有一座倔强。你我并肩助你于野火，让性命飘回家乡。银河一战，绝不要平凡的时光。金光闪耀，满是吉祥我模样。被辐射使命绝望，越绝望越敢冲撞。不可阻挡，就是这个要寻找炽烈的愿望。逆风让答案握在我手上。我要打破梦与现实的墙，是因为有你陪在我的身旁。
奇迹永远在绝望中诞生。
人间中道，不去灵魂自伤。
有绝世的力量。
那个路又扑进去了，没有被顶到，上海直接砸掉了，冠孙子阳，再杀还要去杀秦柔吗？
不让手。
对，再回头给2剑，不让你守，再来。
不怕所有磨难定会逆流而上，不管局势相似为我无双。无论精疲力竭路途浩荡，心中也有渴望向往的地方。燃起无尽梦想，炽热滚烫，刻下心中方向，绝不会退让。
我们相信，他们也会输。他们只是一群鲜衣怒马的少年，但是我们知道，一帆风顺永远只是弱者的安眠曲，而披荆斩棘才是强者的主题歌。
欢迎来到2022年王者荣耀世界冠军杯 KIC。
大坦克在正面啊，根本不管直接一个1技能过去，现在落去了，陆杰上4杀，天哪！
武汉大炮之后，这波不得不把对方牵进来，之后侧面诺言，机会，水照翔拿到了5杀，
马上跟上了，是了，残血了，他这场走了，败中，
一枪打掉最后的人破，
这波
韩信反打1打2，
直接带走的云州军
就是暖阳，
一手这波慢慢保下来了，马上这波侧面给1枪，阿盖人1次血落枪之后就完美，再来1枪，有机会3连绝杀。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championships KPL Qualifiers Round 2, Day 3. I'm your caster, Isaac Pena Muley.
I'm your caster, Nora. Yesterday was insane.
Yep.
We saw so many interesting happen yesterday. We saw those like magnificent overturn done by AG, and also those like very interesting ban pick techniques.
Yes, exactly.
Done by Hero, right? That was insane.
It was crazy. It was a really nice game, a very nice, beautiful day. A lot of games, 12 of them. We had a lot of different BPs. We had a lot of meta picks. We had a lot of insane action that hopefully you watched at home. If you did not watch it at home, I really recommend that you go back and really watch it. The highlights are gonna be magnificent. Well, before we start, what about if we watch a video just to understand a little bit more about our tournament?
The tournament can be divided into 3 stages: KIC2022 Wildcard Qualifier, KIC2022 KPL Qualifier, and the main draw. 8 teams from KPL area and 8 teams from other areas will compete in the KIC2022 group stage. For the 8 teams from other areas, 4 teams from Brazil area, Turkey area, Latin area, and Middle East and North Africa area respectively have already secured a seat in group stage through other area qualifiers, while the remaining 4 promotion quotas for group stage will be decided based on the results of wildcard qualifier from November 22nd to 24th. Where 8 teams from all over the world will fight for points through single cycle best of 1. Meanwhile, in KPL area, Chongqing Wolves and Wuhan Eastern Pro have directly won 2 seats. During KPL qualifier from November 25th to 30th, the remaining 6 seats will be decided based on KIC points ranking results of other 12 KPL teams through a competition system, which is best of 7 for the first round and best of 1 for the second round. The 16 qualified teams will be divided into 4 groups by drawing lots based on their promotion order. The group stage begins on December the 3rd. After 10 days of grouping matches in the best of 2 double round robin system, 8 teams will advance to KIC2022 quarterfinals. The final 8 teams will be matched up into 4 groups by drawing lots and fight for the 4 tickets to semifinals from December 16th to 19th in the best of 7 single elimination system. The semifinals will take place on December 24th to 25th and determine the final 2 teams through a best of 7 single elimination system. Finally, we will witness the birth of the championship together on December the 30th. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Are you ready?
And now we're back right over here with you just to talk a little bit more about the heroes, right? Like during this KIC, we have seen a lot of different heroes, a lot of meta picks. What do you think has been the biggest impression from the heroes?
I guess it's gonna be Guang Yu. I
Guang
really
Yu.
love that hero.
Okay, why?
Because those heroes, like, they're not like most popular meta picks, I can put it in that. But also Guang Yu, those heroes called like making miracle heroes.
Yeah, miraculous heroes, right? Like we have 3 more heroes that we want to introduce to you today. Those are going to be Marco Polo, Lupu, and Jing.
As for today, we can see like there's another 3 new heroes showed on our hero board. And also for these 3 heroes, we've seen them before quite a while, quite much.
Yep, for Marco Polo yesterday, only participating in 1 game, right? Like it's normally a very popular marksman pick, but yesterday just once out of 12 games.
I guess one of the reasons maybe is because Marco Polo is not that kind of marksman who's really good at doing laning phase.
Yes.
It's gonna be his biggest weakness.
Yeah, that's true. Marco Polo can then deal true damage, right? Like so he's going to accumulate hits to deal more damage, right? That's the reason why Doomsday is going to be a very important item for him, right?
Pretty suit him.
Lupu.
wow, this hero is gonna be like on the top of those among all those top laners.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because like the skills that he had, the ability that he had, it can grant him to deal those true damage,
Yeah.
which is gonna be really incredible.
And not only that, with his second ability, he's able just to create shield for him, right? So using his second ability, he can get shield, and then he can use his normal attacks just to deal real damage. Let's check on the matchups for today. We're gonna have again today 12 games, starting right now from Jinan RW versus XiAn WE, all the way until game 12. That is going to be starring Nanjing Hero and Beijing Weibo.
You know, every time when we bump into those sports, the most thing that I want to pay attention to is those comments that left on our board.
Yeah.
You can see one of those people said the situation is becoming really confusing.
Yeah.
That's true.
It is true. It's become confusing, and it's going to be our responsibility as the casters just to make it to put it in simple words for you. So stay with us. If you stay online, believe me that we're gonna try to make sense out of everything that's happening. A new day 000000 says Jiozhe took the crumpled paper trying to find out the hero's future.
But
yesterday, Jiozhe with the strategies completely just breaking the meta.
that tactic is so smart, you know. Everyone just like being, how dare he chose such a composition which would be really rare for this meta, for this game. But he just used it, and if it works, then it works.
True. Like if you're always using the meta heroes, then people's just gonna start countering, right? Like
Start gonna be boring.
and it's very easy to counter those meta picks because everyone is a professional player.
True.
Like at the end of the day, like you will be able to see what is happening, how to counter. You can always go back to the board. Let's see a little bit about the players. Let's check what the players have. One of the main players that we had from yesterday's performance was Chengdu's AG Ino.
Ino is the marksman from AG, and he's been like the most striking players that we always wanna like put him under the spotlight.
Yes.
Well, just check the performance that he showed us during the very first day, right? He used Gong Sun Li twice and won twice.
Exactly. 2018, a KPL fall second place while he was still in the non-existent already Black Ananas. Then in 2019, as Chengdu AG just appeared, then he became the KPL fall champion with a performance that it's for the history books. I remember that last game when he used Gong Sun Li in the mid lane against E-Star Pro just to start the fight. A marksman that had initiation in that moment. It was crazy. I remember he was just waiting in the bush, and then he used his ultimate with Gong Sun Li just to start the fight, and that turned things around, and that's how AG just took the victory that day.
He has like so many standouts,
Yeah.
including that one you just mentioned about. Like he has got so many standouts, and also he's pretty young and also talented.
Yeah, the spotlight is going to be today on Ino, that's for sure. Now, what about if we move forward and we start with our first game? Our first game is going to have Jinan RW and XiAn WE.
We can see for these two teams, today is going to be a really big day for them because now the points rankings is not that well goes for these two teams.
Yeah, exactly. Jinan RW right now with only 1 point after one victory on day one. And right now, XiAn WE, on the other hand, the same. One victory taken in day one. Yesterday's performances from most of the teams were completely dominated by the top four. The top four yesterday just completely dominated all the matches.
But we need to know, like during our KPL region qualifier round 2, there's only 4 teams gonna make it to the group stage. So that's gonna be 4 out of 10. For these two teams, they really need to vie in for every chances they have, especially for today.
XiAn W is going to have 2 matches today, and Jinan RW is going to have 3. For Rogue Warriors, today is do or die. If they want to have a chance to make it to the next round, they need to finish today with at least 3 points.
True.
So that means that they need to win 2 out of their 3 games for today.
Yeah, so that's going to be a really hard task for them. And also, actually, we can see for these 2 starting lineups for both of the teams, there's going to be some changes happen.
Well, what changes are going to happen in the starting lineups?
We can see from RW, actually for the previous series, for the last 2 days, their jungler was Shen, right?
I
And for
remember.
today, they rotate Xiao to do the jungler for them. So this is the first rotation. And on the contrary, we can see XiAn, they did a huge change. Their top laner changed to XiAn, and then they put the previous top laner to support.
So right now we're going to have An playing support, and then we're going to have XiAn playing on top lane for XiAn. That is really interesting. Very, very interesting. We saw it yesterday already, that players that can play multiple positions are actually a treasure for any coach.
True, because that also means you can offer more options for your coach to be easier to deal with the BP.
True. Yesterday we saw it when we had a lot of different and very exciting different situations for Nanjing hero. Heng just moved into playing Guang Yu as a mid laner and just playing with 2 warriors on the sides. It was crazy. It was crazy.
And actually, you do remember there's another team named DYG,
Yep.
and their support who used to always using Xiao as his support. He used to play the top laner. So I guess maybe some same situation may happen today to XiAn.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like Xiao being a very strong and popular pick right now in these last 2 days. Then if you are good and your mechanics are on spot with that hero, then playing it as a support option then is always an option.
Yeah, and another thing that we need to pay attention to is actually for this kind of rotation for both 2 teams, gonna be a double-edged sword, don't you think so?
A double-edged sword.
It feels
how would that work?
It's going to be a really bold decision, you want to change it. But as we've already mentioned, today's going to be a really huge, important day for these 2 teams. They can't stand any loss for their points now. So for these 2 teams, they did such a huge change, they need to be put on a huge pressure, right?
Yeah, they're under a lot of pressure. It is day 3 already. They need to make something happen. They cannot just keep letting points go. Both of them, XiAn today has 2 games. They must win those 2 games. They're going to be playing against RW first. And then after that, they're going to have a very difficult match against Chengdu AG.
Wow.
For WE, they must win this one. For them, not winning this point might just be the last hit for them just not be able to stand up.
Yeah, because we need to be fair. For Chengdu AG, who's going to be their next opponent, they already got several wins in a row, and they are undefeated.
Completely undefeated. It's going to be a force to be reckoned, that's for sure. On the other hand, Jinan RW will play today against WE in the first match. Then they're going to play against Nanjing Hero, and then they're going to finish their performance today playing against Shenzhen DYG. So losing against RW right now in this match might put them against the wall, because then they would need to go and beat Hero and beat DYG.
Yeah, so for these 2 teams, for today's first matchup, it's going to be really important for both of the teams.
It's a BO1. Anything could happen.
Anything could happen, and that's something to do with the coach.
Yeah.
Right? We need to admit that, because we are doing best of 1, we are doing BO1. The hero pool is wide open to every players, and we all know as they're really professional players, they don't need to worry a lot about how deep their hero pool is. It's more how you're gonna do those counter picks.
Yeah.
How you're gonna win it during the pancake phase.
The BP is the stage where the coaches need to really try to deal their players the best cards possible. The BP right now, as we're starting with Jinan RW and XiAn WE, this is going to be the part where it's do or die. And those coaches in there, Xingtian and Zhijian, it's for them to come and to show their strategic muscles.
Because they need to build a fundamental stage, a fundamental solid composition for their players to win another victory for their team.
Yeah, TES.A is gonna be off the table. TES.A yesterday being the most banned hero doing yesterday. 9 out of 12 times TES.A was banned. 9 out of 12.
That's like a quite high banning rate.
That is a pretty high ban rate indeed.
And also for Meng Tian, the winning rate is pretty high.
Exactly. Yesterday, Meng Tian was a 100% BP participation. That's one of the things that we need to do whenever that we're trying to study the meta, right? When you see a BP participation of 100%, it means that either is banned or is picked. It is just going to be one of those heroes that these athletes, that these coaches, after a lot of experimentation, like they've realized these are the ones that need to be played. And Meng Tian 100% BP participation yesterday just gives us an answer.
Yeah, and in other words, that's also show like why it is a meta pick or a meta ban. Let's see, they're doing it pretty fast.
Pretty fast. Everything's already very clear. The heroes that need to be played are already very clear. Right now, from the 6 heroes that you have in here, we have 5 of them that they're in the top 10 most picked heroes. Like, it is insane just to know that after a lot of experimentation, the coaches have realized, okay, this is the hero pool of the meta picks. And since it is a BO1 and you don't need to be thinking about the global BP, just go for it. Just go for whatever that you can get your hands on.
We can see the marksman that RW picked, Gong Sun Li, is one of those, what we call meta picks. Because once you pick out Gong Sun Li as your bottom laner, we can't say like 100%, but 80% is gonna bring you a winning lane.
That's true. Pangu as an option.
Really?
I like that. I like that. This is something that I was talking to Ligio in these last 2 days, right? Like, what would be a good pick against Lam, for example, against Gong Sun Li, that they're being like super meta picks, what could be? And Pangu is an option. Pangu has the ability to disarm heroes. What does it mean that? It means that in the moment that he's going to land his ability, you won't be able to reply back with the auto attack. Heroes that they're very auto attack dependent, like Lam or like Gong Sun Li, are going to be really countered by that Pangu pick. That Pangu might be the key to actually face these meta heroes.
We know that Pangu usually doing it as a counter pick to Lam and also Gong Sun Li. It's because for these 2 heroes, they basically use their ability or skills by their basic attack, by their normal attack. So that's the reason why Pangu's ability is quite countered. But the point is, once WWE chose this Pangu as their jungler, that also means they want to stress something on their top laner and also their mid laner. Because on the contrary, Pangu is quite good at countering Lam and also Gong Sun Li, but that also means he's not gonna be the core player.
No, Pena is going to be the core damage dealer. That's going to be for sure. Just how Pena is going to farm, that's going to be very important for XiAn WE, and the positioning from Tianshi on that Mai Shiranui is going to be vital as well.
That's true, because Tianshi, who is playing Mai Shiranui, need to undertake the responsibility to be an assassin.
Yes.
To like take the responsibility from the jungler, as Pangu mostly during the team fight gonna be the one who's gonna keep watching Lam or keep watching Gong Sun Li.
What are your thoughts on that Charlotte pick?
That's the most signature hero of XiAn. The only memory or the only impression that I have on him is Charlotte. That's it.
So XiAn might be just using that Charlotte because he believes in his ability, instead of just thinking about like what's good for the combo. Pangu is a very early game, a very early game. Pangu's damage at the beginning of the game is going to be online immediately. But Charlotte, again, very item dependent. It's going to depend on how XiAn is going to take the whole control over top lane. So let's see how Song is going to reply back on that Xiao.
Yeah, for Son, he need to keep chasing XiAn, not because he want to initiate some brawls. It's more like he need to follow up Charlotte in case Charlotte's gonna rotate to other laners or do some ganks.
Charlotte's gonna have to wait a little bit. It's going to be more of a mid to late game hero, and it's going to depend a lot on the first 2-3 minutes on what's going to happen, what's going to be the rhythm of the game. What is Xiao going to do? Is Xiao gonna go and try to level down Charlotte? Whenever they make it to 4, that's going to be the key moment. Charlotte must make it to 4 before Xiao.
That's it. And also Charlotte's would be really item dependent.
Yes.
So let's see what's gonna happen in this very first matchup.
All right, left to right on your screens is going to be Jinan RW, right to left. It's going to be XiAn WE. I'm your caster, Pena.
I'm your caster, Nora.
Match 1 of today. Let us see.
The first,
We're already starting with the blue, right?
that's it. And also we can see the first lane and arrangement is quite interesting. Like for XiAn WE, they put Zhang Fei on the top lane to assist XiAnyu's Charlotte.
They know that XiAnYun needs to be online early. Like if XiAnYun is going to be countered, then that's going to be a very, very big problem for them to solve.
True.
They're going to depend a lot on XiAnYun's ability to win this game.
True. So that we can see, like after this rotation happened,
Oh, and taken down. That's bad news for WE. First blood goes to Jinan RW.
For sure, because without the vision control gained by Zhang Fei, it's gonna put XiAn WE in a quite deficit. Because as An can't gain more vision for their team, that also means XiAnYun is gonna be locked up on the top lane.
XiAnYun right now is waiting to go and clean the wave, right? Like he doesn't know where Xiao is, so he doesn't want to jump in and just immediately clean the wave. That's something important when you play top laner, right? You need to have always vision about where the other team's jungler is, so you can actually survive on those fights.
And one thing about like playing those top laners, and also gonna be like you need to be brave.
Yep.
You need to gain yourself something, but you shouldn't be flagrant. Like no rush into anything.
You need to be aggressive, but you cannot just be too aggressive.
And also cautious at the same time.
Shadow is gonna try to start that Overlord. It's gonna be three people from WE coming in just to support him out.
Yeah, and now WE gain the control of the opponent's blue side field, and they want to steal away this blue buff.
They want to do it. They won't be able to do that because Xiao Ye is gonna come in and protect it. It's gonna be Pango that is going to fall. That is bad news. One more time for WE. Mistake after mistake. Just giving away the kills.
That truly is a mistake because they want to steal away the blue buff, but Xiao just come in and didn't make it happen. Wait again, they are get another invasion into the opponent's side, and Xiao was died.
It's gonna be a 1-to-1 trade. RW having control of the game right now. Sadly for them, Xiao Ye died in there. That completely stops the rhythm, the pace that they had at that moment. They had a huge advantage.
Because for RW, the core player definitely gonna be Lam.
Yeah.
And he actually won the advantages from the last team fight, which happened in their own blue side field. But then they tried to initiate another team fight in their opponent's side, but the tragedy just happened.
Yeah, look at that. My Shiranui TianYun coming in.
Yeah.
Comes in. Oh, the combo with the flash. Too much damage to be taken this early in the game.
This is a 1-1 trade. But for RW, actually, they should be like calm down and just try to, use those little advantages that they have to snowball it into like some huge stuff, rather than to be like so hazard into other sides.
Let's wait and see. The Winter's here. He does not have his ult. He's very close to be frozen down. Now it's going to be TianYun that is going to force on to use his flash to escape from the battle.
And now again, WE try to do something. Again, the same place, the same scene.
Oh, that's
Four
Mike was a
people
little
arrive.
bit early. And he's going to have to proc his ult to allow his teammates to replay.
That's something that really showed to me. Like, what I see from this game, from these team fight, was that the rotation did make sense. Like people were acting really aggressively.
Yes.
But also, on the other hand, it shows like they're not really in order. You know what I mean? Like not like this, not a real core player or a true caller.
Oh, look at that, XiAnYun taking the 1v1 solo kill against Lam. Now, that is exactly the reason why XiAnYun wanted to take this hero.
That's what we've mentioned, the most signature hero for XiAn, and he really used it to gain a lot of advantages for them, especially when he takes down Lam.
Okay, now see, they're trying to cement a little advantage here, WE, by controlling that tyrant. Pucci won't let them take it for free, and it's going to be Pucci, the one that comes and claims it in the last touch.
Since we can see Pucci, the Sun Bin is also carrying Smite, so that's the reason.
Look at that. Taken very low, Song overstepping, it was a 3v2 and he's going to die.
And we can see if we turn our eyes onto the top lane, we can see XiAn really put the top lane under such a huge pressure.
That's true.
He just forced Lam to deal with those minion waves, which gonna let them to be locked on those top laners.
Look at that, Pena had to use all his abilities to run away from Pucci, a support that wanted to come in to take the marksman.
I guess if Pucci wasn't carrying Smite instead of Disrupt, he's gonna make it.
Probably that. Look at that XiAn, he knows what to do. He goes immune in the right moment, and under the turret, he goes and takes the jungler. Great show of mechanics.
Great show. Again, another brawl just happened. What's Lam doing right now? Use his ultimate to pull this blue buff out. This is one of the tricks if you want to steal away those blue buffs or neutral monsters from the other side for Lam.
I love that, right? Because it's a completely different way to finish that blue buff, to protect it while you're actually fighting against it. Right? I remember seeing this very closely in previous metas when Bai Li Xuan was a very meta hero. He would just use his hook to do exactly the same. Take the buff out of the cave and really just finish it at the end with just one touch.
Yeah, and also Zhonghui gonna do the same thing.
Oh yeah, Zhonghui is just annoying.
Oh wait.
Look at that, the wild blood comes in, now Pena is taken very low. Xiao was trying to jump in, but An puts his position right in between.
You know, once An is playing Zhang Fei, he's quite like those top laner playing style as a support. Once he got those ultimate, I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, he does not care about the timing of anything.
Yeah.
My ult is ready, just gonna proc it.
Just one phase in his mind, I'm gonna fight.
Oh, look at that Pei and taking very low. Song jumps in, is going to fall because Pangu with the bleed. The axe through his head. Gets one more careful WE and what looked like a RW. Very good movement.
They try to do something. They try to gain the priority. They try to do this team fight. But that's it. Like what we said, the Pangu for his foremost responsibility is just to do counter pick.
Yeah, so there's going to be a huge counter pick right now at the 8 minutes and 30 seconds mark. We have 1.5 minutes before the Shadow Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant are going to spawn.
And now actually the gold or the kills are both even.
Yeah.
So let's just check. It seems to me like these two teams, they are more want to prioritize their own mechanical.
Yeah.
Or strategy or tactics. No, it's just like keep fighting and see who's gonna win.
A lot of 1v1s. A lot of 1v1s that is not something very common in here. Look at Shadow just waiting in the bush, not allowing anyone to see. Charlotte's going to take one more 1v1 against Xiao. Yeah, it's going to have to push back. This Charlotte pick is it's actually working against Lam.
Yeah, but we can see Charlotte's flash has been forced out. And see Qianshi, what she's going to do. Really?
Pangu waiting, and it's going to steal that red buff.
We can see from those little harass that WE just did, actually gain themselves a little bit advantages. It's not like a huge significant gold lead. It's more like to slow down Lam's farming pace.
They're trying their very best, no? But they know exactly what to do. They have a clear strategy. They know that they just need to stop Lam, and then all the pressure is going to fall on HuaYun. HuaYun right now already with the Eternity Blade, already with Shadow Ripper and Doomsday. He needs one more item and then he's gonna be very, very dangerous.
Yeah. So the next target that CNW is gonna pay attention is gonna be Huang. But to be honest, for the composition that RW just selected, it's not like those typical mid-strong playstyle or mid-strong composition. It's more like their clock is ticking now.
The clock is ticking right now. That's true because right now WE is going to take that Shadow Tyrant.
Do a dragon trade. I don't want to let it. Let's see.
Oh.
The smite.
The smite is going to take them, and it's gonna be Trumpet trying to survive. It's gonna be XiAn coming in. He's going to counterattack Boots. He's gonna be taken extremely low. Xiao is trying to run under the turret, and it was wide the ability by XiAn. They lost the Overlord, but they won that fight.
So as for WE, from this team fight, they gained some advantages for themselves. But on the contrary, like for
Xiao jumping in, but he didn't know that Mai Shiranui was waiting in there. XiAn was a bait, he bit it, and he's going to fall.
That is unexpected from Xiaoye's perspective.
Yeah.
He thought everybody just retreat since they already unleashed these like vanguards in the mid lane. So he gets like all those rivals gonna just get back to the mid lane and clean up those waves. He didn't expect that there's someone still ambushing in that top lane.
Well, Xiao just starting today as a new substitute, right? Like it was his first appearance. And right now, he's actually not performing to the level of the tournament.
Yeah, and that's something really worried their fans a lot.
True.
Under such a great pressure, would he undertake this responsibility or not?
Let's wait and see. Hopefully he's going to start performing better, right? Because he's the jungler. A lot of the responsibility completely falls on his shoulders.
And also, he already got his Pure Sky, so he actually had some chances to fight during the team fight.
See that 4 people in the mid. Pena, that his hero order is going to be wide.
Check Mai Shiranui. Then she's trying to do some...
They're just going to exchange both turrets on top and on bottom.
Destroyed a tower. Blue team has
Look at the rotation. They might even want to exchange the high ground turrets as well. XiAn knows that he can clean that wave.
W is on their way.
Look at that, waiting. Xiao is going to jump in and is going to just show up in front of him, waiting for him on the bush.
Like both of the team now, they're being a little bit cautious. They're trying to first prioritize those side lanes and then try to initiate something, but something just happened in the mid. Zhangfei just used his ultimate, pushed 2 people back and forced out Zhao Jun's flash.
Forcing out that Zhao Jun's flash is going to go on 120 seconds cooldown.
But that's something of note that we can see, and after he rotates to the support position, actually he didn't really save those kind of ultimate. Once he guessed it's gonna be a really nice chance, he just go for it. But he forgot like whether her allies gonna follow up with him or not. And that's maybe something that gonna cause a little bit problem, especially in the late game.
Whenever that they will start fighting for the common objectives, right? And that An being taken very low one more time. He's going to fall. It's going to give RW right now a 35 seconds power play.
And we can see RW is really doing great. They just do the split up push. They just put Lan to allocate him to deal with one side lane and another 4, especially paired up with Sun Bing.
Yes.
They're just trying to do something during the mid lane, and they're really doing good right now.
They're doing pretty well. The blue team is going to take one more turret, but their top lane high ground turret falling so low. They did not think about going there, and it's already down to 1/3. They're going to exchange Overlord and Tyrant right now.
So we can see the Tyrant.
Oh, too slow, too slow.
Well, they get it. Sun Bing comes in again, but still goes to WE.
Shadow is being counter-attacked one more time. Now it's going to be locked down. The winter skier. This is bad news. And trying to run away. It's going to be only 2 people from WE that they're going to survive. this massacre happening there close to the Tyrant?
What has just happened? Check Zhao Jun's second skill. That's frozen. That was insane, like incredibly precise. Freeze 2 of those enemies and win this team fight for RW.
Shadow is still 15 seconds for him to come in. I don't think that it's going to be enough time to protect these turrets. The turrets on bottom and top lane are going to fall.
Let's check. We can see RW trying to even initiate a totally new team fight. They try to take down a lot of those neutral monsters and also those high ground towers.
Wow, the way that Chen Feng is playing right now is just majestic. The way that he's playing right now is just a master level.
Yeah, we can recheck it. First, Sun Bin comes in. Actually, I was like, that was very close to use that smite. And then check the second ability from this Frozen with the ultimate.
Just frozen 2 people in there, right? Chen Feng just waiting for the right moment for his second ability to jump in, and then just the Winters here dealing the damage that was fatal for the side of WE.
And actually, that's something to do with Zhao Jun's second ability. You need to have this kind of awareness because it's going to have a little delay.
Yes, it's going to have a little delay, but whenever that you understand the game, understand the hero, you're able to predict, right?
That's it. You need to predict your opponent's next movement and precisely to land it, wait for the delay, and initiate those things.
16 minutes and a half.
And this position is a little bit weird.
Oh, not enough. We had over there XiAn trying to jump in on the back lane. Right now it's going to be TianYun that is using all his abilities, trying to run away. It's going to be taken down. It's not going to survive.
That is exactly the thing that we just referred to during that mid-game. Once you want to initiate some team fight, you guess it's going to be a really good chance. You need to have a really tight communication between your allies. But we can see after Chen Shi used his flash to flash in, didn't make it, missed the target, and then WE, they need to face this tricky problem right now.
RW is going to go for the mid lane turret.
RW.
Feng still holding to his ult. He knows that this is going to be a turret for free.
Go for it.
Has destroyed a tower.
The minions has already arrived. And also, 3 high ground towers have already been taken down by RW. So actually, they have a really huge, significant advantages right now because it hasn't been 20 minutes yet.
Hasn't been 20 minutes yet, and it's almost a 5,000 gold advantage. 10 seconds for the Overlord to join in the game. WE, if they want to actually have an opportunity to win this game, they need to get Chen Feng out of the mix very early. HuaYun is being protected by Puzi, so it's not they don't have the burst damage right now yet. TianYun and XiAn have not been able to really find an opening to find HuaYun. In all the different fights, they're trying their best, but they're not being able to succeed.
And let's see, RW acting aggressively.
Aggressive way, the super minions are gonna go into the crystal. It's going to break WE in 2 halves, and now it's going to be TianYun and Anda. They're on the escaping lane.
They have been divided into 2 different parts.
Can Charlotte come in and try to save them? It's going to be an completely fatal blow. It's going to be 1 against 5. It's not enough. Right now, Shadow trying to come in, taking vengeance. Not enough. It's still XiAn trying. It's going to be the last hope. XiAn and Pena.
And now we can see Charlotte still fighting, but he can't stand with those damage. It is a ace down by RW, and a triple kill goes to Lam. With 4 people still remain, and also the top lane minions just arrived. Now RW can just go ahead for this crystal, and to their another win. Congratulations to RW. Such a nice job.
RW, the Rogue Warriors, having a little light at the end of the tunnel. With this, it's going to be their second point, and WE right now not looking good.
Yeah, we can clearly see from this matchup what we just called double-edged sword.
Yes.
Like for those rotation that had happened, like among these 2 teams, it's it kinda help you. And also on the contrary, if you can't undertake that pressure, it kinda destroy you.
Good news for Xiao that at the beginning of the game, we were just pointing out how he was not having a great performance, right? It was being very difficult for him at the beginning of the game, not actually finding the openings, losing a lot of his 1v1 fights. But then at the end, look at that triple kill at the, on it. Last fight, a triple kill. It was really good the moment that he jumped in.
In the early game, he was really like suffered a lot and really painful. But we can see from the last team fight, Ireland really play it in a quite clever way. They just tear their opponents up and just divided them into totally two different fields and down them one by one, take down those opponents. And that's quite clever. And also that brings Xiao a triple kill.
Let's wait and see. Good stuff. Really happy for the boys. They had a good performance. They took this dub, and I'm really certain that right now everyone is just going to keep just celebrating for sure.
True. And also we can see so many standouts during this matchup, especially for Chengfeng, that Zhao Jun. That second ability actually going to be the key point of this matchup.
Yep. Well, we just saw our first game of today, Jinan RW against XiAn WE. We're just getting ready for what's going to be our second match, Suzhou KSG against Guangzhou TTG.
That's also going to be a really important matchup for today's game. Because as for these two teams, KSG, the points is not that good. And also for TTG, wow, they've been through a lot during this tournament.
That was an electrifying game. That was really amazing, full of energy. We had ups and downs. We saw heroes like Charlotte coming in and then just showing that they can be always an option.
Charlotte actually is a quite clever choice, and it shows like they do trust TianYun. Guess like the most signature hero could be trustworthy, but the result just show like if you really want to stress some of the single players, that's not gonna be enough.
Well, I don't think that it was Charlotte's mistake at the end of the day, right? Like, I would think that this was just a little break in between the lines of WE that allowed Rogue Warriors to go and take the victory.
Let's see this matchup as we just predict. MVP goes to Chengfeng, it's Zhao Jun.
Chengfeng, that Zhao Jun damage of 31.9%. I think that it was more about the accuracy.
Yeah.
The accuracy of his abilities was the reason why he was able to deal so much damage.
First blood was initiated by his second ability. And also from this team fight, also it's his second ability. You can see actually there's a small delay for the second ability. So you need to have that kind of precise awareness, just like this one. You need to predict who's gonna be there and just land it on the field.
Wow.
Such a nice one. Also the ultimate.
That one was vital, right? That one was vital completely. A lot of people debate a lot if it is supposed to be first ultimate and then second ability. Some people, I believe that the athletes at the top level, they go first with their second and then they go with their third, right?
Yeah, like for people who want to use ultimate first, it's because once you use ultimate, it can slow down your opponent's movement speed. And it can increase your accuracy for you to land the second skill. But as you just said, for those professional players, they can predict it.
Yeah, they can predict it, and if they can predict it, well, why to waste a little bit of the damage? You can just predict, get your second, and then just full 100% of the damage from your ulti, just land it on your opponent.
And to be more accurate, once your opponent is frozen by your second ability and add up with your ultimate, they're gonna suffer more of your magical damage.
Jinan Rogue Warriors now making it to 2 points in a total of 5 games, same as Shenzhen DYG, same as KSG, but KSG only 4 games, right?
Yeah, just like the comment that we saw, things are getting complicated. Situation is gonna be confusing.
It gets a little bit confusing, but well, don't worry about that. We've got great day ahead of us. We still have 11 more games that if you pay attention to them, not only are things gonna get simpler, but you're gonna get better at the game too.
As long as you like cheered up and you just be like really confident towards these matchups, you're gonna make it.
True. Well, our game 1 is done. Let's wait and see what our second game, Suzhou KSG and Guangzhou TTG, is going to have for us. Right now, we're just waiting a little bit longer for the interviews, and we're waiting a little bit longer for the highlights. So be patient. Take a little bit notes on what we just had, talking a little bit about what happened with WE. I do believe that it was, I don't want to point fingers, but I just believe that the support of WE just kept falling too many times, trying to step, thinking that he was tankier than what he really was.
That's something to do with coordination or something to do with he's supposed to be the top laner, right? He used to play top laner for such a long time, but this is the very first time for he to rotate to the support, so it takes time.
It takes time, that is true. A little bit more time for them to work. Now, let's move on into our interviews. Let's see who we have on the other side.
Let's see. Hello, 小叶，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是2W侠小叶。
首先想问一下，就是今天的话，上场的时候自己的心情是什么样子的呢？
上场就是蛮紧张的吧，打的也挺紧张的。
So the first question is how he feels like to be the starting lineup for today, and he just said quite nervous. And actually, when he's playing that game, he's also a little bit nervous, but he did a really great job. And so the next question would be, after you did this rotation, did you did any special preparation as for your team, or did there any like strategies that you've got? 那我们第二个问题是想说一下，你们做出这样的轮换的话，当时是怎么样的一个想法呢？就是有准备一些什么样的这个策略吗？
我知道的应该是没有吧，就是临阵，我就是突然上来的，我也不知道，就是突然就要上来了。
Okay, so he's like suddenly be called to be the lineup, so he do nothing, just like, okay, I'm gonna play it. All right, so the last question would be, do you confident about the next matchups? 那最后一个问题想问一下，接下来比赛也是非常重要的，你们有信心吗？
只要拿下第一把，后面都会有信心的啊。
Okay, so as long as they take the first win for today, they're going to be really confident about next matchups. All right, we believe in you and hope you can have a really nice performance. 感谢你接受我们的采访，也是希望你们可以更加精彩的表现。
Very good performance from Xiao, right? Like he was not ready to come in. Like it's not like they were just telling him like, oh, probably tomorrow you're gonna play. No, they just called him in and were like, you wanna play? Jump in.
Yeah, and he was like, all right, I'm gonna play. I'm just go for it.
The opportunities are there for those who are prepared. Now, let's check a little bit on the highlights and see a couple details about how to use these specific heroes. Look at that. The 1v1, that's why we said that Charlotte was going to be a good pick against Lamb, right? Just in that 1v1, just showing us his mechanical abilities.
And also for this one that we've already saw from the previous highlights. And also the smite done by Buqi is also very important.
Now, of course, if you're going to be a Sun Bin, you either try to take this drop with you or you try to take the smite. Those two are going to be very important. Look at that. And understanding that he needed to take that overlord and then he procs his ult.
So actually, he did it twice in a game.
Twice in a game. The ambush, that was a very nice and beautiful moment as well. This is gonna be a very gigantic match for both teams. Direct competition for the 4th ticket. Suzhou KSG and Guangzhou TTG.
For Suzhou KSG, they already got 2 win, 2 loss. And for Guangzhou TTG, 2 win, 3 loss. They can't stand for another loss.
Suzhou KSG has the upper hand in this situation, right? Because they have 3 games today, as Guangzhou TTG is gonna have all in for tomorrow. Regardless of what happens today, tomorrow is going to be a gigantic day for them. Tomorrow they will have 3 more matches. Today they're gonna have only 1 presentation.
And we all know tomorrow is going to be the last day of our KPL region qualifier round 2. So for today, especially for Guangzhou TTG, who already lost the first round the chance to get straight into the group stage, neither today or tomorrow, they need to go for it. They need to put all of their effort to it.
Suzhou KSG is going to be having this first match against Guangzhou TTG. Then in our 5th match of the day, they're gonna play Beijing Weibo. And then they're going to play on our 9th match of the day against Shanghai EDG.M.
These are both now in the upper hand of the team. Their ranks quite good. So for KSG, today's gonna be a really tough day.
Very tough, very, very, very tough. That's why this fight is going to be vital. Whoever that wins this one is going to take a very crucial advantage against a direct opposition.
True. And we can see the start line from TTG still be consist with the yesterday's starting lineup. And also for yesterday's game, they win some and also lost some, right?
Thinking that since yesterday 3 games with Lianpo, right now he's going to choose to go with Meng Tian.
Yeah, Meng Tian is quite what we call meta pick. And also Meng Tian in Qing Qing's hand, he can really utilize this hero to bring some advantages for his team.
Gongsun Li and Zhang Fei on the other end.
Well, that makes me got those ideas once Qing Qing pick out Meng Tian as his hero, maybe for another team, for KSG, they're gonna let Ata to have Ata.
Ata on the other end. An Ata and Zhang Fei composition. Now look at that. And you called it.
They just prepared it. Because from those matchups we saw from KPL regions, Ata is usually doing as a counter pick to Meng Tian. Because we all know the very first thing about Meng Tian is once he got his ultimate. And so that also means he's going to have a troop. He's going to have 4 soldiers surround him. And Ata, for this hero, for this ability, the more targets he had, the more HP he can restore.
Okay, so it means that picks like the ones that we saw yesterday, like Byron, or picks like today's Ata, they're going to be options to try to counter that Meng Tian.
True.
The fact that Meng Tian can bring up 4 of his generals, it works really well for him in order to deal damage for very squeezy kind of heroes. For example, like Gongsun Li or any of the other marksmen, but works against him when facing 1v1s against tanks or against warriors like Ata and Byron.
Yeah, exactly. You just explained it quite clear. That's the reason why we saw Ata for today's matchup and also Byron yesterday as the counter pick for Meng Tian.
Let's see. KSG is starting day 1 very successfully with 2 straight wins. Yesterday was not their best presentation. They end up with 2 losses, but yesterday they had 2 very difficult games, right?
Yesterday they played against Nanjing Hero and also played against AG.
Yeah.
Well, actually, for that game played against Hero, it's more like they lost from the ban pick phase. They didn't predict how to dare to select such a composition. So actually, that kind of be impactful for their mindset to play against AG. That might be some of the reason. So today, they need to bulk up. They need to get another win for them to get a higher rank.
Jing is going to be one of the picks on the other end. One of the heroes that we just tried to highlight today for everyone, right?
Jing. Actually, he's one of those most popular junglers among our game. He has got those mechanical ceiling, and also a threshold. For people like me, I can never handle Jing.
It is a very difficult hero to start to learn to play, right? Because of the mobility that the hero has, right? In the moment that Jing procs her ult, the mirror domain. You can move around the mirror to try to find the right angle to attack. At the same time, it allows you to move around and try to escape from damage as well.
You need to use these things wisely, and you need to precisely know how you're gonna refresh or both of your first skill and also second skill.
TianYun and EDG.M gonna be the pick for Guangzhou TTG for bottom lane. That TianYun, the passive of TianYun allows them to earn extra gold.
So actually for those Tai's pick, it's more like TTG now for today's game. They try to do another strategy which also means they want to pick up a quite solid composition. No more risk. They just want to do it solidly and do it smoothly, peacefully. And that's it. The composition is had a high error tolerant rate. I can put it like that.
High error tolerance, trying their very best just to play confidently and trying their very best just to don't have to pay too much for their mistakes. That's gonna be it. Qingqing on that mountain is being completely countered by two of the heroes from Suzhou KSG, Yichu on that Xi and A.Z.A on attack.
We can see actually these two compositions for these two teams are quite similar, right? Both have a pretty solid front line. For KSG, they've got Zhang Fei, they've got A.Z.A, two of those really tanky heroes to build a really strong front line for them.
Good initiation.
And also for TTG, they select Tai that you've just mentioned, bring them a higher pace for farming up and also bring them an extra life during those teamfights.
The early game might just go for Guangzhou TTG if they're able to just try to find that moment when Qingqing is going to be already in level 4. If Qingqing is already in level 4 and we can expect Nian to start farming from the completely other side to meet him at the 2-minute mark, we should be able to take first blood on A.Z.A. So A.Z.A is going to have to be very careful.
Especially during around 2 minutes, because that's going to be the time when Nian's supposed to arrive at the top lane. So that's the pace, that's the rhythm of this meta.
How is XiAn going to respond to that, taking that smite?
Yeah, XiAn need to be careful, need to maybe do some harass to slow him down.
Enemy minions will arrive in 5 seconds.
Just wait and see what's going to happen. Snow coming in, trying to get vision.
As for the first rotate, we can see TTG's arrangement is quite smart. The best way of help your people to be safe is to attack.
3-4 people invasion on that blue buff area. Nian really wants to take that blue buff for him. But Xiao is going to come and he's going to take XiAn very, very low. It's going to be first blood.
And here comes Meng Tian. Qingqing try to do something on the opponents. The one thing that he can find is Zhang Fei. A kill goes to Shen Mengxi. KSG, they want to chase out. They want to shut him down. So this is going to be a 1-3 trade.
A 1-3 trade for Guangzhou TTG.
Well, we just said the arrangement of the early game is quite clever, but they just waste too many time in that invasion.
I know, man.
That's quite long.
They came in just to try to take the buff, and you cannot just take the buff. Just go, just leave.
Just leave.
You don't
just give it up.
You don't have to stay there. Sometimes your strategies are not going to work out. Change. You need to be able to just change things around. Come on.
That's what we call you should be decisive. What means decisive is if you want to do it, do it. If you didn't do it, just retreat.
Yes.
Don't be greedy.
First blood.
Constantly coming in with the frenzy was too much damage for it was extremely a lot of damage for Qingqing to take.
Yeah. And also, after Tianchun's loss, there's no more damage can be dealt by TTG once the marksmen were taken down by their opponent.
Has slain an enemy.
Look at that. Asa just following on Nian, procs his flash, taking the kill under the turret.
Now we can see the coach from TTG. He seems a little bit worried.
Oh, look at that. Tianjin's going to proc his ult. Right now his Asa taking a lot of damage. Mingyan's not going to be able to run away. Ichu trying to use his ability, the Silky Beauty, trying to lock someone in, but not enough damage.
For this game, the accuracy from Ichu, from Xishu is going to be really vital. Because she needs to use her first ability to pull someone like towards themselves and try to do some poking damage or even some burst damage. Take one opponent down before the initiation. That's going to be really important.
I don't think that Ichu Xishu is a counter pick against Tianjin's Mengtian.
Yeah.
But at least it can just limit its mobility, right? Like you can try to just put that Mengtian in one specific place or try to pull him out of the fight.
Yeah, and now another invasion just happened as I go straight into the blue side boss, and he can just easily escape from it.
He's tanky enough to do that.
Yeah. So things gonna be a little bit tricky for TTG to tackle this problem.
Chao coming in, tried to get the vision. One more time, look at that. Since he's going to proc his ult, once he thinks that he's got the damage, now it's gonna be Ichi jumping in. Look at that, exactly what we talked about. Immobilized, there's gonna be a 2 against 1. And the kill is gonna be for KSG.
The wait, just something happened down there in the riverside. Zhouwei again be taken down by KSG. Now KSG definitely got the upper hand.
Oh, what is happening right now with TTG? Very, very rushed decisions in the first 4 minutes. And that's already creating a 2,000 gold advantage for KSG.
It's more like for TTG, it's nothing to do with their mechanics or their strategy. It's more like after those losses, after they lost the first round to XYG and after they lost some of the points in the previous series, they just suddenly don't know how to play this game.
It is difficult just to turn things around, right? And yesterday had a couple good performances. Look at that, the double flash coming in. Ichu manipulated Titan, taking combo with the turret. Amazing show of skills.
Ichu is doing great. Like these first skills done by Ichu twice, and it caused a really vital, important result for KSG.
Look at that, Jing, the mirror domain, coming in left to right, the movement ability. Well done.
KSG is really like already bucked up. They've already recovered from those losses they suffered from yesterday. And it makes me feel like, oh, the KSG, which I am really familiar with, they just come back, be aggressive.
Oh, come on, KSG during day 1, they were one of the most 360-degree teams that we had, right? Very good defending, very good attacking, understanding of the rhythm of the meta. Yesterday, they were just facing very tough opponents.
Yeah, and actually for KSG, for this team, once they got those advantages, they are those teams who can easily put those advantages to snowball the game to the end.
Only Joey has a little bit of a tiny minimal advantage compared to Ichu, and then after that, all KSG has a total dominance in terms of goals and items. Look at that. The double flash comes in, the stun, damage is not lethal, and then completely manipulated. Bad news for Snow, pulled in, controlled in his position.
And attention, that skill, that first skill was down when Ichu was using that flash. You just be so like calm and just flash and tackle the difficulty and then use the first ability to earn them another kill.
7 minutes. What does TTG need to do right now, Nora? Because it doesn't look like they have the ability. It's going to be proc. The ability is going to fall. Golden Sun Li is going to fall right now. Xiao, sadly for him, taken by Qingqing.
That's something actually they need to do. Once you just asked me that question, I always want to say like, the first thing for TTG now isn't like just how we're gonna execute our strategy. It's more like there needs to be someone stand forward and say like, we still got the courage, we still got the chance. And that's what Qingqing just did.
He's gonna have to shoulder a lot of pressure right now. As most of the picks from KSC are going to counter his hero.
And also, for Qingqing, we've talked about this guy a lot of time, right? We saw his talent, we saw his potential. So under such a huge pressure, even he's been countered, he need to be the one, to be like the solid one, to standing forward and just, you know, to be the courage offered for his teammates. It's all about like those mindset. That's going to be very important to TTG right now.
Tyrant has
Shouldn't be
been
afraid.
defeated.
Tyrant is going to fall 8 minutes and 30 seconds. KSG trying to control the resources, right? Like after they just had that Gunsun Lee falling in there, they just decided just to go around and control the resources instead of engaging into fights.
And that's quite clever, because one of the reasons why KSG is really good at shut down those games in the middle like game is mainly because they really know how to control those neutral monsters. Forced out the ultimate.
Forcing out the ultimate from Snow. The resurrection is going to be procced only to save himself, and the turret is going to fall in the mid lane.
And once Tai's flash is also being forced out, somehow that also means TTG lost the priority to initiate the team fight.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
10-minute mark. KSG can just, you know, take everything they can and just go back to control the neutral monsters that's just gonna be spawned.
I just feel like every time that it looks like TTG is trying to make a comeback, KSG just responds with a great move.
Yeah, and one of the most striking thing is Aze. You see his position, he just stand there.
935, are they gonna be able to take this Overlord? Overlord already half of the HP. They need to rush it before it's going to disappear.
Whoa,
that was close.
That was so close.
Great timing, right? Very, very good timing. Good understanding and control of your own damage. One Xin is going to proc his ult. Qingqing does not have his ultimate yet available. He's gonna have to run back.
But the problem is how they're gonna deal with the top lane. Like they have such a tricky top lane minions. Once they go for that top lane, try to clean that, what about the Dark Tyrant? It's just gonna easily hand it over to KSG.
The Dark Tyrant is not even part of the conversation no more. That one's gone completely for KSG.
That's the problem. We can see KSG now.
Oh, look at that! XiAn being manipulated, being pulled back. He's going to die. He tried to protect his blue, and it was not enough. Right now, TTG completely on their back foot. Mingyan is going to disappear for 25 more seconds, and that turret is going to follow him.
And for KSG, they can just go for it, be more aggressive. Especially they've got Xi, especially EDG.M now today. He's using those skills such accurately.
Oh, the dragon.
Another try, be manipulated. Try to escape away.
Look at how Qingqing's HP bar is just disappearing. We don't see this happening for Mountain a lot, and Qingqing's HP bar was just taken so low. It was Titan bringing him back with his ult.
Yeah.
But Qingqing's not being a tank no more.
There is a 6,000 deficit suffered by TTG. Things gonna be really tricky for them right now.
Almost 7,000 right now. As we can see the rotation, KSG will go for the Overlord.
Oh, that's quite stable. For KSG, they just want to be stable.
Look at that. Qingqing waiting for the right moment, right? Like he's really like just counting the seconds to jump in.
And he was actually being manipulated by the first skill that down by Xi. You can see there's like totally two different vibe, two totally different atmosphere has having from these two teams.
Different atmospheres, that's for sure, because things are not looking good for TTG.
And on the contrary, we can see KSG, they had a really huge chance to gain this point. I think it's going to be really easy for them to execute.
Look at Ichi just waiting in the bush, just trying to find the moment where Qingqi is going to jump.
Yeah. And Aze is just roaming around this kind of area, trying to gain more vision control.
The Vanguard's coming in the mid lane. There's no one on TTG that is going to dare to come in, but it's going to be the Tranfei comping and just XiAn pushing everyone back with his ultimate. The dragons are extremely healthy. It's gonna be mid, top, and bottom. The four dragons coming in total.
KSG want to do the fatal strike. Let's see. Jin just came in, heading to Jinan. Jinan just pulls back to the fountain. And let's check the front lane. The Vanguard is in the area and just go for that crystal. Victory goes to Suzhou KSG.
The sigh is for TTG. And the cheer up is for KSG. That's esports.
Amazing performance by Suzhou KSG. Showing us why on day one, they just kind of like put that flag in there and say like, you know what? Count us in for the fight of one of those 4 tickets.
Yeah. So actually, Suzhou KSG now is going to be really competitive for gaining the position. They still have got a quite possibility, a huge possibility to get into the group stage. They just need to continue this kind of great stage and try to fight in this way and try to gain more points for them. They're doing pretty well today.
They're doing pretty well. Like the performance today was just really nice. Like in the moment that they came in, the combo that they had, the BP that they had, they found all the answers against huge meta picks like Monkian.
Well, but for TTG, the reason that why you just sighed is because we've witnessed so much, and we've witnessed TTG fall from the first round, which was unexpected, and then the day one from the
It's a roller coaster with them. It's a roller coaster, and I am not enjoying this roller coaster. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna put my opinion out there as a caster and as a fan. I want the ups to be ups, and I don't like these downs, because in the moment that you just win 2, the performance is good. Come back today, the performance right now was not what you would expect from a team that was in the round 1 of the qualifiers. They're supposed to be one of the top 6 teams in the whole KPL, so as a fan and a supporter, I'm expecting a little bit more from the boys.
So actually, that's something to do with our format, don't you think so? Because our format, our matchups so close, it's intensive. So like we've got 12 matchups for a day, and the whole group stage the whole round 2 gonna just last for 4 days. Like there's less time for them to just walk off.
It's very tight. Yeah, it is very tight. Like you need to be able just to find solutions to your problems real fast. The solutions yesterday were Minyan and Snow, right? Minyan and Snow coming in yesterday instead of Puran and Pinchan, and then just allowing them to take 2 out of 3 victories.
Yeah.
So that was good. So you would expect the same performance from yesterday just coming in today. But what we just saw today was a complete dominance from the red side.
It feels like it kind of like after they did that rotation, they do bring some effort, they do work out, but it was temporary. It just suddenly like a bubble, right? So that's gonna break some of their fans' heart.
Yeah, that's true. I am a little bit hurt. I want them to do well. I want every single of these teams to do well. And mostly I want Guangzhou TTG to show us why they're one of the top 6.
We really want to see more players like Suzhou KSG, like Ichi today. They really just buck off. Like they lost 2 games in a row yesterday, but today we just saw a totally another playing style, and they're doing so good.
It's just the solution for this meta. In this meta, like this Tian, such a critical meta pick. And then just Ichu with this show of skills. Look at that. He's been stunned. Like the fight came to him. It was a 1v3 and he's able to take a kill.
And like he's able to escape from it with his flash and simultaneously use the first skill, try to do more kill.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
That's really nice. I hope that right now everyone can go back home and try. Wow, look at that.
He jumped so high. He was like...
That man's happy.
Feels like he's going to break the ceiling.
That was an important win. He understands the importance of this win, right?
Yeah, he's supposed to be a sports athlete.
Yeah, right now, Suzhou KSG is going to make it all the way to 3 points. So each performance on that Shishi puts them in a more proactive end.
Yeah, so actually things or situations are getting optimistic for Suzhou KSG right now.
Yep.
They still had got a huge chance to get into the group stage. And if they just maintain this kind of state, I guess they have the chance.
You know, they'll play Weibo today and they'll play EDG.M. Weibo and EDG.M, look at them in second and third place. So if KSG wants a chance to go to the group stage, they need to take a victory against either Weibo or EDG.M. And even better, against both of them.
Like at least one of them.
At least 1 point.
2 points, better.
Yeah.
So today's going to be a really tough day for KSG. And let's just have a small interview, a quick interview. Let's see who's going to be with us. Hello, 婉欣，先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是苏州 KSG 婉欣。
首先啊，第一个问题想问一下，你怎么样评价一曲今天这个西施的表现？
我只能说正常发挥，一曲毕竟还是非常顶尖的西施。
Okay, so the first question was how many score he's gonna give to the mid lane to that Xishi, and Wan Xin just said that's the thing that he's supposed to do.
Of course.
That's the normal Xishi. All right, so the last question would be, today is going to be a really tough day for you guys. Are you getting like confident, or is there any preparation for you towards the next two matchups? 那今天其实是一个比较对你们来说比较重要的一天啊，接下来2场比赛也比较重要，你们有做什么特殊的准备，然后或者自己有信心吗？
我们做的准备还是挺多的，但是不方便透露。然后我们还是很有信心今天拿下的。
好的，好的。Okay, another I will keep it as a secret, but they really did a lot preparation, so we are really looking forward to your next matchups. 谢谢你接受我们的采访，也是希望你们可以好好准备，期待你们接下来的表现。Another, I'll keep it a secret.
Secretive. They don't want. They know that they have their fate in their hands.
Yeah.
And when you have your faith in your hands, you don't want to just kind of like give the opponents a little bit of a glance on what they want to do, right? Like for the audience right now watching our competition, same as us, we're gonna have to just keep watching the games if we want to know exactly what KSG has under the sleeve.
Yeah. And also after today, after this matchups, next will be RW play against Hero.
Yeah, and before that, we're gonna have a little bit of the highlights from this last game that we just watched. Look at that. I just love the way that he procs his flash, and then immediately after that, followed by his second ability, goes from a 1v3 to a solo kill.
It's just like always go for that last-ditch effort.
Just waiting in there, right? When the dragons were all in here, like there was no hope for TTG.
Yeah.
It was 4 completely healthy dragons just surrounding your crystal. A very, very difficult sight to have.
And also we can see from those small actions or states, we can see KSG are now really doing good.
All right. Game 1 and Game 2 are done right now, and then we're gonna move to Game 3. Stay with us if you need to have a little break. We'll see you in a minute. Jinan Rogue Warriors against Nanjing Hero. It's going to be our third game of the day. Jinan Rogue Warriors, after a very, very important victory against XiAn WE, they have an opportunity here. They have a chance just to completely just hold their own destiny in their hands.
Yeah, we can see after RW did this rotation, they bring up a new jungler. It do bring them like some new blood and also refresh themselves and walk up and got the first win.
Chao just coming in today, and then with that first game, his Lamb's presentation, starting a little bit hesitant, but then at the end of the game being vital for RW to take the victory. Nanjing Hero, on the other hand, yesterday completely giving us amazing surprises from their compositions. Let's wait and see what the boys from Jiuzhou are going to have today. Are they going to play meta picks? Are they going to play a completely unorthodox combo? Who knows anymore? Who knows?
That's the charm of Jiuzhou, you know. This coach, he's just being so mysterious, we can say. Like, you would never know what he's gonna do. You would never know. You never predict what's the next movement from this coach, from this team. So that's something we really expected to do, especially from the ban pick phase.
Nanjing Hero is going to have 3 games today. They could make it all the way to 6 points and seal the deal tonight. So 3 victories today for Nanjing Hero would put them in a beautiful position, because then tomorrow it would just be coming just to participate.
So that also means, in other words, they will finish most of their game for today.
Yes.
So once they finish today, like sort of the situation is going to be settled. So this day, these matchups going to be really vital to them.
Yes, exactly. They will be playing right now Rogue Warriors. Then in the 8th game of today, they will be playing against Changsha Top Esports. And then they're going to be in their last game of the night, Nanjing Hero against Beijing Weibo.
Yeah. So for today, like for RW, now they've got 2 wins in their hand, 3 losses. They need another point to help them to get a higher rank.
Wait and see what's going to happen. Rogue Warriors, the first round of bans is already done. Zhang Fei and Shen Mengxi out of the table. TES.A and Donghuan Taiyi on the other hand.
That's quite smart pick from RW, because they definitely, or obviously, they saw those matches played by Hero yesterday. Meng Tian is one of those hero that has got high winning rate in Dongfang's hand. So they just take it away. And also, it's one of those signature heroes for Song.
Let's wait and see. Song is going to be on that Meng Tian, and then what could be a good option over there for bottom lane? I like the idea of Tai Zhenren and Diren. I've always liked that combo. I believe that it's a very meta combo, like the burst damage that you can have on top of the fact that you can just build gold earlier in the game. The resurrection.
Like, if you have a really close synergy, it can like help you to complete a really nice combo, and also burst damage, and also extra life. So that's quite meta.
Dongfang is going to choose to go with Ata.
Again, the counter pick towards Meng Tian.
It worked really well in the previous game, right? It was actually a very good option, just to have that Ata against Meng Tian. And let's see if in this time Dongfang can just emulate what has been already shown to us.
And another thing, actually, we can talk a little bit more about Ata, this hero, is that when he's using his skills, he's gonna be temporarily immune. So that also means if he uses it wisely, precisely, he can use that small timing to get away from the second ability, which is gonna be frozen from Zhao Jun. That's sort of those details.
We've already seen Chen Feng just being so accurate with that Zhao Jun, right? So Ata just being able to use his abilities to run away could be a good option. One of those vital options for Nanjing Hero to actually take the victory. How that Ata is going to give all the gold necessary for that lamb to really farm and to really start to bulk very early.
Yeah, lamb gonna be really crucial for this game. Oh my, Shiranui for Heng. I'm really looking forward to seeing him playing this hero, because he used to be the top laner, and also he's really good at playing those warriors. So as an assassin mage, might learning quite suit him.
It should suit him a lot, right? Like yesterday, he picked it in the last game of yesterday, and they were unable just to transform that into a victory. But let's see if today they'll be able to just kind of like turn things around.
Well, something that really surprised me, that hero today's composition that they selected is quite normal. Normal isn't normal for hero.
I love how you put it like that, right? Like, normal.
Isn't normal.
Normal isn't normal. I'm very sorry for that mistake. Nanjing Hero did take the victory yesterday in the last game when they played against Guangzhou TTG, right? Xinhen played Mai Shiranui in that game, and a combo that had Bell playing on Bailey Shouyue. Now Bell is going to have Gunsun Li, and Jiu is going to have Zhuangzi.
Well, I guess the reason why he chose Zhuangzi maybe is because there's too many small controls, small CC offered by others' composition. The second ability from Zhao Jun, also the second ability provided by Mozi.
Yes.
The CC, if Zhuangzi can use his ultimate to purify all those debuffs and help his teammates to gain more chances to escape from those CC, it's gonna be a huge help, especially during this team fight.
The butterfly effect, right? The butterfly effect is going to provide a purify that's gonna allow all the teammates to just purify, as it says, out of any stun. That is a very big show of respect towards Chen Feng.
So actually for Chen Feng and also for their support Bu Qi, this CC from Zhao Jun and also Mozi, it's not like those big hard CC you can see. It's only being those annoying one. So if they keep constantly use it and try to use it as a trap to trick it out of the ultimate provided by Zhuangzhou, that's gonna be really vital.
Let's wait and see. Bu Qi and Huayun on bottom lane are going to be facing Jiu and Bell on our early 2v2s on bottom lane. If Xinhen can jump in, I think that they could have a very good opportunity to at least start taking some kills. Maybe not on Huayun, since he's got his second ability that allows him to be more mobile, but Bu Qi is just going to be standing in there and just waiting for Nanjing Hero to come and take the kill.
You just point out the most important part of Nanjing Hero's composition, so Mai Xiangling will be put under spotlight for this game.
Zhuang's a very popular hero in the other areas, right? Besides on KPL, I remember that in the other areas when we were preparing for the wildcard tournament, Zhuang was always being banned. The highest ban in the whole other areas.
We've analyzed a little bit about why Zhuang is being so popular in other regions. Teams. Maybe it's because they do prefer to do those big team fight. So Zhuangzi's ultimate, as we've mentioned, help his teammates to purifying all those debuffs, all those bad effects. So that's going to be really crucial.
It's going to be crucial. Look at that, Jacko.
Being annoying.
It's a very annoying one, but nothing you can do.
And one reason about why they are really hard to deal with Zhuangzi is because for his own ability, for his passive, he can help him to purify all those debuffs every 6 seconds. Only for him, individually.
So it can purify itself, it can purify its teammates. I can't understand why the other areas, like the teams from abroad, are so afraid of that hero.
Oh, that's really annoying. The most important, the main mission for Jacko for this matchup is gonna be to do a lot of harass, to play
at the bottom lane. Great bomb from Bu Qi.
The accuracy is quite good.
He just expected that Gunsun Li was gonna go back to the parasol, right? You can always just see the parasol standing in the place where Gunsun Li is going to spawn. So you just need to aim for the parasol regardless of where Gunsun Li is in that exact moment.
True. So actually, we can pay a little bit attention to like Gong Sun Li's skills. Like 3 of his skills gonna allow him to throw out the parasol, and once he uses it for the second time, he can just get back to those where parasol is.
Bell taking very unhealthy. He's gonna have to drop back, trying to protect his jungle, trying to protect his turret.
That also means RW from this laning phase, actually they gain themselves quite a huge advantages.
Dongfang using his flash in there, maybe wanted to make a combo with his ult.
He tried to gank Zhao Jun, so we can see actually it's a flash trade.
Flash trade, we can see in the mini screen, action in top lane. It is Song trying to spot on No Fear.
This wall. Wu Qi need to be careful. His flash is being forced out. You can see where Meng Tian is.
Song so aggressive. Look at him.
Ooh, first blood.
Ooh, Xinhen taking that first blood. We mentioned how it was going to be difficult for Pucci, and right now he's going to be Hero trying to take control. Xiao has been taken extremely low, but he counterattacks against Lam. One more time, he's trying to use his abilities to create some shield, but he's going to fall as well.
Thanks to the rest of the team members, like take down Xiao, made it to a 1-1 jungler trade, which make it to a consolation effort. Or otherwise, RW is gonna gain a lot of huge advantages.
Xinhen putting so much pressure on the bottom lane,
Tower
right?
shields have been shattered. Catapults moving out.
It's not even that much the support that Jacko is providing to Bell. It's just Xinhen being always making the rotation to bottom lane.
That's the reason why we just highlight that Xinhen, the Shilanui, should be put under spotlight for this matchup. It's going to be really vital.
That's Xiao trying to use his abilities to run away, but Dongfang is going to have the opportunity to put his hands on a little bit of that jungle.
They just want to put your jungler, put your top side under pressure.
Yes.
Because we can see for RW, the thing that they're doing really good is for Huayun. He gained himself a winning lane. He take down the first tower for the first time.
Yeah, even though that in here it was Pucci fully ganked and ambushed by Mai Shiranui, but they were able to take the turret first.
And that's the play style for the this year.
Has slain an enemy.
So in that 1v1 trade against No Fear, right? That's a good thing about just playing Musashi Miyamoto. Like the ability that his ult can just lock into one person. So that is going to be a sure stun.
And one thing to be noticed is once he locked down one person, the person who's been targeted gonna be restricted of his HP recovery.
Oh, look at that one more time.
Wow, it's like everyone's playing so aggressive. But nothing happened from this brawl. And we can see on the other side, which we just mentioned about, is Huayun. He's doing really good. It shows like he do know how to play Jinan.
I just love the way that RW is playing right now. It's just like they really know that they just need to get the turrets. They're just going for the turrets. That's it. They're not winning the fights. They're not actually even engaging in the fights. But they already have all the way clean for them in bottom lane.
And that's actually something that I mentioned yesterday after they lost those games towards their opponents. Because the playing style for RW is always going to be protect Jinan, help him to push forward, using those minion waves to take down those top towers. And this kind of play style helped them to gain that win play against CTG in first day.
Not a surprise that Rogue Warriors is playing this well. That's no surprise for anyone. We knew that they had the ability, and right now they have the coordination.
Yeah, coordination means a lot.
Let's wait and see. It still looks like Nanjing Heroes got a 1,500 gold advantage, already moving into the 2,000s.
And basically, it's based on my Shiranui's gold lead. Xinhen is doing really good. You can see Mozi tried to use his ultimate to lock Bell, but he failed to do it. That also means Bell can play more aggressively once you used your ultimate. No
look at that. The Song is going to proc his generals. They're coming in, but Dongfang is just getting so much HP back. It's going to be no fear coming in that is going to take on Chenfeng. Chenfeng is going to disappear. Right now, it's going to have to be Song trying his very best. Dongfang does not have the damage.
That's something that we need to mention is about the position that RW was. Because as we saw, Song showing his aggressiveness, try to gain more vision control, try to gain a much safer environment for his teammates. But however, just let no fear to find the chance.
Wide open in there, Xinheng coming in, dealing the burst damage.
Ling is really doing good.
He's doing pretty well. He's doing pretty well. Dongfang took almost 80% of all the damage in that fight. And at the end of it, they ended up winning.
Yeah. Dongfang soaked in all of those damage and being so strong and solid to stand front and tell his teammate like, okay, do what you want to do.
True.
And also gain more time for my Xianui to sneak into the opponent's field and ambush in that position.
Hero, they know that they have the advantage right now. Bell being taken very low. Sadly for them, I thought that they had the advantage right in there. They knew that Musashi Miyamoto was not even close here. They had the numbers, but Bell's positioning just put him in a very bad spot.
Maybe that's something to do with, like, for Hero's composition, there's actually no what we call protective support. Right, Zhuangzi can't be considered as a protective support, so Bell need to be cautious.
Bell is gonna have to try to find a better place.
Check Lam.
No fear from behind, trying to find the spot.
No one knows.
He wants to come in, he's gonna jump. It's gonna be lethal. Look at that. It's gonna be 1, it's gonna be 2, it's gonna be 3. Can he make it 4?
Still going for it, but
Musashi Miyamoto is going to stop the killing spree, but it's going to be an ace for Hero.
It is a 1-5 trade. That was incredible. You see how the position Hero does. They just put Lam into that rear, and no one knows where Lam is, and no fear just get straight into it and be propulsive and just heading to Zhao Jun and gain Hero such a big advantage.
It's just, look at that. Everyone was so worried about just taking the turret, right?
Yeah.
They just told themselves like, yeah, let's go for this mid-line turret. And then Lam jumps in, takes on 1, takes on 2, takes on 3. And it was Musashi coming in that stopped him from actually coming 4 and 5 kills.
Yeah, if it's not because of Miyamoto Musashi, maybe No Fear has the chance to get like quadra or even pentakill.
Wow, that would have been,
was so close.
That would have been a highlight of our tournament for sure.
Yeah, and actually there's some details that he did from that team fight. It's the first target, he's heading to Zhao Jun, but instantly he changed it to Meng Tian with those soldiers around him that can stack up his passive to use those marks to help him deal more damage. That's kind of one of the tricks when you're playing Lam.
That's why Lam, when just fighting against Meng Tian, just allow him just double his passive, to quadruple his passive, which is always very important for such a mobile assassin, right?
And that's something to do with their coach again. Zhu Zhe, he take out Lam once their opponents pick out Meng Tian, and also paired up with Ata to help him do like 2 counter picks towards Meng Tian.
We've seen today a lot of different options on how to counter that meta pick, right? It's not like we don't have an answer to what to do when they have Meng Tian. No, it seems like the coaches have been working really hard on it. Look at that. It's gonna jump in from behind. Musashi Miyamoto is going to fall. Thought that he could take on 1 Gunsun Lee, but it wasn't true.
That actually Xiao was doing great. He just, sneak around into the rear, and he really used his ultimate to lock down my Xianui. But why Xianui just escape away from battlefield? It is because of Zhuangzhou's ultimate.
Zhuangzi's ultimate.
Yeah, that Zhuangzi ulti is just gonna be the key for survival.
Oh, and
Dragon's
now
coming in over there in the bottom lane.
Hero is doing great. Hero now has a great chance to first take down this high ground tower on the bottom lane and see what's the next step they want to do.
There is no rotation whatsoever from RW. Like nothing that they can do to protect their turrets right now.
For RW, things gonna be a little bit hard because due to this composition. Oh, they find a really nice choice.
Wow! Lovely XiAn coming in with his ultimate, locking in into XiAn.
That's so clever. They just like, once I'm in such a deficit, I shouldn't just stand there and waiting for their opponents to initiate to do something.
Yes.
They just try to gain more chances. They need to be like precisely know what I'm gonna do next. I won't just hand over all of those things to you. And again, they try to attack.
One more time, XiAn needs to carry this team. He needs to shoulder the responsibility of trying to turn the tides around, because RW losing this game are going to put so much pressure on the next one.
So RW need to be cautious. They need to be patient. Just stay there waiting for some moment and waiting for XiAn to do something for his team. And now XiAn really is trying to do that in the same ambush.
Look at that, Musashi Miyamoto one more time coming in from behind. He's going to connect on XiAn, but it's going to be the Purify provided by Zhuangzi that is going to allow them to survive.
That was torturing to Miyamoto Musashi. Every time he gets such a nice position, every time he just precisely locked this target down. But again and again, ultimate provided by Zhuangzi. And also you see that X supportive item that Zhuangzi just had, just piled up. Just put XiAn under such a huge pressure. It's just like really torturing.
Just whenever that you do something good and then just to realize that it never pays off.
Yeah.
That has a very, very high weight on your head.
Yeah. So let's see, RW. Nice
look
one.
at that, Monkey coming in, trying to use his spears, trying to deal some damage.
That's a quite nice movement down by Song. Within his flash, within his ultimate, and also he like pushed everyone back. Because actually Hero they want to take down that top lane tower. So that's why the reason they just gathering together on that top lane and try to use the Vanguard to push forward. But with that flash and with that ultimate down by Song, they just cut it up.
They were unable to do that. Now Hero's got control of the Tyrant.
9,000 gold lead. That's significant.
It's going to be really hard for Rogue Warriors to turn things around.
Yeah, especially...
It's going to have to be a gigantic mistake by Hero.
True.
It's going to have to be like a very, very big mistake. The bangers on bottom lane are going to put pressure, as right now we have mid lane is going to be the place for the battle.
Kata just come in. Now they're a little bit hard to deal with this strong Vanguard in the mid lane.
Look at how many abilities they need to use just to try to clean the Vanguard.
But once you see like Song use his ultimate to provide the first round of the minions, what they're gonna do for the second one?
Wow, look at that Song. He's just taking extremely low. He's going to fall. Right now it's going to be Motsu trying to survive, trying to take it on Lamb. Lamb is not going to be able to die. And then the minions come in, pushing the crystal, and it's going to be a victory for Nanjing Hero.
And another victory goes to Nanjing Hero. We can see after they use those composition, use those coordination to gain themselves some wins, now they're really in a better condition. They're really in their mood, in their states. And that's something to do with the coach, and that's something to do with their synergy, with their communication with this team.
Sad for Jinan RW. They had the opportunity just to have full control of their destiny, but Nanjing Hero had a good control of the game. There were moments in the game where we actually thought that Rogue Warriors had a real good chance at the win. but a couple mistakes just snowballed into what it is right now, a gigantic hero that making it already to 4 points.
And there's like so many standouts we can see from this matchup from Hero. One is this Meister Nui played by Heng. He initiates some brawls and gains some small advantages for his teammates. And then Lam played by No Fear. That big 5 versus 5 team fight settled the fundamental victory, fundamental advantage for Hero.
Just waiting for the right moment to jump in. It's not about just jumping in, but just waiting for the right moment to do it.
And
the timing is going to be everything.
And that's something you need to notice if you want to play jungler, right? If you're playing our game, if you want to play jungler, timing means everything. So things gonna be really good for Hero, really optimistic. And also they're gonna have 3 matchups for today. They just finished the first one, get the first win. There's 2 matchups left, and we know like if they stay with this kind of good situation, good states, they have a huge possibility to win.
They've got the skills and they've got the build to actually make it to group stages. They came into these 10 teams, crazy BO1, just trying their very best to try to just like show them that they're ready for this. No one has ever hesitated about how strong a team Nanjing Hero is, right? But they just need to be consistent, take the points, take the wins that they have to take.
Be consistent. And also, I guess Hero in our like KIC tournament, they really bring us a huge surprise because they just did such a significant rotation. Like no one was expected your top lane just rotate to the mid. And there's only little time for them to get used to it, but they just bring us such a huge surprise. MVP.
Hero, No Fear. Not only, it's not about the damage or the damage taken, right? It's a matter of that fight turned everything around.
The highlight.
Just the highlight of that.
Yeah.
It was that moment, the tunnel vision that RW had, it was vital for Hero to know that it was their moment to really shut the door on their faces. That fight right over there, look at that.
No one knows where No Fear is. And No Fear just being No Fear. Just get straight in.
Fearless person.
Yeah, and check, this is the detail that we mentioned during the matchup.
And he just came in and then just started just completely just accumulating his passive.
Yeah. There's little things that RW can do to handle this thing, this No Fear.
Not much that they could have done. When you find the right timing, that's it. For Rogue Warriors, the idea of just taking that mid lane turret was too big a surprise, right? Like it was just like them just really wanting to get that turret. They had all of their eyes straight into that goal. And sadly for them, no one actually asked the question, where's Lam?
Yeah, that's like some of those awareness or those sensations and also the communication, because they're supposed to like have each other really hold a tight communication about where the opponent is.
That's gonna take Nanjing Hero all the way to 3rd place, 4 points, and leaving Jinan RW 7th point, only 7th place with only 2 points.
So that in total means for RW they're gonna have 3 games left, right?
Yeah. They're gonna have 3 more games, hoping that they can just win all the games that they have left to try to make it to that magical 6.
Yeah, because in total we know that for this round 2, it's gonna be 4 out of 10. So at least you need to have 5 points in your hand.
Yeah, 6 is gonna be the magic number. 5 is going to depend on what everyone else does. Anything under 5 is not gonna be sufficient for you to kind of take one of those 4 tickets into group stages.
Yeah, and for Hero, now they have got 4 wins in their hand, so let's see what kind of stage they are right now. Let's go for a quick interview. Let's see who's going to be with us. Hello， 九库，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是南京 Hero 9九库。
那恭喜你们一下这局比赛的胜利啊！然后中间有一个非常漂亮的这个无畏的绕后，包括那波中路的大团，当时队内是怎么样的一个沟通的情况呢？
当时队内的话，就是说塔黑给他，然后到时候打野找到位置了，直接上了。那个火舞和蓝，一个左边一个右边嘛，然后当时就觉得可以打了。
Okay. So the question was, we asked about the strategy they had during that highlight, during that big team fight. What's the communication goes on at that specific time? And Jiaku just said during that time they just find out, like, make that consensus about we can give you the tower, but we need to take this team fight, and we can see the position both from the mid and the jungler is pretty good, and also the synergy done by them really bring them a really nice result, and so they just successfully did that. All right, so the next question would be, are you confident enough about the next matchups? 那对接下来的比赛你们有信心吗？
非常有信心。
Okay, really confident. So 好的，那谢谢你接受我们的采访啊，也是非常期待你们接下来的一个比赛。
Confidence. They just need to keep being confident. That's the only thing that they're doing. They're doing everything well. Hopefully, if today they can take all their victories, they're gonna make it to just completely just take on that ticket.
And if they just maintain that kind of state, maintain that confidence, actually things gonna be really optimistic.
Looking optimistic. Third game is done. Let's check on the highlights of exactly what just happened and how Hero just took that victory.
All right, we can see from this highlight, this first initiation done by Heng, the Meister, we really like break the balance and bring them the first priority.
Get him.
And this one.
Coming in, jumping in from one to the other. He does not fixate on only one opponent. He knows that he needs to hit on multiple different enemies for his passive to actually be on. So he decides just to jump in the right exact place.
And also, we can see from that team fight about what Jiaku just mentioned about this middle and jungle synergy.
Yeah, middle and jungle synergy. Game 3 is gone. Now we're gonna move into game 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you guys are enjoying this the same as we are. Hopefully, the games are gonna keep getting better and better and better. We'll see you again after this break. Shanghai EDG.M against Changsha TES. This is the last opportunity that TES have if they want to make it to group stage. They must win this.
Yeah, like stress on must.
Yep.
Because now for them, they already lost 4 games in a row. And also they're gonna have 3 matchups for today and 2 lost for tomorrow. But the thing is, if they can't make it to 5 points, that also means they can't even touch that threshold.
They are going to have to try their very best. And this is an important game for Shanghai EDG.M. They cannot lose this one, right? They've already lost against Nanjing Hero and they've already lost against Beijing Weibo, who are very strong contestants for one of those 4 tickets on top. So losing today against TES is not an option for EDG.M as well.
For EDG.M today, they're gonna have 2 matchups. The first one, as we are watching now, is played against TES, and also the next matchup is gonna be play against KSG. Oof. So that's gonna be a really tough one, right?
Oh, of course, that's gonna be really difficult for them. Today, if they make it to take a win against TES, that's gonna put them already in 4 points. And then they're gonna depend on what they can do against KSG.
If they win this point for them, they're gonna have a really high possibility to get into the group stage.
That keeps them in the conversation, right? And they need to be in the conversation for sure.
So actually for Shanghai EDG.M, they are doing really great, and we can see 5 of those members, and we can see from those performance that they offered us yesterday. I want to highlight some points about Yuan, the Jing yesterday.
Please.
The rhythm, the jungling rhythm, and also the passing, the ganking is quite good. So actually, I'm really looking forward to seeing him play another core player today.
Now let's wait and see if he can just keep having the same performance as he had yesterday. Shanghai EDG.M, they have control of their own destiny. I like that. They haven't lost any unnecessary matches. Losing against Beijing Weibo and losing against Nanjing Hero are 2 of those matches that they could say, yeah, okay, we're fine with that one. They still have to face AG. And that's going to be a tough one to have. So then after that, it's going to depend on them just taking the victory against TTG, KSG, and taking this one against TES. If they can do that, they have full control of what they want to do.
Because what you just referred to is that EDG.M is really acting their normal thing and gain every must-win victories.
Yes.
So that's kind of means that they are really stable right now.
A must-win match they have in front of them for both teams, for EDG.M to keep being relevant and for Changsha TES, just for them to still have mathematical hopes.
Yeah, for TES now, currently, they still have got those possibility, but that also means this game must be a must-win.
A must-win.
If they lose it, it's going to be really hard.
Master Lupin is going to be the option for support for EDG.M. That's the reason why Changsha TES is just banning both Lady Sun and Lupin number 7.
Yeah, banning Lupin number 7 is because they don't want to let the opponents to have that kind of composition, Lupin with his father. And also for Lady Sun, maybe it's because TES really want to build a solid front lane, really hard to deal with, so they just ban it away.
Lupu and Tramfei. On top of that, you could have Xiao coming in right after the combo chain, the control chain has already been procced. It's going to depend on the timing of their abilities, right? Like we always talk about that. It's going to have to be Xiao first coming in with the Wild Blood, and then after that, it's going to depend on Sumo landing his ultimate on as many enemies as he can.
Because both of the ultimate down by Lu Bu and Zhang Fei will have a short delay, so that means timing is really important, and also the following up control CC.
Yukio Tachibana against Lam. Two very different choices for jungle.
For Wukyo Tachibana, this hero, he need to speed up. He need to be aggressive. He need always like do some evasion, or because of the high efficiency that he had to do that farming, part, passing. So that can gain him more priority to arrive or rotating to like other lanes faster than Lam.
A little bit faster than Lam, but that's why Xiao is going to take that smite with him, trying to slow down Yuan's farming.
Because once he used this smite to harass a little bit, to slow down Yuan's passing pace, that also gonna gain more time for Lam to farm out.
Yu Chen, Ganjian and Moye. A lot of burst damage that can be dealt by that Ganjian and Moye, but again, it's gonna depend on your accuracy. A very, very, very difficult hero to play.
Yeah, it all depends on those accuracy and whether you're in that mood or not.
If he's able to land that not on the frontliners, if he can find a way how to get on that TNG and try to get a way how to get on Yukio Tachibana with his combo, he can just get them out of the conversation real fast.
Yeah, and for Ganjian Moye, especially for this matchup, actually the goal is quite clear. You just need to head for TNG. Because TNG is one of those marksmen who is immobile. He needs to stand there and keep doing those kind of output, and that's gonna make him an easy target for Ganjian Moye.
Ming is gonna be over there as well on Ganjian Moye's side, right? Like that ECing, that matchup over there in mid lane. It's gonna be one of the keys of things that we need to the key things that we need to see in this game.
You know, after hearing those crowd, hearing those noise making by them, I really want to go there, go to the arena.
It would be really nice just to be able to be there and just to feel the energy, right?
Yeah, offline atmosphere is totally different. 1 minute. While for the early game, actually, it's gonna be a little bit like brawls happening, but for those damage, it can't be like really fatal, unless you're doing so aggressively.
But that Yu Chen is going to have to proc his flash, trying to run away, and it's gonna be EDG.M, the ones that they're gonna be extremely aggressive with the invasion. Ning, Tri, and Ming, they still have an idea. They want to get some of this red buff, but they try to move around, trying to take on Sumo, forcing him to use his flash.
So for this first round brawl, Tao Bo was being put into deficit since two of those heroes' flash has been forced out.
Xiao not in a great place. 3 people from EDG.M trying to surround him. First blood is gonna be for Yukio Tachibana.
And also for Yukio Tachibana, retake his blue buff again. Because that's one of the actions that Zhang Fei just did. Get invade into the opponent's field and steal away that blue buff by using that smite.
Look at that. Already open season. Sumo is not yet level 4. That turret has been taken all the way to half, to 1/3. Xiao does not have yet his ultimate.
Wow, EDG.M are really showing their aggressiveness, and it hasn't even been 3 minutes.
They don't want any kind of doubt that they want to take that ticket. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and that turret is going to fall. Sumo is still not on level 4. He's still being attacked by both of their EDG.M players, and he's going to fall.
And the first tower on the top lane was taken down by EDG.M. We already foresee, we already predict that EDG.M gonna speed up, gonna accelerate once Ninja got his ultimate, but we didn't see it would happen such early.
Just too fast.
It hasn't been 3 minutes yet.
Poor Guxing is trying to come in to take that red buff. It's not going to be able to protect it.
Ooh, it seems like EDG.M really prepared something, or they really did a lot of research, not only on TES, but also on this meta.
this whole strategy, right? Like they knew exactly how to start. Normally you would have the jungler starting to farm from the blue, making the rotation to bottom lane, right? But in here, for them, it was completely different. Yukio Tachibana starts with his red and knows that at 2 minutes, Liu Bu is not going to be in level 4. I think that was the problem. As Yuan comes in, Ning is already on 4. Sumo can do nothing to protect that turret.
And also we can see Yu Chen, like for Gan Zhaomo, his HP bar was not that healthy.
Yeah.
So everything just goes really well on EDG.M, and we can see how aggressive, how fierce this like Ninja is playing right now.
It's going to be a 4v2 over there on bottom lane. Let's get back to the game.
EDG.M has a huge advantage right now. They have got 1,000 gold lead, and moreover, it's because due to their composition, once they got those small advantages, they are really good at snowballing the game. Now they can put Ningzhi, put Mengtian paired up with Rock's Direnjie, and use their ability to try to push those minion waves forward and get more towers down.
EDG.M just having full control of the buff timing. Like every single time that the blue or the red buff spawn, there's going to be at least 2 or 3 people from EDG.M coming here trying to contest it. Look at that. Liu Bu is going to jump in, is going to be taking Ningzhi down as Gunsun Lee is going to take that first kill that TES really wanted.
It's a good news to TES because once they take Mengtian down, that also means some sort of like pace has been slowed down by EDG.M. They really need Mengtian to build that front lane to help them to gain the vision control and help them to go deeper, to push further. But once Mengtian has been taken down, that also buy Tobo more time to do more things.
We're talking about how EDG.M had control of the timing of the blue and the red buff, right? And TES knew that they needed to contest this red buff.
True.
To stop this snowball.
Yeah, once they just hand it over to their opponents easily, not gonna help, so they just contest it.
You cannot let things go easily.
Oh, check the position. They're trying to do something. Second ability down by Yixin, but he missed the target, missed Gongsun Li. And then we can see Ukyo Dachipana successfully steal away the blue buff from the opponent's side. So what's gonna do? What's the next step for EDG.M? Well, they want to go for more, force out the ultimate down by Gongsun Li and check the battlefield in the center of the map. They just take down Gan Zhaomo and force out the ability, the ultimate from Liu Bu, and then pull back by Luban Master using his flash. Such a nice, incredible striking movement down by Yanmeng.
Yanmeng just being so aggressive, just jumping in with the flash straight into the second turret.
Yeah.
Poor Sumo, like he thought that he was gonna proc his ult and just get away, being able to survive, but nah. Yanmeng did have a completely different idea of how this game was gonna go.
That low HP bar that showed by Sumo is so attractive. Just like, that was so close, I won't let you go.
He really wanted to go for a little bit more.
Whoa. And actually we can see from the main battlefield, it was a 1 versus 3 at the first time. It was one Mengtian using his ultimate to hold off 3 of the opponents. And then Luban Master, the support, just dive right in.
I love to see when supports just completely take control of the game. Right? And they really just start taking the times and the decisions. And when you can see a support just playing this aggressively, gives you the feeling that you want to play support and try to imitate what they're doing.
And it just feels like they're saying something like, or I already gave you the chance, you didn't take it, but I will take it. Watch Mengtian hold up 2 of those enemies and with the flash in, take down Gan Zhaomo. Yeah, they want more, they still want chasing, force out Sumo's flash. Sumo, what he's gonna do, he don't have any ultimate, any ability to escape from this battlefield.
Now the minions are coming in and that bottom high ground turret looks very, very low. Look at that, the minions come in.
And from this 0-3 trade, we can see EDG.M really got the upper hand. They can easily just take down this high ground tower and also the inner tower from the mid.
nothing that XiAn could have done to stop that from happening. Instead of that, he just decided just to go to his red buff area and try to collect some of the resources before EDG.M control them.
Yeah, and things gonna be really hard for them to deal with this situation. We can see now the gold difference. It's like 6 gold lead goes to EDG.M.
The 6,000 gold lead for them. Like, what can be done in here? Heroes from TES that could turn things around. Just gonna depend on Yuchen just annihilating Rock or Ming before the battle starts even.
Yeah, and you remember that we just mentioned about once EDG.M for this composition, they gain some small advantages.
Yep.
It's a really easy way for them just snowball the game for this composition. And for TES, the next time that they may have chances, they need to wait until Wu Bu got his clear sky.
Like when you check on this replay, the way that Yuchen tried to put on Rock and then XiAn jumps in trying to take Rock, Rock survives because he procs his flash.
Yeah.
Like his flash was still available in that moment. And look at that, Chibanai is going to fall right now. The red team is trying to contest it, trying to go back. Xiao is not going to survive to that double kill to Rock.
You can see all of those team members from EDG.M, they just play it quite well. They're just gathering together, do those 5 versus 5 big team fight. And due to this huge significant gold lead, it can gain them more priority to do whether they're gonna initiate or how they're gonna clean the field out.
Let's wait and see. Right now, 10 minutes mark. We can see the Dark Overlord and the Dark Tyrant are being part of the map right now.
So it is actually the time for EDG.M to slow down a little bit, to like secure their advantages. That's gonna be the foremost mission. But they don't want, they want more. They want
nothing in here. Look at that. Xiao is gonna be forced to use his ultimate. Ganja and Moya has a great position. Lu Bu is gonna jump in. He's going to take one person out. But no, it's going to be Yuchen falling because right now the counter-attack from EDG.M takes control of the whole game. It's going to be only XiAn and Xiao trying to protect the crystal.
And also for Yuan, he just got a double kill, and for another kill, killing spree goes to Yuan. Things goes really well to EDG.M. From that team fight. EDG.M just can settle down this situation. They just want to shut down TES. Now they're looking for Lam holding off to push this mid lane wave into the crystal and get this victory for them to get another point.
Very well done. Congratulations to EDG.M. Shanghai EDG.M taking the victory, allowing them to collect one more valuable point. And sadly, that's gonna be game over for TES.
Yeah, the journey for them to this tournament in our KIC gonna be down. While for TES, they now lost 5 games in a row. So actually, this gonna be a game over, and we just hope that they can do a better performance in the next season.
Yeah. Hopefully for them, next season is going to be better. They did not have luck on their side this time. They had some very good decisions in some moments of the game. They tried to really target the core players from EDG.M, but the difference in the skill, the difference in the momentum was completely for EDG.M. Sadly for TES, this is going to be it for them.
Yeah. And the word that you just said about momentum, that's something we saw from EDG.M. For today's matchup, for that performance, 5 of those members, they showed their momentum, showed their aggressiveness, and actually they just lead that matchup. You can like feel that energy happening in their team members, in their team.
Congratulations to EDG.M. It's going to make it all the way to 4 points. Tying right now with Nanjing Hero.
And they will have another match up today, play against KSG. That's going to be a really tough one.
Ooh, that's going to be a hard one to play, right? Because if they keep playing the way that they're doing right now, and if KSG keeps playing the way that they were doing as today in the previous matches, that's gonna be wow, something to watch.
And that's actually, I can't wait for that matchup, you know, because both KSG and EDG.M, we saw they're having such a aggressive playing style, these two teams. They're really good at to do those big team fight.
Yeah, big team fights is going to be the key for them to actually take the victory. EDG.M came in, took control of the game very early, very early. They're able to understand the meta. You need to find that little moment, that little opportunity when you have a level advantage, just to come in, fight, and try to start snowballing early in the game.
Early means a lot because always take one step in advance will gain you the priority of this game.
Who's going to be the MVP for this game? Let's wait and see right now. We can just predict that EDG.M against KSG is going to be the most electrifying game for today. We're going to be able to see that today. Hopefully, everyone is going to be taking notes on what is going to happen. What do you think EDG.M needs to do if they want to win their next match?
As for EDG.M, actually, there's something worth mentioning is about the stakes that Yuan just have. Because before the matchup begins, we mentioned about how we held a very high expectations towards Yuan. And from that last team fight, we can see the UQ Tachibana that he played, he just jumped right towards to those core players from TES. Go for Ganjiao Moye and go for the marksman from TES side and bring the win for Shanghai EDG.M.
You mentioned how Yuan played really well yesterday, right? And then how we wanted Yuan just to come in and just to keep being the same strong player as yesterday, and he came in and he delivered.
Yeah.
You just mentioned just completely avoiding the front laners and then just trying to go straight for the carries, straight for the backliners. Good performance, by the way.
He just being like purposive. He know exactly who he's gonna head into, and he just just shut him down. And also he didn't let us down, right?
He did not as well. Well, what do you think EDG.M needs to do if they want to take that victory against KSG?
Well, keep staying in these states and don't be afraid if they want to contest KSG, who's considered as one of the strongest teams in our league. So for these two teams, they just need to be cautious about their position while doing team fighting because they really prefer to do those big team fights.
EDG.M's Ming is going to take the MVP for this fourth game of today. Ming, just in that transit, being the solution for a lot of different things.
Yeah. As for the YiXin, he just played. Actually, YiXin, this hero, he's really good at complete those CC. Just like this highlight that we're watching now, he's just using his ultimate and plus with his second skill, try to accelerate the pace from the top lane.
Oh, YiXin is just such a great pick. Look at that. Launching 3 people straight up with only his second ability. Insane. And the way that Yemon jumped in here, crazy.
So actually we can see from every team fight, Ming and also how accurate he is by using his skills really brings a lot of priority during those team fight. And also for this one, launch 2 people and then Yuan just jumped in.
Yeah.
Straight to this.
I think that was key, right? Like just the way how he just braked the battlefield in 2 halves and then just allowing Yuan just to find that opening, just to use his sword and then just clock in everyone in half. Congratulations to Ming on that easy, amazing performance.
So actually for heroes like YiXin or heroes like Da Chao, we mentioned so many times, it's more because of their strategic importance that makes them such a meta pick during our game.
Strategic importance it is, team fight rates, very good. Like everyone from Shanghai EDG.M was participating at the same time that they were split pushing. Look at that. Since minute 2 of the game, everything just turned blue. Nothing that could have been done to stop them.
Yeah, that was unexpected because we didn't think they would move in such an early time.
Shanghai EDG.M after 6 games, 4 wins, 4 points, tying Beijing Weibo on top.
And now we can see the rank still gonna be temporary, gonna be the current rank. So for other teams, for the rest of teams, they still got chance, and everything just gonna be really clear and settled down in today's game after today's matchup.
Let's wait and see. We're gonna have Suzhou KSG against Beijing Weibo, our next match for today. But let's first just go and listen what the players have to say in our after-match interviews.
Let's see who's going to be with us. Hello， 严梦，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是上海 EDG.M 严梦。
首先恭喜你们赢下了这一局比赛的胜利啊！看到你们今天整体的进攻节奏其实是非常非常凶猛的，包括中路的那一波团战，当时你闪现进去收割那个人头，那一波是大家怎么样的一个沟通呢？
就是说当时中路可以打，然后开到很多个，然后就上去溜了。
Okay, so the first question was how they just execute this strategy and how's that big team fight initiate from the mid game. And Yamon just said they guess it's a really nice chance, so they just seize it and win that team fight. Alright, so 恭喜上海 EDG.M 赢下了这一局比赛的胜利啊，那也是非常期待你们之后更加精彩的表现啊，好好休息。
It was a crucial fight. That fight right over there was crucial. There's a communication. For sure, it's just like after months and months and hundreds of battles all together, there's no need that much just to try to plan in that exact moment. It's more about just knowing exactly what your teammates want to do and then just executing that.
And that's the most important thing if you really prefer to do that big team fight playing style.
Let's see the highlights from this game. Let's just put the spotlight on some of those moments that really just carved in our minds. Look at that. Nintri comes in.
The second skill.
Exactly. And that right over there, Lupu thinks that he can jump away and then Yanmon denies it. Completely shutting the door on his face.
And that's something to show how decisive EDG.M is. Just won't let any chance go.
And Yuan just waiting the right moment, in the moment that Lupu just forgot that he needed to protect his backliners, immediately just coming in and just splitting them in half.
So this is quite a huge victory goes to EDG.M, and we hope they can perform next better next.
I hope that they can perform better next. Now, what about if we just have a little break? We come back with our Game 5 between Suzhou KSG and Beijing Weibo. Stay with us. the next two matches are going to decide a lot on how everything's going to evolve today. Suzhou KSG against Beijing Weibo, match 5.
For Suzhou KSG, they already had a game in before play against Guangzhou TTG, and they won this point. That makes like this rank even more complicated. And as for Beijing Weibo, they already got 4 wins in their hand and 1 loss. So if they won this game, that also means it's gonna higher their possibility to just get into that group stage.
I'm gonna put it out there. I have my money on the fact that if Beijing Weibo wins this match, then they're gonna be fighting for the 2nd, 3rd, or 1st place for this rank. But in the moment that they lose this match against KSG, and they're gonna drop down the opportunity to go for 1st place, and then they're gonna be fighting for the 3rd or 4th. You don't want to be fighting for 3rd or 4th. That's a lot of teams, a lot more teams that are gonna be fighting for 3rd, 4th. You want to be on the top of the league. And Beijing Weibo, based on their performance yesterday, they have what it takes.
Yeah, because for the 3rd and 4th place, it isn't stable. It isn't promising.
It is not.
Still got a bit risk. So for Beijing Weibo, especially today, they're gonna have 3 matchups, and they only have 1 game left for tomorrow. So for today, it's gonna be a deciding day for them, whether they're gonna make it or not.
Let's wait and see. Suzhou KSG, is it going to be them that are going to take the victory and then tie Beijing Weibo with 4 games? Or is it just going to be Beijing Weibo cementing their advantage, making it to 5, just 1 victory away from the magical 6?
The one thing that we can predict is that 5 of those members from each team that we see are really talented players. Like, they are really good at doing those laning phase, doing those fights.
All 10 players that we have right now in this matchup are top of the league, right?
Like for Suzhou KSG, Aze that we saw, like he's really good at doing those like tanky front lane. And also their mid lane, we've already saw so many standouts provided by him. He's really good at using those utility mages, like Zhao Jun, like Xi, right? Those accuracy. And on the contrary, we can see from Beijing Weibo, their jungler and marksman are gonna be the main pace for this team.
Gongsun Li, the first pick from Beijing Weibo. They're gonna try to be a little bit more aggressive, taking that advantage on the marksman. Gongsun Li, Lam, and Ata.
Well, for these 3 picks, they want to guarantee at least 2 winning lanes, both from the top and also from the bottom.
Suzhou KSG is going to reply back with Meng Tian, Zhanfei,
Wow.
Monkey.
They just, the purpose they want to do is build up a tanky front lane, which is going to be too tanky for Gongsun Li to deal with.
I like this monkey. I like this monkey. This monkey
idea.
Like, it goes around Ata. It goes around your front lane, straight moving into your back lane. It is a really nice pick, but a pretty expensive one. That monkey needs a lot of gold.
If Monkey is really in a comfort farming pace and he can power up some items that will make him both being like really good at dealing damage and also being tanky. But vice versa. If you don't have money, then he's going to be not tanky, and also he's going to be really weak to deal damage.
Gold is going to be a critical factor in this exact match, right?
Yeah.
How Monkey is going to try to be relevant in the mid and the late game. That's going to depend a lot on what they do, the decisions they make in the first 6.
So actually, like after they pick up these 3 heroes, that also means they need to have a really cool player, which maybe gonna be their marksman.
Liu Bang being banned from Suzhou KSG. Yesterday, Liu Bang and Gongsun Li, or Liu Bang and Lam, were a very, very common combo yesterday.
Especially for Beijing Weibo, they really show their preference on paired up Lam with Liu Bang, since Nian is one of those core players in Weibo, so they want to have prioritize him more.
They did play that strategy yesterday against Jinan Rogue Warriors, taking a very solid win against them.
Yeah, so that also means KSG did some homework and then they just do this target ban. So let's see. KSG, they pick out Lady Sun.
Lady Sun, what support can they pair that Lady Sun with? A lot of options still out there.
Like for Lady Sun, as we've mentioned, he's those marksman who's really good at dealing those burst damage. And we just mentioned like KSG needs some core player to do that damage, and Lady Sun's gonna be the best choice.
Xi
one of those most signature hero for Huang as well. Like Huang's those like he's really good doing those assassin mage, and Xi though he's a utility mage, but you know he need to be purposive about who I'm gonna go with, right? Using that manipulate skill. Sorry.
Manipulate skill, right?
Yeah.
Just trying to use that ability to just control the direction that your hero is going to be moving, trying to find a good place to protect from that Mengtian. Whoop!
Whoa! I love this hero.
Like, that's a huge like. Whoa. Oh my gosh, I can imagine everyone at everyone at home really wanted that Diao-chan. Come on.
Yeah, I really want to see Diao-chan back to our battlefield. Oh.
Maybe not today.
Oh.
Maybe not today.
All right, again, boring Yixing. Anyway, Yixing's gonna be like really stable, right, for this composition. It can complete those CC, especially it's kind of hard CC chain.
Let's see what each you can do, right? Because he did such a good first game. Let's see right now in this second game what he can do.
Like those CC provided by KSG are quite huge. We can see Zhang Fei's ultimate and Wang's Mengtian's ultimate, and also tied up with Yixing's ultimate. If they really use those ultimates together wisely, they can easily to just split up those battlefield, divide it into several different parts.
Let's wait and see what they can do. The bans and the picks are already finished. Right now, what is going on through the players' heads? Because we know that this is a very important matchup.
Yeah, once again, we need to re-acclaim about how important this game is to these two teams. Once Beijing Weibo got this 1 point, it can help them kind of secure this spot to go to the group stage, and also it's gonna like increase their possibility to gain their second place during our rank. And on the contrary, for Suzhou KSG, they already had 3 wins in their hand, 2 losses, so they need this win to higher the possibility.
Let's see what's going to happen. KSG against Beijing Weibo. Gongsun Li and TianYun. The revive just provided by that TianYun is going to be critical for those fights. Mostly since XiAn is going to use Munchi that can go around and really find a good spot on that Gongsun Li.
Yeah, and also it's like really worth noticing that how fast they can accelerate the pace for Gongsun Li to farm R or for Gongsun Min to rotate to other lanes to bring up the pace of their team. Let's see, again, we just left some room for those crowds to cheer up for their team because this is going to be a really crucial battle for both of the teams. And from the very beginning of this matchup, again, everyone just gathering in the mid lane and want to gain for the priority to rotate first.
Trying to get priority. Xiao is going to have a very difficult day here against Xiao Xi and Xingyu.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very difficult match for him.
Especially for Zhang Fei while he's carrying Smite. Zhang Fei rarely just gonna stay on the bottom lane and try to do his protective job. More, he's gonna just do some invasion.
But if Zhang Fei is carrying Smite, it's because they want to invade, right? Now, is it going to be Zhang just trying to invade around or just trying to take Xiao into that red buff jungle, trying to find any kind of jungle or any kind of gold that they can put their hands on?
And also, once they take down that Phoenix, it can speed up for Xiao to upgrade to level 4.
The mob being taken extremely low in there.
Now,
poor man just found that Munchie already in level 4 and he was not even level 3.
And also we can see the item that Huajun just had. It's the boost of deafness, right?
What's a deafness that allowed you to have the fastest moving speed improvement?
Flash, but he's gonna be taken down, I guess. After, well, he make it. Nice ultimate. Nian just bring 2 enemies back, but the damage seems to be so limited.
The damage is not there yet. Asa is going to survive.
Wow, nice movement by KSG, and we can see how confident Asa is. Just flash in and escape away.
He knows that his Mengtian in this level 4 to level 6 fights has a huge advantage. Look at that Xiao. The frenzy can just proc. Xiao's gonna try to reply back to that. So she's gonna sadly just jump in and take some turret damage.
That was painful for Chaoxi, and also we need to admit how brave Xiao is. At that last moment, he just did his last-ditch effort and tried to do 1 versus 1 trade, and he successfully did it.
He tried his very best in there, but he had to use his Purify to survive a little longer. If he would have had a flash, probably would have been a completely different story. That Purify, and there is the reason why he could actually take this in.
Yeah.
A flash could have just put him in a different position, right?
But the importance of Xiao to carry that Purify is because for Gong Sunli's skill, it's because once you see that tempo mark on the opponent's head, once it stacks up to 4, it's gonna explosion, and that makes a burst damage.
Okay.
And for Xiao, for Lady Sun, he can use his Purify to purify that stack.
Okay.
And that's why he can make that last.
Look at that, 4v2 in mid lane, each is gonna have to proc his ult, trying to survive.
Now we can see Yi is totally being locked up in mid. Everyone just go for him, limit him.
Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving out.
And now, Beijing Weibo try to prioritize Chaoxi since now Gong Sunli got his red buff and also Doomsday.
Beijing Weibo just being able to stop that attack wave that KSG had, right? Like they had a very big priority and completely surviving to this. Huajun waiting in the bush. KSG has not yet realized about his existence, but he's gonna have to run away.
Yeah, KSG have got those awareness about, all right, if you got this winning lane on the bottom, then we're just gonna like be defensive. Just stay under our tower's protection. Alright, try to do something. Try to first gain the vision of the riverside in case that some people from Weibo was gonna do some ganking on the bottom.
So A being spotted, the third hand. Everyone being playing very carefully, right? Look at that. Huajun is going to take on someone, but it's going to be Xiao A, not the person that he wanted to lock in.
Because once he manipulates Xiao A, manipulates Zhang Fei, the damage is totally not enough.
Yes. Nanjing jumping in, is going to be wide, that's just gonna be locked in. Can he survive? It's not gonna be enough. Xiao A is going to take the kill. Right now, look at that mounting. Adzo just completely taking damage, not caring about anything. Nanjing jumps in and he's going to die.
It seems like KSG do have their purpose. They made a trade. They give up the tower like on the bottom lane and they try to get that get that kill from Nanjing because they know that's gonna be much more important.
Oh, of course, like trying to slow down Nanjing, that's gonna be critical. Look at that, Nanjing just only 4,200 gold. does not have an advantage on Wang Yu.
Especially they got the effort that they can gain from the passive offered by Tai. So that's quite a deficit for Weibo right now.
That is quite a deficit. Weibo is going to have to depend a lot of TES.A right now, right? Oh, look at that. She's going to proc his ult. Suzhou is going to disappear, take it completely out of the map. Now he's going to resurrect someone. Someone's going to fall one more time. It's going to be a 2-0 trade for KSG.
For KSG, for this team fight, they have numbers in advantages. This is a 4 versus 5. So KSG just instantly start this team fight. And they just gain them such a huge advantage. Now they take down the mid tower. But this time, Tai just forced out the ultimate by Xiao. A nice control. 2 people be stunned. Flash in, another stun. Such a great CC done by WB, and now a double kill goes to TES.A.
Look at that. We said that TES.A needed to raise his hand and really take control of the game. Nian over there coming in, trying to really jump in the last minute, right?
Yeah.
But look at this. This is all TES.A.
Yeah.
TES.A forces the ult out. It's now 2 against 3. And they're just using the parasol, the mobility, coming in, dealing the damage, just for Nian to come in to take on the last hits.
You can see the coordination done by their marksman and their support was so tight.
Oh, they're spotting Lady Sun.
Oh, 3 people be stunned, but the ultimate was being forced out. So everyone just got there in the specific position and wait him arrive again and then take him down again.
I just love the way that KSG puts their players around, not allowing Nian to jump in from behind, right? Like in that last fight, it's just the fact that they were taken extremely low, that really there was nothing they could have done against the jungler. But the way that KSG is just positioning themselves, protecting their carries, is actually something to be really happy and very proud of.
It makes me feel like KSG really can read the play performed by WB. They know like WB always want to prioritize the jungler, and now another teamfight just initiated. Let's watch Li try to use his skill, try to deal more damage. Everybody just be forced into that river.
No one can do anything about TES.A. Look at that. He was just jumping from one side to the other, dealing so much damage. Double kill for Lam. It's going to be a gigantic 3-1 trade for Beijing Weibo.
This is a 1-3 trade. As we said, from this team fight, we can see this replay.
Yeah.
They're having like, they waste so many time to want to take down TES.A.
They're just following TES.A.
Yeah.
Like TES.A, everyone is trying to get on TES.A, not being effective at all.
Everyone.
All the abilities on TES.A and TES.A did not fall.
Yeah, like TES.A wisely used his mobility to avoid tons of those damage. And also because of his time mechanic, it gained WB more time to let Nian to do the support to back in.
Now things are turning around. That gigantic advantage that KSG had has been erased, chopped down to only 1,000 gold.
1,000 gold lead, but as we can see, KSG really want to do those big team fight. Always want to trying to initiate it.
That C is going to come in with the third hand. Each ultimate is going to be wide. TES.A is still in a great position. One C is just jumping in front of his face, using his ult, taking him out. Look at that. One C is taking one more kill. Nian is trying to reply back.
Ooh.
Trying his very best. Look at him. He takes a kill. He takes 2. What is he going to do against 3 players from KSG? Look at that. One C does not want to let him go. He's still on the hunt. He's going to force him to jump through that wall to survive.
Wow, this team fight really need to be analyzed. We can see like this team fight was originally initiated by KSG, but then for KSG they didn't notice where Nian is, where Lam's position is. So actually this battlefield was be divided into 2 different parts.
Yes, of course, look at that. The thing here is just The ultimate from XiAn pushes Xiao back. And then it's Wanxin with his ult going around, forcing it in there. Xingyu jumps in, but he comes late. On the other side, Lam taking on so many different people.
Wow, that's insane. Double kill. For this jungler, he just ambushing in there, be patient, and directly dive in, heading to those two core players in KSG.
Look at that, one more time. Wanxin just pushing back on Huajun. Huajun is going to repleag. Right now, KSG needs to run because Nanjing is on its way to the battlefield.
And for KSG now, they should have those kind of awareness. Keep watching where Nanjing is, where Lam is.
Yeah.
Be careful.
And they need to be aware about their surroundings. That's super important.
But I just like those kind of, aggressiveness that just be showed up in our battlefield right now. Because
everyone's playing very aggressive. They know that this is an important game. It is not going to be critical for the two of them, but it's just going to divide them into the rest or the top. And now the top is going to be here. Xingyu is going to fall. He's going to be defeated. Huajun trying to make the control. Nanjing is not going to be in. It's going to be Xingyu that's going to fall. It's going to be a 1-0 trade for KSG.
Such nice CC done by KSG. And due to this excellent battlefield, they can just gain themselves another tyrant. We can see from this team fight how great XiAn is. He just sees that opportunity, and due to this complicated landform, he just used his ultimate to push two enemies back on the wall and gain the chance for KSG to do that kill.
He did not hesitate at all.
Yeah, he just go directly for it.
Let's see, 13 minutes in our game. We just mentioned that we haven't seen any Tempest Dragons today, right?
Is it seems really...
Maybe this is going to be the first one. Maybe. KSG has an advantage right now, but do they have the composition to really finish the game right now?
If they really want to do that, they need to manage the wave. At least they need to manage 3 waves, arrive at the high ground tower simultaneously.
Yes.
And then protect Xiao to use Lady Sun to do that damage to the tower and take down some high ground towers. It's going to be better for them.
And that Wanxin has just spotted Nanjing on the bottom lane, and Nanjing is going to have to run away. Look at that. The minions coming on top lane already making some damage to the turret.
You can see KSG acting like the shark, just smelling the blood and just want to chase for Nanjing, because they all know once Nanjing is still alive or his HP bar is still healthy, they are going to be really cautious during this team fight.
They're looking for him. I just love the way that KSG just moves all together, just trying to look at where Nanjing is. Look at Nanjing.
Everyone's
on top lane. He's got eyes on Lady Sun.
Ooh, nice position. No one recognizes it. Again.
Recognize that. Nanjing is just making his ambush all the way from the red buff. Wait for him. It's going to be Huajun that is going to fall first. We've seen this before. Nanjing does not find a place how to jump in. Atta is going to follow in. He's going to fall. This is going to be a fight for KSG. Right now they have the priority. Minions in mid and bottom lane.
KSG is acting so bravely, and now for this team fight they did a 0-2 trade. They can just manage their minion with protect Lady Sun, try to do something, check line, just go right in, use his second ability, unstoppable goes to him, but he was taken down by his opponents. This is another trade down by KSG, and KSG use this advantages. They can just retreat and restore some HP, waiting for another chance.
Nanjing comes in and then just takes out Lady Sun out of the mix. In the moment that you lost your marksman, it's so difficult to get on high ground. Like those turrets are gonna be difficult to take on with a marksman. Imagine without one. Look at that, a man with a mission. He knew that he was not gonna be able to run away, but his goal was just to take out Lady Sun.
Like for KSG, we mentioned about their most goal would be taking down that high ground tower. So the point gonna be Lady Sun is gonna be alive.
Yes. We
That's
saw the
Nuan.
EDG.M players right away paying attention to the game. Look at that. Xiao is going to be turned to dust. It's going to be godlike. It's going to be right now 1v1 trade. Xiao is coming in. He's in a great positioning. Right now it's going to be Huang and Xiao that they're going to fall.
KSG, another excellent big team fight, getting themselves 1-2 trade, and now they have numbers in advantage, and we can see Nuan try to shut down the minion waves in the mid, but how they're gonna do about the top lane? KSG just use the top lane, try to push forward, and we can see now Xinyu try to get control, 3 people be stunned, Lan just get in, dive in, trying for the target, and another stage sentry is on his body. He tried to gain more, another 5 blasts but be triggered by his hunter blade. Another destiny be triggered, he can just retreat and get back to restore some HP. Such a nice, excellent performance just done by Nuan.
A 2-2 trade over there in the high ground right now. Things are so exciting, ladies and gentlemen. This is top level of competition. Look at that. The way that they just use their abilities, waiting for the right moment to come in, forcing the Siji Sanctuary from Xiao, following once, falling the second time. Wow, Hunter's Blade for Nuan.
And you can see Nuan do have those clear mind. He just dive right in, and the first and foremost target definitely gonna be Xiao, and he just take him down directly.
18 minutes, 5,000 gold lead. Look at that. One more time. So many people are going to be just completely controlling this Heaven's Origin.
Everything just went insane right now. Everyone just keep fighting.
I love it. Completely in love with this match. The rhythm and the pace of this match is completely different to anything that we've been watching today.
Yeah. Everyone just show their aggressiveness. Everyone just always wanted to engage. Everyone just always wanted to initiate.
Look at that. They're gonna try to force the Dark Tyrant, but we have already super minions coming in for the crystal. Nuan is gonna have to go back because the super minions are gonna be a threat.
It's gonna be a huge threat to WB, so they can do nothing but hand it over to KSG. They lost the priority to gain more vision control.
They lost priority over that, and right now it's going to be the Dark Overlord that might go for KSG if they're fast enough to just take it, and that's gonna go defeated.
Wow, if they take down this Shadow Overlord, that also means they at least has got 2 lanes in advantage, because they already got taken down the high ground tower on the top, and they can just easily unleash that Vanguard on the bottom.
Unleashing the Vanguards on the bottom. Let's see what's going to be the option, right? Let's see what's going to be the decision. It goes down to bottom, trying to put some pressure. They know that the top lane is their winning lane. First time in today, we're going to make it to the 20 minutes mark. The Tempest Dragon is going to be online in 20 seconds.
Finally, we saw the Tempest Dragon. Long time no see.
Long time no see, indeed.
Well, actually, there's another thing worth mentioning. Once you unleash the strongest Vanguard on the bottom, if you're doing fighting on this path, it can gain you extra armor defense. Ooh, watch Chao just go straight in and shut down the HP bar for Yiqu for this Yixin.
Yiqu is extremely low. Nuan is trying to go from behind. Yiqu is gonna have to go back to base.
What Chao? I have nothing to say. Those techniques, you see, that's quite impressive.
It is pretty crazy.
It just sees every movement that KSG might take and predict it and find those little chance, little room for him to showcase.
Xiao is just having to shoulder most of the pressure.
Yeah.
As Nuan's only responsibility right now is going to be to clean wave, go around and find the right moment to jump in. But it's gonna depend on Chao just staying relevant, alive in the fight for as long as possible.
Stay alive gonna be really crucial because once we will want to seduce, want to buy time for Lan to come in, they need to have those right position.
They need to have the right position, indeed.
But the super
Lam is going to show up on the minimap, and then right now KSG know that they have priority over this Tempest Dragon. It's going to be brought all the way to half. Do they want to start? The Heaven's Origin comes in, is going to lock a couple players. Now Lam is going to jump in from behind. He finds a good position. He's going to take one. He's going to try to take a second one. He's trying to take the back laners, but it's going to be the super minions already jumping in. Huajin is going to fall as well. The super minions come in. Azo has an opportunity to finish this game. Is it going to be Nanjing? Is it going to be Azo? The super minions come in. Nanjing is going to go survive. He's going to go for a killing spree.
They're still alive. So let's keep fighting, but KSG, all the members just came in, heading for this crystal. Eventually, this victory goes to red side, goes to Suzhou KSG.
Suzhou KSG taking the victory. They thought that they had lost that fight as Nanjing jumped in, got sight of the backliners. But you know what? Azo just took it around and said, I'm gonna go and push on that crystal myself.
This game is incredible. This game is like so impressive. Like both of the team members, they fighting till the last time. They fighting till the last chance. Everyone was just put all of their effort. They're fully engaged, fully be involved into this matchup. And we can see Suzhou KSG, they really well prepared for today's matchup. And this gonna be a really huge win for them and gonna cheer them up.
Gigantic win for them. Suzhou KSG right now have a great panorama in front of them. Like, it is crazy right now. They have 3 more games, already made it to 4 points, stopping Weibo from just moving to number 5, right? Stopping Weibo from that 5th point that could have given them a little bit more confidence.
Well, after Suzhou KSG got this win, that also means like our situation got even more complicated.
Yeah, it is gonna get more exciting. I would use that word. I would say it becomes exciting.
Because everything's gonna be really tight. The point's gonna be really tight. The game's gonna be really tight. And you know, after watch this performance that's showcased by Suzhou KSG, I'm now really excited, and I can't wait to see the game that EDG.M gonna play against Suzhou KSG. That's gonna be insane.
EDG.M and Suzhou KSG is gonna be a gigantic battle.
Yeah.
That's gonna be an amazing game. It's gonna be our 9th game of today. Oof, that's gonna be tough.
That's gonna be tough, and we can see like the aggressiveness that KSG just showed us, and also those arrangement, right? Those arrangement, especially in the early game, how they gonna deal with Lam, how they gonna deal with Nanjing. They just lock him up and try to just slow his pace of farming up, and they really succeed.
Let us wait and see what's going to happen, because right now after Beijing Weibo lets this point go away, and KSG is just going to completely snatch it from their hands. A lot of teams are right now in 4 points. We have Nanjing Hero 4 points, EDG.M 4 points, Suzhou KSG 4 points, and Beijing Weibo 4 points. That just puts everything, the whole battlefield right now, in a completely different shape.
Yeah, so the points is quite tight. Everyone just need to vying for each point. And for this matchup, we can see the MVP goes to Wang.
KSG Wang with a damage of 24.3. I think that it was a good pick. He really limited Gongsun Li's positioning.
Yeah.
It worked really, really well. Look at that KDA. 7, 0, and 11. Poof. Gigantic.
0 death.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. This is the one. I just like how he just started there. Like, you see the Xiao lands in the ult on Chelsea, and then he just jumps in, goes there, go, shows up in front of Chelsea. Nothing Chelsea could have done.
Like, it seems like the only mission for him is just to limit Chaoxi's like outputting environment during the team fight.
If they could keep an eye on where Nanjing was, not allow Nanjing to jump in from the back line, and the only problem that they had was Chelsea. That was it. Look at that. Rampage takes in on Suzhou first, just to keep going around. Look at him, taking so much damage and still like sucking in.
Yeah, that's one thing that we mentioned about during that draft. Once he's like really farming off, really decked out, he got money, he's gonna be really hard to deal with.
Look at that, almost 20,000 gold.
Oh.
Richest player around the map. It was insane.
Yeah, it seems like he's got those heritage. I got it from
That's true.
Anyway, but this matchup is really excellent, isn't it? Both the team, even for like Beijing Weibo, they fight for the last minute. Watch like the performance showcased by Lan, showcased by Nanjing.
They were not gonna just like let everything just fall into pieces without putting a fight in there, right? Well, now Beijing Weibo is going to be tied in second place. We have a four-way tied in second place. Shanghai EDG.M, Nanjing Hero Sutro KSG, and Beijing Weibo, all of them with 4 wins and 2 losses.
Yeah.
All of them have still 3 more matches to go.
We can see the point is quite tight, and also if it truly like in the end it goes to like the even point, then we'll go for those relationships happen between those teams.
There's going to be a whole new set of rules that we're going to explain to you tomorrow as we see everything evolving today. Now, let's go to our after game interviews. Let's see who we have.
Hello， 阿泽，先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是苏州 KS 的阿泽。
看到今天这一场比赛啊，你们一直在不断的持续打各种的大团，你们是什么样的一个想法？然后奠定了这样的一个组合，然后包括在局内的时候又是怎么样的一个沟通呢？
就可能想到我们这个阵容比较扎实吧，就想跟他们这边打团，我们就不怕他们吧，这种感觉。
Okay, so the question was why they chose this composition and why they keep fighting, and what's the point of like having this kind of team fighting player style? And from his answer, Aza just said he guessed this composition is quite solid, so they can just do those team fight head to head. They have quite a high winning rate. All right, so the next question would be like for the next matchups, now the point is quite tight. Is there any preparation that you did for the next matchup? 那我们看到现在比分其实咬得非常紧啊。那你们对于接下来的比赛有做什么样的准备吗？
稳扎稳打吧，只要我们自己不犯罪就行了。
Okay, the answer is just stand for our own strategy and do our best, and that's it. 好，谢谢你接受我们的采访，也是期待你们后面更加精彩的表现。
Not committing mistakes. That's going to be crucial for them, right? Right now they're in the best place that they could have asked. Just right now they're on a 4-way tie for that second place. So not making mistakes is going to be good for them. KSG still has 3 more games. They're going to be playing XiAn WE, Shanghai EDG.M, and Jinan Rogue Warriors.
Still got a few matchups to go with.
They already finished with the matchups against their direct opponents besides EDG.M. Let's check on the highlights. Look at that, the way that Chelsea just was able to suck in so much damage, right? Like everyone was just like completely using all the abilities on Chelsea.
And Chelsea used his like techniques to avoid a lot of damage and buy a lot of time for Nanjing to
just
do
to
the
jump
support.
in, yeah, exactly. I think that was critical from Chelsea's performance today, right? Like he knew that he was going to have to survive on his own, that he was going to have to use his mobility, try to move around, to be able to survive for a long time, just to buy Nanjing the time to jump in.
So that's actually quite an excellent matchup.
That's quite an excellent matchup indeed. Well, We're gonna have our 6th match in a minute right after this little break. I hope that you guys are gonna stay online. We'll see you in a minute. Our last match of this first half, Chengdu AG against XiAn WE.
Well, as we mentioned before, like all those points are quite tight right now, but not for these two teams. As for AG, they have got 5 wins in a row, which is magnificent.
It is looking very difficult for WE on the other hand, right? Like they have 4 matches, they only have 1 point. And as you just saw, like we have already 4 teams tied with 4 points right now.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to win all their matches to have a mathematical option of moving forward. If they lose against Chengdu AG, that would send Chengdu AG up to be our first qualified, and that would put XiAn WE out of the competition.
Yeah, actually that's kind of tough, especially for WE, because we know this game should be a must-win game, but now their opponents AG has already got 5 wins in a row, so that's going to be a huge uphill challenge for XiAn WE.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen in there. Let's wait and see. XiAn WE holding to their last hope. Can they overcome this battle, or is it going to be Chengdu AG that is going to seal their first ticket to our group stage?
Yeah, besides, if AG really take this win, they're going to have 6 wins in a row, and they're secure their first place during our round 2. That's going to be insane.
Let's wait and see. But Gongsun Li is going to be the option for W in terms of a marksman.
Yeah, it seems like they really want to prioritize their marksman. Pena is also known as one of those most talented players in our league. And Gongsun Li is quite of his most signature hero.
Already we've seen a lot of Gongsun Li today, and we just saw in the previous match just Monkey being a good counter against Gongsun Li.
Yeah, because like Monkey or other like solid front lane, if you're tanky enough, it's gonna be a really hard thing for Gongsun Li to deal with. Gongsun Li is one of those heroes really good at do those solo kills.
Now, we just saw it in the previous match. Like it's able not only to take a solo kill, but in a 1v2 or 1v3, you always have the mobility just to be able to survive, just run around.
Yeah, be flexible. Well, but another thing that worth mentioning is about like XiAn WE, they already showcases today, right, in the first game, play against RW, but sadly they didn't win it. It's basically because of their coordination or their kind of teamwork isn't like put all those effort together. So that's gonna be the most thing. If they solve that issue, that's gonna move forward, have those possibilities. But if they didn't, that's gonna be a huge problem.
It is a lot of pressure on An, right?
Oh.
Because moving into support position in such a big platform, such a huge stage, it's not a nice place to be put in.
In such an important time. I see Lubu being taken by WE because they're afraid of whether you're gonna build up a quite solid, strong front lane.
Lupu in the matchup against Xiao Lupu might have a little bit of an advantage, but Xiao is no hero to joke with.
True, he's a tough guy.
He's a tough guy indeed.
If you really want to play our game, I highly recommend you Xiao as a top laner. It's easy to be mastered and also really fun to play with.
Really fun to be playing with. Look at that, Liu Bang.
Ooh. It seems like AG want to have those composition to set 2 main core players, which is going to be their jungler and also their mid laner.
Yesterday we saw a lot of Liu Bang combined with Lam and combined with Gongsun Li. This time it's going to be Liu Bang with a Jin. Options for marksmen in there for AG still pretty open. Still a lot of marksmen that they're able to survive in there.
Yeah, we can see like actually during this ban pick phase, none of those marksmen are on the ban, right? So
it is the respect that they have for Inuo. They know that Inuo, there's no way that you can just ban his hero pool.
Like
whatever that you're just gonna toss in there for trying to counter him, it's gonna be meaningless.
So there's another story, like in Chinese, once we call it hero pool, it's gonna turn into hero C.
A hero pool turning into hero C, a sea of heroes. Lady Sun might be the answer to our question about that marksman position. Let's wait and see if it is going to be a lock, and it is going to be Lady Sun.
Well, for Lady Sun, for this marksman, is really good at burst damage. We've mentioned it again and again. And also, like, he's got a really nice thing is about his mobility also.
Lady Sun can provide burst damage at the end of the game, right? In the mid and late game when her items are on. Finding that Shenmengxi, couple abilities, second ability followed by your ult, boom, done.
And once I saw the composition that WE just selected, I guess they really want to show their aggressiveness. They got Donghuang Taiyi.
Yep.
They got Gongsun Li, right?
Donghuang Taiyi is going to be a difficult position, right? Because of Xiao Dun. Xiao Dun just being able to initiate and just being able to use the second stage of his first ability just to put him on air, slowing him down, not allowing him to really move around, trying to find a position on Lady Sun. It's going to be a tough day for An, just to try to not depend that much on his flash, just to jump in and try to find the carries.
Because for Donghuang Taiyi, actually for his ultimate, he need to have a really close range, help him to unleash his ultimate, and also he need to do those melee fights.
And not only that, like he needs to come into that moment with a lot of HP, right? At least enough HP for you to be able to lock in a carry and then be able to kill the carry without you dying at the same time.
Yeah, so again, the timing is quite important.
True. Let's wait and see what this game is going to bring us. It's going to be our match 6 of the day between XiAn WE and Chengdu AG.
And again, if AG take this point, they're gonna have 6 wins in a row. On the other hand, if WE lost this game, game over.
Gonna be game over for them. Difficult.
The beginning is quite peaceful. Everyone just trying to prioritize their jungler to farm up first.
They need to take advantage of An not being in level 4, right? And An is gonna take so long time for him to make it to level 4, right? Like he won't be participating in those first battles at the 2 minutes mark. For An, it's going to be hard to make it to level 4 before the others.
Yeah, since he is playing as a support, that's gonna be really painful.
Yeah, right. Because he's used to be a top laner. He used to be like, okay, always on his toes.
Yeah.
And right now, look at him. He's already like half HP bar, and he needs to go back to the base.
And that's like something else, some other tips about our game. If you want to play on the top lane, that means you can gain extra experience to help you like faster to upgrade to level 4. On the other hand, if you're playing marksman on the bottom, the laning will bring you extra money.
Yes, you're totally right on that. We can see the players, right? Like that's the way that it looks like. I just love that camera because it just shows everyone how everything is going to look. And right now it's going to be XiAn that is going to fall. Yeah, it's going to be An, not even in level 4, taking a trade in there.
So for this 1-1 trade, actually WE is in the upper hand because this is a support trade for the mid. And you can see someone just teleport down at his line and see Lu Bu use his ultimate, try to do some harass. But since the ultimate has missed all of those targets, so WE just need to retreat.
I love the way how An was very aggressive, right? And we talked about like he needed to be in 4, which he is right now. And right now, like he is going to be a threat. Before 4, he's inexistent in the whole map. After 4, he is going to be difficult to be treated.
He's trying to lead the pace for WE. So let's see WE. First, An is always keep following Shadow, extra Shadow, try to secure his farming. And now, actually it's not a really nice time for WE to initiate some team fight because once you want to deal some burst damage with Donghuang Taiyi, you need to do those fatal strikes.
You need to be crucial, like you need to be ready in there. It cannot just happen at any moment that you want, like it needs to be in the right exact moment. Like that, just his existence in there just putting so much pressure on Ino.
They try to lock down Ino on his bottom lane. Do not want him to rotate, do not want him to farm so comfortable.
Yes. They don't want him around. As long as Inu is just gonna be under his turret, he's gonna be a one-person problem.
Shields have been shattered. Catapults.
And he's going to use his flash to survive that. 120 seconds cooldown is going to be painful for An.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
No,
and
he needed it to take a kill, not to survive.
And once he loses his flash, on the other hand, also means it's going to be much more harder for him to approach the target.
Inu, on the other hand, look at that. Taking the turret all the way to 1/3 of its HP.
He's been so aggressive that he's even out of mana.
Look at that. XiAn procs his ult. Right now he's going to be put back. Ian is going to put him on air. 1 touch, 2 touches is going to be a kill for AG.
And also another kill, or even double kill just happened on the bottom lane, goes to Inu.
What happened just there? Seems like Inu taking matters in hands, and then he's gonna take a double kill over there on bottom lane? What was that?
And I really want to see the replay, because the last time we saw Inu, I just mentioned about he was out of mana.
Yeah. He was out of mana, and then immediately you just blink an eye, and he's full mana with double kills.
Wow, what just happened? Is he out of mana, right?
Okay, so it's that. Look at that, Liu Pan coming in, allowing nice support by Ice.
Wow. I'm just speechless about this mechanic.
I love that. It's the combination, right? Like we already talked about how we had a lot of Liu Pan with Gunsung Li and Liu Pan with Lam yesterday, but right now Liu Pan with Lady Sun seems to be another option that we need to write down on our notebooks.
So in other words, it's actually going to be Liu Pan with a core player, and that's it.
Yeah, just Liu Pan with a core.
6 minutes, it seems like AG is doing well. 3,000 gold Ling.
Wow! Force his ult out, and then it's going to be a 1-1 trade in the mid.
And now for Inu, who already got 3 kills in his hand, for he playing this Lady Sun, he's gonna be unstoppable. No one can deal with Lady Sun.
Axe of Torment and Eternity Blade, the 2 items that right now Lady Sun has already been able to build in only 6 minutes and 45. Look at that, the Forsaken Contract jumps in, but it's not gonna be enough since his HP was extremely low. It's gonna be a 2-1 trade for WE.
For WE, they really need to block off right now, but we still can see the coordination issue haven't been dealt yet. Haven't been solved yet, the problem.
Still a problem that they don't seem to be able to just solve today, right? Wang jumps in, but then immediately suppressed. Nothing he could have done.
Blue team has slain an enemy.
So from this team fight, actually they really brought them some consolation effort. But for WE, they need to do these teams once more or even twice more to bring them back to the game.
They just need a little bit more, no?
You see, they're trying to do something in the opponent's field with this active support item that they got.
Just using that just for the rotation to mid lane. They don't care about the cooldown of those items, seems like.
And WE, they are trying to guard their field, and first they need to clean up those minion waves and try to let An to see the chance.
Pena is going to be critical for WE if WE wants to take things in their hands, right?
True.
Like we know that Nora right now is just building a lot of items and just having, it's going to be a threat for him. But Pena needs to be able to be the same on the other side. Suppress down, it's not going to be enough. There's going to be An that is going to fall. Wang coming in, trying to take the blue buff from Shadow, and Shadow is going to be successful at protecting that. Now he's going to jump in. Ino is going to fall. It's going to be Shadow falling in. It's going to be him finding a very good position. Wei and procs his mirror. He's going to have to fall back. It was a 2-2 trade.
Such a nice job done by Pena. We just mentioned about he need to undertake the responsibility to deal more damage on AG's members, and he just did it and showcases.
He needed to do that. Look at that. Shadow coming in. He finds the great position to take constantly very, put the ladies very low.
He find a really nice position and just dive in, and also with the damage dealt by X Shadow, they just pile up together and take ladies down.
10 minutes, and what looked like at the beginning to be going very well for AG right now is just not looking that dominant, right? Like they still have a significant 2,000 gold advantage, but that this could start changing because WE seems like don't want to leave this tournament yet.
For WE, they are really doing great right now. And if they for them, the thing is stay stable and try to secure their advantage right now. Do not hazard, do anything, and try to see the right moment. They actually have got those opportunities to win this game.
They have to seize the moment right now. AG coming in one more time, trying to take the blue buff from Shadow.
Ooh, the HP bar is quite low on that healthy.
He had to run away, and it's going to be XiAn, the one that's going to control that blue buff.
Xiao is showing his aggressiveness among these days.
Yeah, he's a my Jinan.
Once you play those assassin mages, you need to show your aggressiveness.
Gotta play the part. XiAn has to play the part, and that's exactly what he's doing.
And now, the mission for him, she'd better to use his second ability, use those fans, throw those fans to do some poking damage on An, and also on XiAn. Oh, flash was forced out.
Trying to proc his flash. And is going to proc his flash, but he's going to go straight against the wall. Sadly for him, he's not going to have his flash for another 120 seconds. And he's going to fall, giving another opportunity for AG.
Whoa, but that flash actually a little bit wasty, seems to me. Because once he knows he's not tough enough to gain that vision control, he shouldn't stay so flagrantly.
Of course.
Well, so actually now AG can win the upper hand, and now it is the best chance for them to head for their 6 wins in a row.
Let's go and see, at that, the Dragons are already taking that turret all the way to half HP.
For WE, they shouldn't rush into it. They need to be patient. Even I know how important it is, right?
Yes.
They really desire this point, but in this kind of important moment, it should be to be more patient, just absorbing what's happening on the battlefield. They can't stand another loss. They can't stand for another mistake.
12 minutes and 40 seconds. Chengdu AG already cementing a 5,000 gold advantage. Oh, suppress down. There is going to be Liupan that is going to come in. He's going to get the shield. It's not going to be enough as Jing is going to fall. Now Liupan is still going to try to put some pressure. Look at this. It's going to be Xiao and EDG.M. It's going to fall one more time. Only Inu and Ice are going to have to run away because it was XiAn, the person taking control of this whole fight. Look at that, Ice is gonna be spotted in their Pena, and a complete combo with XiAn, 2 against 1. It's gonna be a 4-2 trade for WE.
This is quite a nice moment, quite nice chance that just cashed by WE. And you see how great, how excellent XiAn is by landing his ultimate to just divide this battlefield into 2 different parts. And by using his true damage, by enhance his weapon, by using this flash to gain this advantage for WE.
I just love the way that XiAn just completely obliterated half of AG.
Yeah.
Like using that Lu Bu in a great way just to destroy their HP bars.
And that's quite a nice space that we want to see. Even they're facing such a tough opponent, even they're facing such a difficulty, they still keep trying and keep to confront with those difficulties. 14 minutes right now. For AG, that's also going to be very important because they don't want to stand for another loss. It's not because of how important it is about this point. It's more like those mindset.
Oh, look at that. And just one more time, locking in. But this time he just locks a front laner. Like he needs to try to find a better position for his ult. Come on.
Like for WE, they don't need to pay attention to this Xiao Dun. They don't need to pay attention to this Liu Bang. The thing that they need to do, they need to put under pressure is Lady Sun.
Yeah, they need to get Lady Sun out of the mix, right? Why do they win the previous fight? Because then they use they use their ability to just suppress Jing, and that was why they won the fight. But right now, without PN, it's gonna be a tough and long 30 seconds for them to survive.
And Yuno just used that flash to do that instant kill on Pei and gain them the priority, and they just use this Vanguard to take down this mid-high ground tower. And Yuno is showing his aggressiveness, showing his decisiveness. He just used this Vanguard to take down another high ground tower, and AG even want to use this Vanguard to push forward to gain for another victory.
Is it gonna be them trying to stay? It's gonna be 2 more seconds for the power play. They might be able to take that turret on high ground, but that's gonna be it. They need to start to replead.
Now those 3 Vanguards, those 2 Vanguards just arrived in the crystal. Let's see, AG with nice launch. 2 people belongs up, and the ultimate landed by Lu Bu, flash in, try to get another kill, but there's too many opponents for him. He just first retreat, got another clean spree, and let's see what Weiyang's doing by using his ultimate. Dealt quite nice damage on their opponents, and this is gonna be a 1-2 trade.
They tried to go in for the crystal. I don't think that they had to go that fast, trying to go for it in one last punch, right? That actually was a very big risk. They might not want to do that. Look at that. They jump in. EDG.M is really good at just really locating most of the carries, but the damage did not follow.
Yeah. Like he's the only one who wants to do more damage or buy more time for his team members. But the point is, at that time, they're too busy to dealing with those Vanguards.
It was difficult for WE, but they actually made it to survive that last push.
Yeah.
That's gonna win them a little bit more time, as we're gonna make it to 17 minutes.
But let's check the time difference. Another
flash, but look at that. This time it's going to suppress. It's going to be on one more time. Lu Bu is going to disappear right now. Weiyang got a great position for him to deal so much damage.
Ooh,
it's going to be PN. The last hope is not going to be enough. It's going to be only TianYun trying to survive, trying to keep W in the tournament. Can he make it?
It's a little bit hard for him as he's the only person remain. Now AG are heading for another victory. And after they take down this crystal, congratulations to AG. They got 6 wins in their hand.
6 wins in their hands. The magical number is there. Chengdu AG is going to be our first team qualified for the group stage.
They already secured their spot. They just made it to the group stage. And as we saw those performances that they offered us during these 3 days, we can see how dominant they are during our league, during our KPL region. And we just can't wait to see their future performance.
Congratulations to Chengdu AG. Sadly for XiAn WE, that puts them on the verge of the math. Sadly for them, the maths are not going to work. The numbers are not going to add up. And XiAn WE is going to be our second team disqualified in our tournament.
To finish their journey during our KIC. Well, But we need to admit that CNW really tried their effort to gain something for themselves, and actually for that last team fight, that was so close. Because
very
actually
close. Yeah, they had a good position.
But since Ino did that small movement by using his ability to hide his vision into that bush in that mid, help him get a void of that ultimate provided by Donghua Taiyi. And that's the detail.
I want to give some support to An. That was the person today, at least in these last 6 matches, that had the most difficult position to play, right?
Yeah.
Like he had to come in today and start playing as a support in the moment where his team really needed to find a solution, really needed to turn things around. That was a lot of pressure for him to try to carry on his shoulders. I don't think that he made the best decisions, but at the same time, he gave it a try. That is the main idea. He was brave enough to talk to his coach and tell him, you know what, you need me to play support? I'll do that. Give it to me. I'll try to do it for the team. He's no coward, and that's something that we need to be very, very satisfied on his performance for today.
We really respect him.
Yeah, a lot of respect.
In this important time, in this crucial time, he just undertake that responsibility. Say okay, you want me to do that? Yeah. I will just go for it for our team. And that effort he made, we really respect him.
Yeah, Pena was the second player that needed to take a little bit more responsibility in there, right? Like he was the only option that they had in order to go around AG, trying to find Ino. But not only Ino, way on the other side was gigantic at the end.
Yeah, these boys from CNWE, they really are like warriors. They fight until the last time.
They do, they do. And right now it's going to be MVP for this game. It's going to be Chengdu AG's Ino.
KJ is quite stunning. And also the gold lead is quite stunning. And also the damage dealt.
Everything's stunning.
38.3%. And this one gonna be one of the standouts.
That's gonna be going to our top 5. Like that, it really needs to go into our top 5. He takes on a 1v2 and then he ends up with a double kill.
Yeah, how he managed to do that?
Then when you're just good, you're good. Look at that, the flash straight into Pena. Bang! Gone. Look at that, he finds some chances. The flash, bang! Gone. Love it.
Yeah. And
he stays alive for such a long time. That's the reason why AG is always winning the fights. He's always there dealing damage, going around, through the walls.
And even after he's decked out, he's the one who initiated the team fight.
Yeah.
Play as a marksman.
That is a classic Ino move, right?
True.
Marksman initiator. I'm not gonna wait for my team. I'm just gonna go myself. A man wants to fight.
Who says marksman should be the one to acting passive?
Yeah.
To act reactively.
Man needs no protection whatsoever. Great participation from both teams, right? It was always full with big fights.
Yeah.
It was rarely small one-on-ones, one-on-twos. It was big fighting since the beginning, and it could have gone for any side. CNWE had a couple opportunities to really turn things around. You can see it here from the map. That's gonna show us Chengdu AG, top of the league, 6 wins, 0 losses.
And congratulations to him, already secured 1 spot to move forward to get into the group stage.
Amazing.
We didn't expect they would have such a stunning result, such a stunning mark, right? 6 wins in a row.
Yeah,
that's huge.
We know that they're good. That they're a good team. We know that they're strong.
Yeah.
But 6 out of 6.
That's
impressive.
Yeah, quite impressive. And that's gonna cause a huge pressure towards all those teams who's already got their spots in the group stage. They're gonna be there watching AG playing, and they were like, what?
I'm certain that not only the KPL teams that are already qualified, but the teams from other areas, the teams from all around the world are right now watching this live stream, checking on what AG is doing, taking notes. Probably a lot of them are going to start trying to go with that Liu Pang combo, Liu Pang support.
True. And now we just have a little interview to see who's gonna be with that and see. Hello， 一诺，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是城镇商会一诺。
想问一下，现在你们已经是6连胜的状态了，现在心情怎么样？
心情肯定是比较开心的。
Okay, the first question is, like since AG now has got 6 wins in a row, how do you feel right now? And Ino just said, pretty good, definitely for sure. Okay, so the next question is, already secured 1 spot to go to the group stage. Did you have any preparation for the next matchups? 那现在你们的话呢，已经是确定已经锁定了一个名额，晋级到接下来小组赛。你们有对接下来的比赛做什么样的准备吗？
没做什么准备吧，就还是该怎么打怎么打。对。
Okay, nothing special. We'll just go for our best. 好，那谢谢你接受我们的采访啊，也是再一次恭喜 AG 已经6连胜了，也是期待你们接下来更加精彩的表现。
And a man of very few words.
And he's like acting totally different once you saw those performances that he had during those matchups. Once you saw him in reality.
Yep, exactly. Well, let's wait and see what the next 6 games are going to bring. That's going to be everything for Nora and myself. Right after this, KIC and Jacko are going to come in and they're going to keep bringing you a lot more action. So do not leave, stay online. We'll be back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And if you guys have noticed, yes, the answer is quite definite. So we have changed a little bit in the commentary. And today's commentary for the second half of today's matches. I'm TianYun.
I'm Jacko.
Okay, so glad to be here and very honored to be having this honor to cast for the second half because we will still have a lot of wonderful matches going on.
Yep, and the seventh game will be the Jinan RW versus the Shenzhen DYG, which they are both 2 wins, 3 losses. They are staying in the middle. They are still in danger.
I think Rogue Warrior kind of got a little like improvements comparing with the very first day. So a little bit changing and their starting up has been witnessed. And I think pretty much we can see and expect more chemistry going on here because Xiao is one of the most familiar junglers in this team. So definitely we're witnessing some of the better and the closer bonds between those teammates. And here we go. Let's directly dive into the first ban places. So Shen Mengxi is being eliminated by the side of Jinan RW.
And then Zhang Fei, Da Qiao. Mengtian will be the next ban or not? Or Mai Xinliu?
You know, I actually dig into some statistics right here. So I've noticed Lam is really popular recently. So in total, 30 times, 30 numbers of appearance on our match and winning over 60% of the winner rates. That's something huge.
Yep, especially combined with Liu Bang.
Yeah, I like those kind of duel. And let's see what kind of hero will be the very first pick. RW.
Mengtian.
Determined to use this kind of soldier to use.
A soldier as well as a tank. And very aggressive in the early game and the mid game.
You know, finally some teams want to, ban this Zhang Fei away because we have seen Zhang Fei going on and on forever. And this time it will be not available for both teams to choose. Miyamoto Musashi and Lu Bu.
Yep. Definitely a good choice, but I saw Byron just show up yesterday. And
good. Such a good
against to the Mengtian. Pretty effective.
Used by Zimo, the player, the top laner from Beijing WB. Nice moves right there. So aggressive compared together with Shangguan. Managed to give Weibo that scoring down that victory.
Yep. And then the next pick will be the Luban Master and the Luban number 7 as a duel.
Yeah, actually the stewards are performing quite well in our matches recently because they have been going on our matches for 7 times and among the 7 times, 4 out of 7 are winning. So basically we're witnessing over 67% of the winning rate for this duel.
So these stewards have a very high winning rate.
You know, there's no very obvious weakness of this duel. So starting from the very beginning of the game, I think they are kind of powerful doing the matchups against any other marksman, right?
Yes, and Luban number 7 his damage it's all around it throughout the entire games.
Yeah.
And because of inflexibility, he have to offer some protection by the opponent. So the Luban Master, which is his father, it's so perfect combination for him.
So I really like, how RW is forming their composition. I love the idea that they're very aggressive in the top lane because they have choose its Mengtian instead. And on the bottom, very powerful and aggressive duel as well. So we're just waiting for the answer. What kind of mages, what kind of mid laners and jungler will be their choice?
Maybe Lam?
Yeah, Lan is still available, right?
Lam's still available, and then the Jing is still available. So a lot of option for the Jinan RW.
Wow, bad signal there. I was being curious for a very long time because Concert really scored a very low winning rate in the whole 2022 KIC. I pay attention to this, 9 times of appearance only came in at 22% of the winning rate for this particular hero.
But they are keeping pick this hero on this table.
Yeah.
So a little confused about it, but definitely this power, the power of this hero, you cannot underestimate it.
So the two like side laners for DYG, they're basically trying to wait for like very late game and the scaling point. So XiAn together with Lu Bu will finally get to their peak in time. But before it gets to a late game, I'm afraid that DYG might be facing some of the difficulties, which will be lacking of damage during the very mid and the very late early game of the entire match.
This is the biggest problem for them. So they have to depend on some combination with the ultimate, just like Liu Bao and then the Miyamoto Musashi, as well as the Lu Bu combined with the Yixing's right there. They have to defend themselves, especially their jungle land in the early game. So they need to rely on the ultimate CC.
Yeah, I was really wondering if Rogue Warrior will give DYG this kind of chances, because a lot of moves, a lot of aggression, and a lot of engagements will be found by Rogue Warrior, especially in the early game. I think they're trying their best, trying to search for the opportunity to do a lot of things against the backliners. And we can see again at the scores, like both teams have won like 2 victories, and 2 points is way too not enough.
Not enough.
If you want to make to the top 4, so a huge stress here.
Huge stress, but let's see, the Adam's draft is so aggressive and all-rounded. They have the Mai Shinanui and the Lam in the mid game, as well as the Mengtian, and they guarantee the damage in the late game, especially the bottom side duo. Luban number 7 combined with Nuban Master.
You know, I really love the idea that even though they're going for like Mai Shinanui in the mid, but on the bottom they have choose a very stable duo, you know, trying to clean the wave as soon as possible, and also can endure a lot of burst damage in the late game. So I think this composition probably will work better than DYG's.
Yeah,
so
DYG, I'm a little confused and a little worried about the DYG.
Yeah.
How can they delay the game until the late game?
So huge lack of early game damage. You know, all the cores really needs time to do a lot of farming, but will they gain themselves enough time will be the question. So I think RW Rogue Warrior exactly wanted to start this game in a very early phase. So let's just together expect what kind of movement, what kind of performance they will bring to it.
We'll find out in this game.
So Rogue Warrior have already gained a victory in the very first match of today, so against WE. So hopefully they can try to maintain this kind of mentality. And here we go. The game starts right now.
And then we hear the passion.
Yeah, it's so good, you know, having your teammates standing, like sitting around you and give you some of encouragement when you're doing battles in the stage.
Yeah, you have to perform so well because they're all in danger.
Yeah.
You have to gain this point.
Only 2 points is not enough.
Yeah, especially the RW. They already lose 4 games.
A lot of poking right here on Liu Bang, so Jinan has to go back. That will be a little bit difficult for DYG, especially when losing another support, trying to gain themselves a little bit more vision.
Yep, and doesn't matter in this time because they all play passively in the early game, especially in this first minute.
Wow, jamming was brought very low there. Unfortunately, you know, this hero, Yixing, with a passive will enable him to gain extra effect of a destiny. That's something you wanted to play Yixing. A very good thing, one of the merits about this hero.
But a little bit difficult to play this hero is as you have to control the size of the ultimate.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to practice for it.
It takes time, you know, trying to form the better shape. And on the top, I can have 2 versus 1. Successfully brought like zone very low here. But as a Mengtian, I think it's okay. 2 jungles, all farming up quite peacefully. This is one good news for DYG.
Yep, very good news, but it won't stay long in this time.
Rogue Warrior definitely want to search for more, but still, like, they're waiting for the right moment to dive in, right? They don't want to randomly select one enemy and trying to engage. Right now, they're bringing Mengtian in the mid. Hopefully something might happen here.
And something's happening. Meng trying to invade the jungle land and collect some information, but spotted by the enemy, so they have to go back. And once again, Milan, they play so aggressive, trying to find some chances to engage.
Yeah, I think gaining back more HP will deserve the trade. A while, like trying to use the ultimate to avoid getting a 1-versus-1 combat against Xiao. This will be like trading something back because our rogue warrior can finally make their move into the jungle.
And Lu Bu in the low health bar, so they have to engage. And they have to invade this jungle land as Launcher coming inside and killed Miyamada Musashi, and they want to find more. And then 2 kills for the RW.
Again, a good invasion right here. So Rogue Warrior, after gaining the very first blood, managed to take 1 extra kill to their side. And more to that, Maishinui still remain on the top, trying to gain more HP back. DYG fighting alone, Lang Chen doing a 1-versus-2 on the bottom, very, very difficult.
That's the detail and the timing they catch for the RW, because they knew Lu Bu is out of ultimate, so they have to do something in this timing, and they invade the red, and they succeed.
I mean, the very beginning of the team fight start with like 2-versus-3, and the DYG is facing a lot of enemies, and XiAn uses the ultimate like too soon, so that it will not be a threat to their enemies, and backline just trying to find themselves a better place, trying to do the damage. Another ultimate.
But the problem still for the DYG is their lack of damage. Lack of a lot of damage to do the defensive.
I think the better solution for DYG is that you remain in a peaceful state. Whether you're trying to get more vision to your team, you don't want to start into any kind of team fights. Just keep farming up and waiting for the item to be developed by Concert Yu, and that will be the okay point. That will be a proper time trying to look for some challenges.
Sure, they absolutely, obviously they don't want to create some team fight or skirmish. They are keeping the effort to avoid this kind of team fight. But RW have to do something, so they have to accept it passively.
Obviously, you know, I was looking forward to see some rotation happen for Huang and Buqi together, because they're absolutely winning during the matchups, but they choose to stay on the bottom trying to take down this tower. And once this tower down, I really like to see some rotations. You have to bring Huang to the front. You have to start doing rotation and a lot of invasion together as a team.
Red team has
wow.
Are we already do it?
The second
and
tower at the bottom.
Yeah. It's gonna destroy the secondary turret of the bottom side. And look at that. Fresh trying to engage, and then Lu Bu ultimate trying to find a kill on the Luban Master is stay in the low, but not enough damage for the kill.
And the lack of a little bit distance, right? For trying to get that kill. So nothing happened, only exchange on their common skills, like 2 flashes over to 2 flashes. And again, RW really have to speed up, because the gold lead is not that sufficient enough, so that I think Rogue Warrior, if they wanted to gain a lot more advantage than this invasion it is, gathering around and move as a team, together fight for more, that'll be a better strategy.
They have to stay together, because you have to, against with such ultimate combo from the Lu Bu and XiAn right there. That's a huge area, especially in the jungle lands, easily to separate the battlefield.
Yes, this red buff will be a very clear target for Rogue Warrior to have. And right now, all of the members are staying in quite a place. Rogue Warrior is trying to gain this red to their team. Well, they do this safely.
Very safe.
Yeah, very safe. DYG just gave it off.
And DYG have to give it up.
Lack of damage, you know, early game is a very tough time for DYG trying to go through.
Yeah, and right now they are lack of damage and lack of tanky right now.
Blue team
Lu Bu, it's not enough defensive item to take a lot of damage.
You know, among all the qualities when we're trying to describe a composition, and every single one is lacking from DYG's
Flash trying to find the kill on that. Liu Ban offered the protection to the XiAn, and then the passive in trigger, but still killed by Meng Tian.
one-to-one trade. But I think, our Rogue Warrior can accept the truth that even though they have used the flash from XiAn, but they managed to get the kill onto the mage. So the mage will be highly relied on, especially for DYG, because they really need XiAn to stay alive, trying to clean the wave and gaining the vision using the traps.
Yep.
Put in the bush, you can have a sudden vision at that place.
That's a tiny range of his traps, but still work.
It's
when
working.
Plays into the bush.
Yeah, it's working. And you manage to force out the ultimate from Jinan, from Liu Bang, and that's something like Rogue Warrior is really trying to gain for.
But that's the same key when you're trying to extend the gold lead or trying to push if you want to destroy the turret, you have to destroy the mage.
Almost heading to 7,000 gold for Xiao. I think it's about time, the moment where Xiao will try to stand up, do more things for the team. But instead, Rogue Warrior wanted to take the high ground tower
High ground
now.
turret.
Wow.
They have no ability to stop this.
That's way too unexpected to DYG. But, the question still stands. So the reason why you choose this kind of composition, you are so weak in the early game, especially when it comes to those two side laners, it will be still a question. Mystery needs to be solved. Needs to be answered by the coach.
Yep. And that's why the concept you always stay in the low winning rate. Look at the falling god just jump inside, but not enough damage for any cure of that. And he will be struck back by the opponent, so that's another problem for them. Lu Bu needs some time to deck out, and the concept you need a lot of time to deck out, at least 10 minutes. But right now, one of the high ground turrets being destroyed. What they gonna do next?
I don't know, buying themselves a little one times, but since there's no way they can still keep their jungle to themselves, Xiao already have
the flash of the
Wow.
Look at Chen Feng, so aggressive, and the nuke damage will delete Lang Chen within a second.
Like a very simple use of the flash managed to get one kill onto their marksman. Like Lang Chen is really dying for, buying more items, trying to slow this game to the very late. But I think Rogue Warrior will not give DYG that kind of opportunity, trying to see the dashboard going on to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Like time is running really slowly to the side of DYG. They're basically stalling every single minute, every single second. They're very painful. Let's see how well the marksman has been farming up. I will count it as 2.5 items because the meteor will also count as a half.
Not enough. Not enough to deal with the front line, especially the Montaire Shrine there.
Obviously.
And look at Xiao Yi's been taken very low. The Mian Musashi, Liu Bang offered the protection, and they trying to strike back, but the damage in the backline is too huge. It's hard to stop. And look at Liu Bang number 7. He's still doing a lot of damage, and they gain the ace for themselves. RW, they're trying to end this game, and the Super Mini already crashed into the crystal. 10 minutes and a half. They gotta end this game, and congratulations to RW. They end this game in 10 minutes and 30 and
almost around 10 minutes.
Just 10 minutes.
10 minutes and 20 seconds at most. So during the whole time we're casting this kind of match, I think Rogue Warrior are just doing whatever they want to do. And obviously their opponents, which will be DYG, absolutely are losing a lot during the matchup, during the invasion, during the jungle. There's no clear move as a react to what's happening on stage. They don't know what to do. They're kind of losing direction there. So there's no one clear moves against your enemy's invasion. They're simply giving out every single thing, every single common objective towards your enemy. And I think DYG can obviously did a better job than this.
Yep.
I mean, they're kind of good, doing a lot of better moves, a lot of very impressive team fights are witnessed in the very first day in our qualifiers. I really wonder why. What's the reason behind all of this? But there's one obvious fact. We need to consider together the reason why they choose this kind of composition. After the whole formation are formed, we are questioning where is your early and mid-game damage.
So this is a quite important problem, especially in the BO1. You have to earn the you have to earn the early game and the mid game by your composition. But this kind of job, obviously, it's hard to stay to the late game.
You know, this is how the mechanism goes. So we have like 3 lanes in Honor of Kings, including the jungle area. I will count it as 4 lanes. So if you want to form a good composition, the best scenario is that you have over 2 lanes advantages.
Yeah, at least you will show some competitive.
You will be really passive. You know, you will be really passive. But you take another look at all 3 lanes. All 4 lanes will be counted in together. You are facing all 4 lanes in disadvantage. And that's not a very good composition if you want to play during a BO1 format.
So
it's really hard.
It's really hard, and already showed us just right after a lot of BO1, we saw a lot of late game drop. They cannot really effective in the early game and the mid game, and they will get a huge lead by the opponent.
Yeah, I think the reason of the failure is not because simple of the performance from the teammates, but also the reason why you choose this composition or the strategy you really want to pull off. You need to have a better communication with your teammates so that the teammates can perform actually better.
Yep.
So I think, yeah, Rogue Warrior actually won this victory back because of a better composition and the performance is good. You know, they are simply not making any mistakes. But some question will be raised towards DYG. I really think they should, you know, work this on.
So this is a problem. DYG, they perform so well. I think they play very passively in the early game and mid game. They avoid a lot of team fight. But the fact is, they are hard to strike back when they are trying to protect some resource in the jungle land. They have no ability to stop the opponents.
And obviously, I think Chen Feng did a really good job. Almost 34% of the damage taken.
Well, definitely MVP, without doubt.
In my memory, I think this player Chen Feng has been playing My Xianui for a lot of times. Always this kind of style.
Very aggressive, especially the moment just melt the concept you down.
Yep. And this will be the picture shoot for Chen Feng. Good looking player, right?
So cool.
118 KDA managed to participate in 9 kills within this match.
Now look at this up.
Yeah, good
1
position.
and 2 with a flash. Second ability issue at first, and then the ultimate with flash come inside, and then passives and trigger, then end this game.
You know what's so interesting of My Xianui? The reason why this hero is so interesting to play is because you can use your flicker and use your flash, accompanied by every single ability of this hero.
About rich variety of combo.
And the damage
we didn't
from
expect
Huang.
that. Yeah, the damage from the Nuva number 7 and My Xianui is
right?
so huge.
Just insane.
Yep.
So after this match, let's take a deeper look at the team data right here. So a lot of cores are farming up so quickly, nearly 10,000 gold to Luba number 7, that's something, and 403 KDA for this Luba number 7, which means that no threat will be exerted on this marksman.
No threat, no any threat of that. And look at the data.
Yeah, I love that your mage shared the same team fights rate together with the support. It really means that the whole rhythm of the team relies on the mid laner and the support as well.
Take another look at the constant use right there, 33%. He still needs some time to farm up, but they have to commit in fight. They have to accept the team fight from the opponent, because this kind of initiation, they are hard to defend or to take.
And another look at team standing right here. So because the score stands really close between the two teams, so I would personally say that this match is very important, very important for those two teams. And congratulations again to Rogue Warrior of gaining this point back to their side. So right now they're gaining 3 winnings and 3 loses, and looking forward to see much more wonderful performance from them. And the interview is ready. Hello， 花云跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是济南阿斗小花云。
今天2W 侠会有3场比赛啊，这样的赛程会让你们感到额外的有压力吗？还是会有别的动力呢 ？So there will be like 3 battles for Rogue Warrior to perform today. It will be a stress or this kind of transform into the energy for your team.
压力的话，主要是看之前打的成果吧。就之前输的挺多的，就压力会比较大一点。
Alright, because we have lost several fights earlier, so we felt a little bit stressful because of that. But we think we are kind of feeling ourselves starting from now on. 这一局比赛的话，其实2W 侠打得很快啊。局间觉得哪一个队员或者说你们哪一个位置发挥的最好呢？所以可以获得这样子的一个胜利呢？
我觉得其他队友都打得很好，然后如果最好的话，尘封嘛。
Okay, so I was simply asking who do you think performed the best during the entire team because you're basically overwhelmingly taking the victory back. So the answer will be, I think we all performed quite well, but if I were to choose one of the best, it will be Chen Feng. Thank you. 谢谢花云接受我们的采访，希望你们之后可以越打越好。谢谢。Thank you. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, and play with us, Mai Shilanui, which is the MVP in the last game.
Yeah, we think of the same ideas, right?
Yeah.
Mai Shilanui can really achieve a lot of things during the teams.
And again, a lot of pace in the early game and mid game.
And again, let's see some highlights clip from the matchup just now. I think probably we're gonna see a lot of team fights initiated by Mai Shilanui, right?
Yeah. And especially this kind of highlight. Definitely, Mai Shilanui can win the key.
Yep. And this kind of victory will really like lift your spirit up for a very, like bring it to the next extent, I would say.
Yep. You can see, as you can see, the Mai Shilanui always flanking in the swing side and jump inside with the right timing, can destroy the backline with her abilities.
And did you see that combo, combo chains together by Mai Shilanui and Lu Ban at the same time?
Yeah.
So that's the reason why they share the same exact amount of the team participation rate.
Yeah, if you play Mai Shilanui, you have to be aggressive.
Yep.
You don't have to play passively because you have to jump inside the backline. You have to destroy the backline. So you have to play aggressive and proactive in the game.
Of course. So much for this match. We will be back in a short time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. The next match will be taking place between Changsha Top Esports against Nanjing Hero.
Which is Changsha Top Esports already lose 5 and gain no points right now. And then the Nanjing Hero choosing, they already gained 4 points for themselves.
So a very sad news will be Top Esports is officially disqualified from the qualifiers. But you know, sometimes when when you're facing a truth, the fact that you have no hope to make it to the next round, maybe some crazy thing will happen.
Crazy things, just relax and play, just like you are in ranking.
Just enjoy the game.
Yeah,
you know,
enjoy
you
the game.
have like no pressure. But their opponent Hero have like super huge pressure right now because they are gaining like 4 points, and 4 points is okay, but only if we want to make it to like the top 4. You have to gain more stuff back.
They have to gain more because 4 points as well as the Suzhou KIC and then the Shanghai EDG.M. They always see 4 points. If you want to join the spot of the group stage, you have to gain at least 2 points.
Yeah, because Beijing Weibo, Nanjing Hero, Shanghai EDG.M, and Suzhou KSG at the same time. These 4 teams are in the same position right now, all winning 4 games. So whoever got the very first 5th games will be going closer to the number 1, which will be AG.
Yeah.
So hopefully, like both 4 teams will be fighting against and trying to make it to the top 4, very close one. So each match will be worth fighting. So this is a very important match for Nanjing Hero, and hopefully they can do a better job than the earlier one.
Yep, and then let's jump into the BP phase right there. Zhang Fei, Lü Bu, and then on the other hand, Da Qiao's been banned away. The next will be Gongsu Li or not.
You know, a lot of audiences from KPL or KPL fans are looking forward to see what kind of strategy that Zhou will trying to pull up for today. So a lot of mystery, a lot of chemistry happened for yesterday's matches. We're seeing like Guang Yu goes into mid, we're seeing Bai Li Shouyue goes on to the pick, becoming the choices from Hero all the time.
That would be crazy. But I still remember the game he put Guang Yu in the mid, but countered by the Meng Qian. So this is what's important because when you put a lot of warriors in the game, but the only thing you have to worry about is the Meng Qian. Not enough damage or no ability to deal with this kind of hero.
Honestly speaking, as an audience, we are always trying to expect more surprises from our team. So that's the reason why Hero, and that's the reason why Zhou is so much favored in a coach. He always gives us some surprises unexpectedly. And take a little bit deeper look at the composition from TES.
Gongsu Li, Miyama Musashi.
Quite well. Meta
so aggressive in the early game. At least they keep they keep some advantage in the early game. But look at the other side.
Again.
Yeah, the perfect duo with the My Student New, just like the last game. It looks like some answer for this matter.
You know, I love the idea that Nanjing Hero is trying to fill up the gaps with one another because My Student New might be really aggressive, might be really, really good at searching for opportunities, but he might be facing quite a weakness when it comes to doing a lot of burst damage toward the front line, toward the tanks. So that's the reason why they choose Luban number 7 goes into bottom, taking care of those tanks in the late game.
Yeah, exactly.
Compensating one another. That's great.
And look at the second ban. Shangguan. Shen Mengxi on the other hand, Menqi and Jin.
2 target bans towards No Fear.
Yeah.
Very obvious one.
But the lamp's still available.
Yep. Lamp is available. Yeah, and actually like No Fear performed so good at that lamp just now, gaining like nearly a triple kill to his side.
Another CC chain will come out with the XiAn combined with Chao, but I think it's not enough. If they want to gain more, they have to play very aggressive in their game.
Because a lot of like minor control abilities are shown from the composition from TES, but not a very huge ones. You know, you really relies on how you collaborate with one another so that the minor CC chains can connect like closely with one another, forming a very good team fight. And the last 2 picks, well, also comes in a duel like Guang Yu together with Kai.
Wow. This kind of drops just so perfect, I think. So perfect. And on the other hand, wow, it's hard to deal with this kind of drop because it's so rounded.
You know, this kind of composition will be only appearing in a BO1 format, obviously, because you have to save this kind of duel, this perfect pairs in the later on games, especially when we're playing BO5 or BO7.
Yep. And then Pop Esports, the last pick, Lambert. Another CC chain of the ultimate, but the biggest point is where's the damage in the late game?
Yes.
So, well, always the point because they choose the EDG.M as a mid lane mage and then the Gongsun Li in the bottom lane. But this kind of hero, especially the Gongsun Li, it's a very early and a mid game hero, and then EDG.M is kind of an assistant support. Just like that, which can offer a huge area CC, but you have to follow a huge damage to deal with the ultimate, to deal with the opponent, especially like Kai, so tanky in the early game.
Yeah, I think after the 4 picks from the side of TES, so they have shown out their cards, the cores, while be Gongsun Li, Miyamoto Musashi and EDG.M at the same time. So the lack of the late game damage will be a huge problem if we're watching a game that finish around 20 minutes. But I think the change into TianYun will be a better choice against Lambert because, you know, obviously TianYun can speed up the farming speed of your marksman, offering more help and assistance to this Gongsun Li. So just looking forward to see how this Gongsun Li can be played in the bottom. They have to gain themselves a lot of very obviously leading point in the early game so that they can try to build and trying to start snowballing in the mid game.
Yeah, TianYun, I think it's very hard. TianYun is the only choice they have. If they choose the Lambert, I cannot imagine the early game and the mid game because even though you have the Gongsun Li very aggressive in the early game, but when you're facing this kind of drop, you have lack of damage. It's very hard to deal with this Kai.
You know, another thing is Gongsun Li together with TianYun might be good. Might be a very good choice when it comes to 2 versus 2, but it's not that advantageous when you compare it and trying to going against Luban pair. So Luban number 7 together with Luban will constantly offering you a lot of damage when doing the passive from Luban number 7. Huge burst damage in early game will be expected by doing those auto attacks. And another thing is that gaining the second ability from Luban will constantly offer number 7 a lot of shields, trying to dodge away those damage from Gongsun Li. So I don't see a lot of room, you know, trying to perform by Gongsun Li. Luban number 7 will be safely protected by Luban.
Yep. Actually.
Wow, 5 members rush into mid. What's your purpose? Let's see.
They want to keep the priority of the mid?
Okay, just gaining the vision because they're obviously like Guang Yu in their opponent's systems,
and they have to do
more vision.
And they have to do this. They have to accelerate the pace of the game.
Yep. Like the clock is ticking very soon for TES. They have to rush themselves a little bit.
Yep. Maybe 12 minutes. I think the limit is 12 minutes. If they 12 minutes they cannot lead at least 5,000 gold or 4,000 gold, they cannot end this game.
I mean, the minimum, you know, the minimum amount in leading will be 3,000. If you don't gain that kind of lead, I don't think there's quite an opportunity for you to try to win this game.
Yeah, especially you have the TianYun, right?
Heroes composition. We have been talking about it for a long time, like multi-core composition it is. You have Guang Yu, the very powerful soldier in the mid, and the late as well, and assassin Mai Shiranui goes into the mid and on the top.
And the multi-core may be the answer for this matter, especially in the BO1. Multi-core always can create a lot more fault tolerance in the late game.
And from the recent performance from Hero, I think what they're good at is trying to avoid engagements with their enemies and trying to starting to do some movements.
Yeah.
In their peaking time. They're so aware. They have a lot of understanding of the composition. They know exactly when will be the time they should start doing something.
The Overlord and Tyrant have spawned.
Again, starting with no fear, together gaining the mid-way priority with Mai Shitenui, showing the gold at the same time.
Actually, they're not gonna hurry, they're not gonna rush in the early game, especially for the Hero.
Good trying to invade into the blue. Managed to keep Guxing away.
Yep, they have the priority of the bottom side, so they can do this. Look at the no fear has been taken very low, so this time we will be in danger, especially when you're facing the mid landers, just like Yixin can block the way in or out.
Yeah, so Hero managed to pay the price for their invasion using No Fear's life. That's a not fair trade. That's not acceptable for Hero to do this. But
not acceptable for the jungler, but do acceptable for the bottom lane. Yeah, this kind of bottom lane is a real core of this team.
TES switching to the top, trying protecting Guxing, gaining the red buff.
Yep.
That's a safety move. Good ones. Leaving Gongsun Li doing the solo matchup against the duel, I think it's okay.
But you just Gongsun Li under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, the price for this is you're losing the way priority, but you can safely survive on the bottom. You won't be killed.
You won't be killed, but the Gongsun Li, it's one hit. They have to depend on start up some plays. Look at the TianYun and passive spin trigger. The ultimate spin trigger, resurrection. You keep him alive.
That's a weird positioning for Tai to stay, right? So staying right there basically costs a price for using the ultimate. So TES will be facing the fact that they will not have an extra life in the next team fight. So that's the reason why No Fear just sensed this kind of opportunity, gaining again, trying to do the invasion here in the blue.
But the top esports, they play so smart, they're gathering together to protect this blue, and they succeed.
And a very quick response to that, Hero just retrieve back and take the Tyrant instead. Always trying to gain more resources back to their team. It's what Hero really good at.
Yeah, look at this side. TianYun's been taking a half. Look at No Fear issue. The ultimate trying to go inside, but it's too much damage. And then Guang Yu knocked back 3. Jump inside. Look at the damage. It's not enough to finish the kill. But Flash with the auto attack. Luban number 7 will get another kill for that.
Another second of lead, trying to gain more vision, trying to steal that kill to their side, but unfortunately does not accurate enough. The direction is not in the right angle, but I think Hero can accept this because even though No Fear got killed, but Hero managed to win the team fights, gaining more to their team.
So this is the biggest problem. You cannot win any team fights in the early game.
I think the initiation is very good from Jacko, using the ultimate, managed to take 2 members back for Xinken to do damage, and a perfect dive-in moment for Dongfang, choosing the correct angle, getting every single enemy very low in their HP bar. TES make a rotation to the top.
Trying to trade this turret.
While on the bottom, we can see a more invasion here is being made by the duo, bottom duo, giving a lot of pressure towards Miyamoto Musashi.
Once again, this kind of picture we saw in the last game.
Like the previous one.
Yeah.
The duo continuously, trying to take down the towers on the bottom lane.
Yeah.
The blue is safe for TES. And let's see their next move. Gongsun Li stayed in the mid, using the parasol, put it in the very safe place. Good positioning there. That's very interesting application of the abilities from Gongsun Li. The parasol is very important.
But now the problem for the top esports is they really have no ability to start up the pace or extend the goal lead. And right now they only lead about 1,000 in 6 minutes. They need more.
Yeah, they definitely need more. Bottom lane, the bush. That will be a very dangerous position for Gongsun Li to take. Nobody knows that there's a Guang Yu standing in the bush.
It's on the black line, and then the flying Xiao Reacher jump inside. Look at the ultimate spin trigger. Resurrection will buy Gongsun Li sometime, but it's too little, too late. This kind of Guang Yu is like a explosion jumping to the back line. And right now they will get another kill. Look at Xiao trying to find back and find a lot of damage on the Luba number 7. They actually successful that, but what's next? Miyamoto Musashi will gain himself another kill.
I think the team fights will continue because they still have a lot of abilities available for TES, but they choose to retrieve because lack ability it is. I think the team fights last too long, Too long. So Guang Yu have been staying alive for a lot of time. Very good initiation, finding the perfect location of this Gongsun Li, forcing out the ultimate, but 1 point missing. They should be waiting for like half second more so that this Gongsun Li cannot be revived again. They will save themselves more time and more ability trying to fight for another team fight. But nice reinforcement made by Yu Chen, gaming too and came to the correct moment, using the ultimate trying to lock their enemies down.
And Sumo, beautiful strike back by his first ability with the flash, and then knock up the Luba number 7. Compare with the and then combine with Miyamoto Musashi to guarantee the kill onto Luba number 7.
I usually does not expect to see a team fight lasting for so long, especially it's only 8 minutes long. But yeah, I think both teams have performed quite well during the last team fight. We can see a lot of reinforcement, better communication made throughout their movements. And right now, both teams almost stay the same in the gold. I think each team can have an even winning percentage when it comes to the final winning game.
That would be the bad news for the side of the top four right there.
Crazy dive in there.
Instantly delete. Look at the combo. They actually can destroy a hero within a second.
I think Dongfang stayed in the air for a long time.
Yeah.
Over 2
Always
seconds.
stay in the air.
Yeah. Stayed in the air. Oh, TES are definitely playing better than the previous matches, If you do not feel any stress, that's the moment you will start shining. We have seen a lot of this kind of matchups happening in KPL, especially in the very late session in the regular season. Some of the teams might feel extremely relaxed after losing some kind of hope and starting to perform even better than the way they used to be.
They just performing the ranking.
Not enough time. Using the primal portal to teleport away. Nice move by Xinhen. And here we go. The vision from Mai Xianui just disappeared from the map again. Such a horrifying thing.
And then the hero keeps the power on the villain. Look at Mai Xianui is being locked. But he will be he can extract by a lot of dash, and then Guang Yu jump inside and isolate his opponent. 3 kills, back over 2 heroes. Definitely a big win of that.
Yeah, I would say Xinhen used himself as a bait, literally absorb every single ability from the enemies. So when he used the flash, used all the dashes available for this Mai Xianui to happen.
Oh, look at that.
The kill.
It won't be enough.
Extra kill to Luba number 7. This Luba number 7 is gradually farming up towards an extent where TES will be unable to handle in the late game.
At the stage of this time, it's really already hard to handle this kind of damage.
10 minutes it is. The both dragons, no fear. Get the overlord to hero.
Yep.
So many things. The ultimate from Miyamoto Musashi, and Tai uses his ability trying to stall and trying to stun on this Mai Xianui, but the flexibility of this hero just got taken away.
They waste a lot of resources with nothing in return in this team fight.
And now,
another team fight trying to start. Look at the Mai Xianui is being taken very low, and then Luba massive pull back there. Miyamoto Musashi and offer the protection. Right now, the Luba number 7 is being killed by the Tai Zhenren.
Xiao trying to gain this life back, but unfortunately does not have enough time and damage to do so. I would say that Heng is a very lucky guy.
Yeah.
Always find a way to go back to their base and manage to survive after all. That's some skills, you
with
know.
a barely with a so empty, empty HP bar.
Maybe it comes to the fact that because he like once is a top laner, this kind of experiences, this kind of accurate calculation on the damage taken might well be a result from this former experiences. Heng, so good.
So good as a side laner play the Shinanui, I think. It's so good. They perform so well in this game.
So good at dodging those kind of abilities from your enemies. He knows exactly what kind of moves that their enemies are going to do and try his best to avoid all the damage taken. Good ones.
Yep.
TES.
Yeah.
5 members gathering around.
Trying to find some chances. And Nofi has been taken a half. The number 7, it's in danger, but the ultimate won't be locked up.
Yeah. Since the common objectives are all in a cooldown state, so even though that TES managed to have the tier 2 turret in the top and managed to gain the vision in the river, but there's no like definite moves for them. There's no goal for them to look for. Only the blue, but I think it's okay because starting from this point, the blue is not that enough.
Quite okay right now.
Yeah.
The only thing they need to do for the hero is protect the Nuba number 7. That's enough.
You know, it's a game of trying to choose to do the better decisions at the proper time. So TES actually gained the river vision, but nothing happened because both dragons are in the cooldown state. There's nothing they can do. Only by gaining the blue, but losing the tier 2 turret in the bottom, I don't think it's a fair trade. You need to make better decisions and pay more attention to the countdown time of the common objectives and trying to go to the river when the dragons is about to spawn. Might be a better solution for this.
So the next Shadow Overlord may be the chance for the TES to do something.
Kyle is ready to take the red from TES.
The reverse right there. Trying to find a stun, but it's not available because Luban number 7 is so flexible because the Luban Master can offer the chain.
Yep, the Tome of Wisdom goes to the side of Heng, so Shinanui will have a higher damage when it comes to the team fights.
Yep.
Overlord it is, will be the next target to the side of hero.
And they keep shutting down the HP of the opponent with each other. And Nofi has been taken a half by the Overlord.
No vision here.
No vision for each other.
Luban number 7 standing in the front line, trying to finish his lane. There's nothing that TES can do by simply watching this Luban number 7 cleaning the waves.
Yeah.
Because as we're talking about during the BP stage, not a very clear initiation coming out from TES composition. They relies on the CC chains cooperate together, bringing together in a group, but not a very specific one.
Yep. The only way you can initiation with the Luban number 7 initiate to the Luban number 7 as you can catch the timing he is in the wrong positioning.
Wow, the ultimate is being forced out. Though TES does not have ultimate from Yixing, hero managed to go in deeper, and Guang Yu is trying to burn himself again in the bush.
Yeah, but Yixing without ultimate and the flash is quite dangerous in this time, and another skirmish will create by the hero. This kind of timing is in the skill cooling down. Right, another damage just going inside. And the pure sky of the Myanmar subscription trigger using the ultimate will issued but only lock down the front line. And look at Guang Yu do a lot of damage inside. The Myanmar trying to get inside to trying to gain the kill, but strike back by the opponent and then killing speed back over to the Shinanui.
So TES, I think they spent too long waiting for the right answer. They need to make quicker like feedback and answer in order to trying to start up the team fight. So we have been talking about so long, so they do not want to waste your time trying to think of a better solution and strategy. If you find time, just go for it. No hesitation needed. And they are just wandering around in the river trying to decide when will be the right moment to dive in. But unfortunately, you start to lose sight on Guang Yu. You start to pay more attention trying to gain the vision of Guang Yu, but that's not enough. And see the replay here, Guang Yu diving perfectly, even though the ultimate managed to cool down Xiao, but that's not enough. Within the diving in of Guang Yu, taking back the backliner to the face of like Heng and Bell. Another chain needed to Bell to get closer to his target and gaining the kills back.
Yeah.
I think Jojo is quite satisfying with this team fight just now happened.
Yeah, I'm so calm. Feel a lot of confidence of this kind of conversation. And the battlefield's been separated by the Guang Yu.
You know, for TES, I really think that they have to do more instead of think too much. Just dive in for the right moment. When you see the target, go for it. Don't waste your time, don't waste your talents here. A lot of gold, a lot of items available. The damage is enough for Xiao to do.
Yeah, especially you have to target on the number 7.
Guang Yu missing from the mini-map again. That's exact why. That's the reason why TES are playing so passively. They're constantly trying to gain the vision from Guang Yu, but unable to do so.
Yep. So the only thing they can do is to protect this high ground turret and strike back from the high ground.
The Overlord will be handing over to Hero sides. On the top lane, something happened. Ultimate.
Next, a solo kill or not. Next, some kind of damage, lack of some damage. And look at the Guang Yu just jump inside the backline. He will destroy all the backline. And he just destroy the Gongsun Li and then the Miyamoto Musashi. And the front line will be isolated by his opponents. And look at the Guang Yu solo with the Miyamoto Musashi. A little damage, some lack of damage, and it's been taken very low. Only 2 remaining guys. Can they defend the base right now?
I think it's mission impossible here, trying to go back to the base, getting the stun effect on the Luban number 7. But while they finish a kill, the resurrection are available right now. TES trying their best to protect their base, but unable to do so. All the 5 members are staying alive for the side of Hero, waiting for the waves to dive into the base, gaining another victory, the 5th victory, the 5th point for Hero.
So, Nanjing Hero gained another point for himself, and the Changsha top esports, still need to relax and reset themselves.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of times after the qualifiers. They will have over like 2 months or 3 months before our spring season begins. So I really think that they should do a lot of homework. They should do a lot of preparation for the spring season to kick off. Yep. But yeah,
still a few months.
I still have like a lot of faith in them because we have seen the limitation. We have been witness together what kind of monster that TES can be in the like past few seasons. TES is actually like they have their chances into the Group A and Group S in the KPL. I think they can still manage to do so.
Yep, they have the ability to do that. They also show some competitive in this kind of matchup, but they still need some time to reset and figure out what the problem is.
Yeah, sometimes you need to take some rest in your journey in order to go further. So I think rest is needed, but TES just never give them hope on your goal. You will succeed. And I think for their opponent Hero, they could be better because some of the moves, some of the invasion, some of the cooperation might still need to be improved a little bit, but I think it's okay because very short time for Hero to try to pull up this kind of composition, this kind of starting list. I think they have already did a great job.
Yep, already did a great job, but they have to gain another point for them because they have to again with the Beijing Weibo in the last game.
Wow,
so,
that's difficult. That's a very difficult one.
That's a very difficult one. If the Nanjing Hero can gain that point, back over to themselves. They actually with the highly rates can win the spot.
Yeah, like before this match kickoff, so like the 4 teams are all in the same position, gaining 4 points individually. So I think this competition will continue. You know, they're just stepping up each with one another very closely. So let's see what kind of better movements from those 4 teams will be appearing on stage, because sadly only 4 spots will be available for these 5 teams.
Yeah.
So one of the teams will be eliminated from a very crucial point. So each fight is so important.
So the Suzhou KSG, Beijing Weibo, Shanghai EDG.M, and Nanjing KIC2022 actually they have the score of them very close, and they are in a countering of that.
I think AG is saving up because they have like 6 points.
6
points? The rest,
yeah,
4.
0 lose.
Yeah,
that's quite important for them.
Being undefeated might be a very good feeling, you know. Just trying to imagine that.
So happy.
Yeah, so Hero have the last battle against Weibo. That will be something, you know, good to looking forward to. And the next one, the next match will be taking place between Shanghai EDG.M versus KSG.
Yep.
That's something.
That's another competitive you have to compare with. Look at the MVP of this game, Jacko. Yep, the marksman. The former marksman of the Hero Jinan, and then play with the Luban Master in the support, and KDA 2113. He plays so well and offer a lot of protection for the Luban number 7, and then can do a lot of damage. He can offer the protection and then the initiation. Look at this time.
You know, a lot of respects must be paid to Jacko. I really want to, you know, have an interview with this guy, because Jacko is a very experienced, very mature esports athlete. And right now, switching from the marksman to the support, I think he really did a great job then. You don't see, you know, lack of experiences when it comes to the very first. This is the very first time, the very first tournament that Jacko participated in, taking the place in support.
In support,
yeah,
and he performed so well. They actually know what kind of support the marksman will need.
Yeah. You know, a lot of hard work must be paid here for him to perform this good. So all in total, he participated in 15 kills. That means something. The killing participation rate must be very high for this Luban number 7 together with Luban.
So the Luban Master.
Wow, 100%.
100% over. Yeah, every kill is related to him.
Yep. You know, this is the perfect data from this duel. You know, seeing that Luban number 7 have been taking care of the almost 42% of the whole team fights and the whole team damage, while your support Luban, your father, the one who built this kind of robot, while contributing like 100% of the killing participation. That's something. Good work.
Yep.
Perfect composition.
And look at the team standings right now. Chengdu AG always on the top, and Nanjing KIC2022 gained another point for themselves. So that's 5 wins and 2 lose. They already have 5 points, and the Shanghai EDG.M and the Suzhou KFG, they have to worry about that.
Yeah, so like very close one or witness, but we only have 1 more day of the qualifiers. So each competition will be extremely important, so just remember to stay tuned with us. We will be casting every single one of them with you guys together. Okay, let's dive into our interview and let's see who we can be. Oh, no fear again. Hello, 吴伟跟我们打个招呼吧。All right, we might have some issue because I can't hear No Fear clearly, but if you can hear me, 如果吴伟可以听到我说话的话。All right, we will spend some time doing a little bit more adjustments. We will be back with No Fear again.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I love this kind of time because we have more time to prepare for the questions I want to ask. So, you know, it's a very serious like competition going on between those 4 teams.
Yep.
So, Weibo, WB, Hero, EDG, and KSG, right?
KSG, they're very, they're so close to that.
So before this like specific battle goes on, I think it will be really nervous, you know, because this point is especially important.
Yeah. 1 point can decide a lot of things because you only have 4 spots and out of 10 teams, so you have to gain every single point for themselves.
Okay, I think the interview is ready, and let's just begin with interview with No Fear again. 吴伟跟我们再次打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是南京 Hello 9金 No Fear。
It must be a really huge stress before this match begins because like all in total 4 teams are all scoring down with a point with 4. So what do you feel about this? 在这场比赛开始之前呢，其实有4支队伍都是4分，会有特别多的压力吗？喂。
没有特别多的压力嘛，就把每场比赛都当最后一把打。
Okay, so no pressure is taken because we are watching, we're taking every single fight as the last one. We will fight for our best results. 我记得啊，之前呢，你有说这次世冠呢也想用英文展示一下自己的才能啊，要不要跟我们说几句英文和粉丝互动一下呢？你的表现的机会到了。
主要太紧张了，现在想不出来英文。
那打个招呼总可以吧？ 说个 hello 总没有问题吧？Okay, very good. So actually, Wu Wei promised to speak a little bit of English to us, so he made it happen with a simple hello. It's okay. 接下来其实还有很多比赛哦，哪一场是你自己最期待的呢？
就跟微博打的那一场吧，一会儿。
就是今天的最后一场，那一场比赛想有怎样的一个发挥呢？
就尽力打好嘛，就不是出现失误，然后我们的团战每一波都打好。
Okay, so the most anticipated match will be the last one today because they are going against Weibo. So No Fear is really looking forward to that match because they want to perform perfectly and hopefully no mistake will be made in that specific match. 好，希望你们可以打好，谢谢吴伟接受我们采访，加油！ Oh, my job is done.
Yeah. It'll be the crucial match of the last game because they have to gain their point as well as Beijing Weibo. They hopefully they really decide of this kind of point as well.
Yeah, so much for this battle, and let's wait and see more things coming up. We will take a short break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the battle begins. So this will be the very last match for both teams for today.
Yep. Their last team, which is the Shanghai EDG.M against with the Suzhou KSG, and 4 win, 2 lose for each other.
I think KSG have quite a very scheduled, matchup for today because they will be the third one for them. They actually have started their today's matchup in the very early phases, like the second one between themselves against TTG, and they have 1 points back, and the next one will be taking place against Beijing Weibo, 2 very powerful teams. They managed to get 2 points to their teams. That's good. That's
and then
good.
2 points is quite important for them. For them to make it out to the to make out to the group stage. And right now they're equal strength.
KSG is so weird because they have very first day 2 wins, and the second day 2 lose. And for today, 2 wins again. 2 wins again.
Will be the 3 wins?
Yeah, so I think this is a team, really rely on the morality, right?
Yeah.
They have to gain the first victory back and trying to, come up with a better mentality, gaming, and coming for the next battle to begin with.
And this point is so important for both teams. So let's find out in the BP phase and look at the bands right there. Da Chao, Menki, and then Yukio Tachibana, Myanmar Musashi. The first pick for the EDG.M will be the Gongsun Li, and then Meng Qian, Zhang Fei. Wow, Zhang Fei has been released in this game.
I mean, this is really special. This band places right now. 3 junglers are being eliminated by both teams. It's almost like they have already prepared to do the same.
Yeah.
So a lot of meta hero picks, for example, Luban will be available. I was wondering why. Luban is so powerful, so aggressive, but Luban never got banned.
Never got banned.
Never got banned. It will be staying as available pick for all the time, such as Gongsun Li, Meng Tian, and Luban.
Maybe they're afraid of another hero, just like what they banned.
That might be the reason.
Yep. And that Lu Bu Lam will be the next choice. Will be the mid lane for the KSC or not. Shen Mengxi is still available, but they choose to pick TianYun or not. TianYun actually can show some competitive and against with Gongsun Li in the early game, but during the banning phase.
Using the second ability to dodge away the passive effect from Gongsun Li's auto attacks. It's quite weird to see marksman being picked in the very early 3 picks for the both teams.
Yeah.
And let's see what kind of position will get restricted in the second phase of the ban places. KSG taken a long time trying to decide what kind of hero they are trying to restrict on. Liu Bang it is. Very good move because of lack of a support, and Liu Bang together with Lam have managed to score this kind of duel with a very high winning percentage.
Yep, maybe the next one will be Lambert or Donghuang Tai.
That's very insane, 83%. 83% of the winning rate when it comes to the duel, Lan together with Liu Bang. Among 6 battles, they managed to win 5.
So you have to ban away the Liu Bang,
Yeah.
right? And then the Lambert which can combine with Lu Bu's ultimate, so it's banned away. And then the next choice will be Donghuang Tai. I think the Donghuang Tai is a good option.
Oh yeah, good
to against with Meng Qian.
Yep. Since they already have Zhang Fei, the 2 tanks, the 2 frontliners available. So right now, KSG looking for the jungler and a mid laner, the mage, who can be responsible for the late game damage.
Jing or Yao?
Yao.
A little brother or a sister?
I think both available.
Yeah.
Really depending on what kind of character that Wanxing wants to play more.
Yeah,
but
only the Yao.
Yao will have some more advantages when doing solo matchups against Lan, but this scenario will stand if they have 50-50 even earning gold.
Yeah.
If the gold is in a different scenario, I think there's no advantages happening down there.
But EDG.M strap, they actually can keep the priority in the midlands and offer a lot of protection, offer a lot of time to farming up for the lambs right there. So lamb will definitely farm up so quick.
The last pick, a mage, might be Zhao Jing because their opponent have a Lu Bu, so it'll be a better strategy for Zhao Jing to play because you save your second second ability, waiting for the landing of the ultimate from Lu Bu, trying to freeze him down there.
Zhao Jun definitely is the best choice for the KSG, but their opponent EDG.M already showed the solution. Zhuangzi is right there, so it's hard to pick Zhao Jun or Xi, one of them.
Wow, confidence pick. Because your opponent definitely have a Zhuangzi, which can use the ultimate to constantly purify all the crowd control abilities, but they're going for challenges, they're going against their enemies by picking the Xi. This is simple, a very simple show off of talent.
Very confident, and he's quite good at this hero. One of his best heroes.
I think Yichu is one of the players who play Xi the most in the qualifiers. It's not a very common character for other teams.
And we saw a lot of highlights of Xi by his playing.
You know, for the audience from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, because we're like witnessing, we're in the middle of the KPL region qualifier, the second round, we will have 2 more teams from KPL waiting in the group stage, and their name will be Chongqing Wolves and Wuhan E-Star Pro. There is one player for E-Star, the mid laner, who is also so good at Xi. His name is Qingrong. So just raising your anticipation and give you more things to be excited about.
But we can check more later.
They'll be appearing on the matchups in the group stage, and let's wait and see.
Yeah, but at the stage of this time, you have to watch.
Of course,
Yeah, you have to watch Yichu, how he played with his Xi, this kind of hero.
Well, this will be really difficult, you know, for Xi trying to perform a good job and trying to do a great job because you're going against Zhuangzi. Very difficult challenge.
So you have to find some timing when the cooldown stage, we're in the cooldown stage.
Yeah, you know, here's the thing. Almost, like usually we will see like you pick a Xi in your mid and your opponent, your enemy chose the Zhuangzi as a counter towards Xi. And in these matchups, it's working the different ways. Weird.
When you're against the Zhuangzi, so your first ability, when your first ability land on the target, you cannot jump inside at the first time because the Zhuangzi can't dodge the CC from your first ability. So you have to kite around and force Zhuangzi's ultimate out and then find the timing when Zhuangzi's ultimate is not available.
Yeah, you know, a deeper understanding of the composition is needed, extremely needed for KSG trying to take the victory in this match, because Xi might be highly countered with his Zhuangzi, and let's see. Their moves, their decision, their team fights might surprise us. Let the battle begin, and let's see what kind of matchups we're gonna see in this match. No switch in the lane, maybe. The marksman, TianYun, goes into the mid for the very first wave.
To keep the priority of the mid lane, just show you it's so powerful for cleaning this wave.
Yeah, good positioning, you know. Xiao always find the location with no fire. It's very difficult. Trying to take less damage as possible.
Yeah, that's the individual ability, but yeah, definitely another hard point. Yeah, how to avoid the fire.
And down bottom lane, the marksman make rotation down, trying to join the team, protecting the blue together, waiting for Wang to be at the right place. And good news for KSG, they managed to save this blue. But Yanmeng has paired himself with a smite, and it's still available. But facing the fact that he will be facing completely outnumbered, so Yanmeng chooses to retreat back.
Just collect some information for the blue buff. Maybe they will invade next time.
Yichu make rotation to the top, gaining some vision here. Since like both top laners still need some time to get to level 4.
Reaching the level 4 is very crucial for both teams' side laner, especially Lu Bu and then the Mengtian. It will change a lot.
I think what Yanmeng will be doing for this match is constantly following where this Yichu is going. We have to follow his route together, trying to avoid your teammates being initiated on. two versus two on the bottom lane. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened, but the reverse spy is gained by the KSG.
Yes.
Both of them, the support, they carry the smite. But Zhang Fei might more effective in the bomb land.
I think TianYun going against as a counterpick towards Guangzhou, they really worked so well during the recent games, right?
Yeah.
A lot of, I can remember like from AG played TianYun so well going against Guangzhou, they managed to win some advantages during the matchups.
Really effective in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Especially again with the Guangzhou Li.
We can see that the ultimate is being forced out for Xiao to put, trying to escape away. And the Tyrant Bulby goes to the side of EDG.M, and the blue is available right now.
Blue is available, but KSG already here, so they can protect this.
Safe enough.
Imperial Order. 5.5 HP onto Yemo.
Reduce. Like when it gets to level 3 ultimate, this Imperial Order will reduce 50% of your defensive effect. That's something.
Actually, important key to against the tank. And right now, look at Xishi. Oh, Yichi, that controls so well. But look at Lam just jumping inside to find another kill. But Yao will not make that happen. So the Yichi will get himself another kill. Yichi performed so well with Xishi. Look at that control.
I started to get answers from KSG how they're planning to do the team fights against Zhuangzi. So basically what Yichi is doing right now, avoid, doing team fights where Zhuangzi stands.
Yeah.
He goes to the complete opposite direction. They have the side on Zhuangzi on the bottom, so Yichi made rotation to the top, avoiding to meet the Zhuangzi during the team fights, managed to take a victory, a very victorious team fight to their teams.
So
very clever move.
Yeah, that's the confidence they showed us.
Make good use of the team vision so that you can choose, you can have a preference on choosing wherever you want to take in.
That's what we call strategy.
Yeah, which lane you want to reinforce on.
You can have Zhuangzi, you can have the ultimate to dodge all of the CC from us, but I will choose to avoid the land you're in there. That I will create some team fight with the long distance of you.
That's basically like a tutorial of how to use this kind of hero.
Yeah.
How to perform when you're using this character, Xishi. On the bottom, Chao accompanied by XiAn together, taking down the turrets.
Another outer turret. And the outer turret of the Silent from the EDG.M has been taken away, so that's a big problem for EDG.M right now.
EDG.M trying to figure and trying to turn the tide around by gaining the wave in the mid. That's a good move, when you're kind of in a very awkward situation, the best move will be always trying to fight for the mid lane priority. It will enable you to have initiative, trying to choose which lane you want to go. If you ever feel puzzled, gain the mid lane priority. That's what you can look for. EDG.M gathering around in the mid.
Yeah, but they luckily have the Zhou Yu can clean the way so fast, so they can always keep the priority of the mid lane and they protect the jungle lane, protect the mid lane. But right now, Blue has been taken away by the opponent. Look at that. Xishi pull back lamp once again. All that places start from the Yichi.
Complete controlling the whole game by a very good use of this character. I could only say this, without Yichi, without this character being picked in, I think KS might lose some initiations, But simply by a very good master of this character that begins to turn this game into a different kind of situation.
Yep.
Carrying the whole game. Ichi, so good.
So carrying the game, 4 assists and 1 kill right now. As a mid laner, he did his great job.
The meta have been changed for a very long time, so we have experienced a lot of meta changes. We used to have those meta where the mages will be gained a lot of gold.
Yeah.
Maybe around the year of 2018 or 2017. But we used to think that we have already
Yeah,
passed.
look at the bottom side. Yao's been taken very low and killed by the lamb.
Yeah, but you know, you really show your talents by using this kind of assistant mage, we call it.
Yeah.
Not assassin one.
Yeah, you have to practice this. 其实 it's quite simple hero, but actually show a lot of hard condition on this hero. You have to pick the right positioning and then the right timing to issue your ability. And look at that, Lu Bu ultimate jump inside, but not enough damage for the kill. But for Xiao's flash out.
Yeah, I think the crowd control ability is just not enough, you know, to trying to let KSG stay in the right position, waiting for more damage to come up with. I think KSG will start to gradually build up their gold lead by doing this.
Yeah,
finding your right chances, flash after flash.
Just like this kind of chances. He found so well, but the react from the Ming it's so quick.
Wow. I mean, the river bush vision is very hard to gain for EDG.M because Ichi has been stayed here for a very long time, and there's no way that they can get the vision using the abilities. I think if they may change to Shenmengxi, they can use the very first ability of Shenmengxi trying to gain the vision here, but unfortunately Shenmengxi is being banned away by themselves, so they can only trying to use the Zhou instead.
Use the flame.
You have to pay some price here. It's very hard to get a vision right now.
So this is BP when finish the drop, and you have to play with the drop and stick to the plan.
I think for KSG, no need to worry. They started to lead the game. The goal lead is quite significant, and they're just waiting for their marksman DNJ to come into the mid and trying to initiate. XiAn already gained the ultimate, trying to find the perfect location, perfect angle to engage.
Yeah. Everything's been settled down.
5 members are already.
They're trying to initiation.
EDG.M, lack of crowd controls, you know. They cannot just find an opportunity to dive in. There's no ability to do so. Only Lu Bu's ultimate is not enough.
No way, and Meng Tian, you should ultimate right there. And Zhang Fei, nice CC, and Lu Bu jump inside and separate the battlefield to zoom away the KSG.
I really like how KSG is playing in this match. They do not want, and they're not spending every second waiting to initiate. They're simply, using their abilities, trying to get more vision and to make sure that all the common objectives are ready to their side. And once they got to a level lead where the gold is sufficient enough, where the marksmen have enough items, I think they will start to do so. They will start to look for team fights right now.
Yeah.
Patiently waiting.
Yeah, we'll find out in a few minutes. But right now, the Shadow Overlord has been taken by the KSG. Definitely good news for the KSG. They want to end this game as quick as possible, especially when they play with Xi, this kind of hero can start up a pace instantly.
This very difficult challenge for EDG.M trying to initiate because the vision is not there, the damage is not there, the item is not there. They're facing a 4,000 gold deficit. It's very difficult for them to do so. I think they will gradually lose their outer turrets to the side of KSG and trying to stay in the high ground, trying to stall the time in the very late phase where Rock will finally find some opportunity trying to steal the HP bar. That's the only opportunity I can see from this match. Waiting, constantly waiting.
They have to wait because the only thing they can do is play passively in the game because they use Zhuangzi to dodge the CC, but that's the one they gain. They lose the initiation of their drop.
Yep. That's the price you have to pay. Vanguards rush into the high ground, but unfortunately does not arrive at this position at the same time, so EDG.M could still split the teams into two. 2 members responsible to those vanguards in the mid, and the resting 3 will go in the bottom. and Lam will go directly to the top, trying to take down this Vanguard. KSG can't have this Shadow Tyrant to themselves.
Oh, that's a little mistake of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's fine. It's still in range. Still in the range. Still continue to do the damage to the Shadow Tyrant.
Dark Tyrant has been defeated.
Never mind.
Wow, KSG really knows, how to control this whole game. They show their understanding of this composition. There's no rushing moves.
No rushing moves. They stay calm and every movement step by step.
I think they are waiting for this Overlord. Once they got it, control the both dragons, I think it will be the time.
They can try to do some damage on the high rank turret, but they won't create a team fight.
Yeah. Because EDG.M chose to stay in the high ground, they have to find some ways to lure their opponents out.
Yeah.
But I think EDG.M understand this theory and they will not give this kind of chances. So just keeping around and trying to protect Min as protective as possible, trying to keep this Zhou Yu alive, finishing and cleaning all the way for the teams, and waiting for the Vanguard to arrive. What will be EDG.M's next move?
Yeah. And that's the only thing they can do.
Yes.
Because
hopeless.
They lose all the jungle land. They lose all the resources outside.
Yeah, such a hopeless scenario right there. Wanxing already have the siege breaker. So rich in the space. The Overlord is ready.
And this kind of damage is hard to take. Overlord's ready, so the next movement maybe will do a lot of damage into the high ground turret, trying to push in the high ground turret.
This will be the time where KSG show their strategies. You have to decide which lane you want to put a Shadow Vanguard in, and let's see how, what will be the maximum strats they can come up with trying to go on the high ground tower. So getting a high ground tower will be extremely important because KSG definitely looking for better soldiers in the side lanes. They put the Shadow Vanguard on the top, which means that they will send the jungler in the bottom, trying to take the bottom wave at the same time, rushing in the high ground tower to separate EDG.M's members.
They will keep the pressure from 3 lanes.
Three lanes. Yeah, they're controlling the mid ones. We can see the little movements here. They are not cleaning the wave in the mid, trying to make sure that the 3 Vanguards from the 3 lanes arrive in the high ground at the same time.
At the same time, right now, as Meng Tian issued ultimate, it's keeping the damage into this high ground turret. The Vanguard's so tanky, and the Lu Bu just jumped inside, trying to find some damage and trying to kill the TianYun. The TianYun still alive, but cannot survive from that flame. And then another damage just jumped inside, trying to kill the Zhuangzi, and then double kill back over to the Meng Tian, and then he's still alive. So tanky from that.
That's a good move from EDG.M. They actually become very patient, waiting for this moment to dive in. A very nice positioning from Min, managed to keep the fire working constantly. So Xiao is fully decked. Only a little bit more time is needed for this marksman to get the kills. We can see Xiao stand and right there, the flicker has been forced out because Ningzhi uses ultimate trying to get closer to TianYun, and the following up damage is just correct enough so that Zhou Yu can get the kill over to the marksman. Good one.
Yep. I think EDG.M, they play so well. They have to do something to protect the high ground turret. They cannot just leave it.
Nice defensive fights, I would only say.
They actually have the ability to win the team fight.
And they managed to keep the top high ground tower alive, even though it's very vulnerable right now, but it's alive.
Yeah.
It stands
still
there.
alive, which means that that won't be create some
the super soldiers, the super soldiers will not be a spawn to KSG side. But right now, the minions just took the job. Finish.
Yeah, the minion will finish the job.
Tyrant has been defeated.
So what will happen, that will happen.
But I really think that EDG.M tries their best. You don't want to be too excited for the team fight. They managed to take the match to the 17 minutes. That's a good news for EDG.M. But later on, I think they should be still, playing passively, waiting for the right moment to trying to fight back.
If they want to strike back, they have to depend on Ningzhi, depends on Lü Bu.
They need to, have former closer communications. Wow.
Yeah, look at Tichu. It's in a wrong positioning, but luckily, Gongsun Li have some little mistake.
Does not follow up the damage.
It's on the wall.
Yes. But the damage from Tichu is quite high, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, because the items at Lü Bu belts, there's no magical defense items available right now. He's choosing to use very limited gold, trying to buy the Pure Sky and the Siege Breaker together. So Ningzhi will have a very high damage, but a very vulnerable body it is.
He's the only guy can jump inside and targeting the TianYun directly.
Yeah, but the reason that they have a kill over TianYun is because Ningzhi have these two items, right? The damage is enough. And the flash is available for Ningzhi right now. I think EDG.M is trying,
They're trying to do something around this Shadow Overlord.
Xiao, the marksman, TianYun from KSG, has already built a succubus cloak in order to protect himself from the team fights because the fire is impossible to handle.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the Zhou Yu's been taken to half. Look at the Zhang Fei. Each of the ultimate but dodged by the Zhuangzi. Oh, Ningzhi. What's the damage of that? This is Lü Bu. Ultimate in the first ability can finish the kill onto Yiqu.
This is the warrior that you could be counting on in the late game. So very limited gold earned by Ningzhi, but he chose to build this physical damaging items instead of building the very defensive one, so that he will have this kind of damage in return. And right now, I think it's EDG.M's time because all in round, 5 men in total standing in the mid, tear down the very first tower in the mid, trying to make something turn around here. The Tempest Dragon will be spawned after 40 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, so when the KSU realized the real call for EDG.M, it's Lü Bu. That's late. They were too late for that.
I think it's a very good initiation with Yiqu getting his hands on Ming, but Ming using the flash to dodge away. A nice move.
Nice
so that
move,
he can keep himself alive.
Yeah. So right now Ningzhi have to cautious and find the right timing jump inside.
Well, this match just got very, very interesting from now on because I think both teams are compatible enough. They all have a lot of damage. They all have some winning, very important qualities of taking the victory back. They can do this.
Suzhou KSG actually they did a great job in their early game and have a huge goal lead, but they cannot end this game with this kind of drop or play too passively in the mid game. Oh, look at TianYun, Sun Chaser's been triggered and do a lot of poking damage into the EDG.M's members. Right now they have to rush this Tempest Dragon and force the team fight.
KSG still went directly to the Tempest.
And look at Zhangzi. Oh, Zhangzi's been taken very low. Look at Lü Bu jumping inside and do a lot of damage, but Flash will keep the Xi available, keep the Xi alive. And the Lamp jump inside. Resurrection has been triggered. Will buy some time. Then that's suddenly triggered once again, but not enough to finish the kill onto Meng Tian. But the flame's coming. But when the flame face the water, that will be something encountering.
Wow, so quick response, quick reactions towards his team fights, using the flash to dodge off the crowd control abilities and trying to keep himself very safe. Nice job done, I think.
Yeah.
He saved himself from using a flash. A flash will be extremely important because Yiqu is still waiting for the cooldown to happen. EDG.M gaining the vision of the Tempest Dragon as it goes around the Dragon Pole, trying to gain vision here.
It's so dangerous right there. Not enough damage to finish the kill. And look at Meng Tian jump inside the back line. And Zhou Yu's been taken very low. And the order attack with the flash will finish that kill. And then Lü Bu jump inside and trade it back. It's hard to make it happen to the retreat
But
right now. But as
EDG
a
really
jungler,
needs to go back because Wang is arriving here at the scene. Rock still trying to gain some vision right here, but could not get his hands on Wang because the target's just too far. Again, let's see the replay here. I think Adza really did a great job then, using the flag together with the auto attack, getting the kills on Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu finally goes down. I mean, Ming's have been keeping him alive for a very long time. Yeah, he really did his best on Zhou Yu, and with arrival, the late arrival from Wang managed to take the backliner very low. That's the reason why EDG.M choose to go back. These are the teammates from AG. They got so excited only by being the audience of this match. I think this match is starting to sound really great.
That's an excellent game and amazing game right now. The Tempest Dragon will be the key of both teams, and right now they are 50-15 in this game.
Sun Chaser again used by Xiao, trying to chip away those HP bar from the frontliner from EDG.M. EDG.M, the junglers are showing his appearance on the bottom, which means that KSG can go further and go deeper into the river. The two frontline will make sure that KSG can have clear vision on the river right now. The backliners will be much safer.
Yeah, they have Changsha, they have Lu Bu. This kind of tank can actually protect themselves safely.
You know, at this right amount of time, I think Rock is really difficult, especially when you're playing Gongsun Li with no armory. Protecting yourself.
Yeah, look at the bottom side. That would be a solo on that. Yao versus Yao versus Lam, but with some actions being triggered, both of them, and not enough to finish the kill.
So after using some of the common skills and the alternatives, nobody goes down.
Nobody goes down, but the only item they have to use is Destiny, because the 6 centuries being triggered and they have to wait for the CD.
But at the same time, you know, XiAn has used the ultimate. Zhang Fei still need a lot of time to accumulate the anger in order to have the ultimate.
Yeah.
Right now, they're using the Tempest Dragon, trying to force EDG.M come up front to do the team fight because they're ready for anything to happen.
Oh,
another Splendor use.
Been triggered out, and the Tempest Dragon rush by the KSG so quick.
Look at the shield offered by the Tempest Dragon. Look at the shield from Xiao. So tanky, the marksman right now standing. He can be a soldier in this particular time. It's enough.
It's enough for that. 2 shield, 1 shield for the Succubus Club and 1 shield from the Tempest Dragon.
A huge leading in the wave in the top lane will help, you know, KSG loosen themselves a little bit, because the Super Soldier and the Tempest Dragon Vanguards will help them trying to push their lanes
from
towards
top
EDG.M space.
Yeah. From top lane and the bottom lane. Yeah, the bottom lane high range tower was destroyed by the minion waves.
Yeah, again, the same strategies are going on here, trying to make sure that all 3 lanes will have the vanguards arriving at the high ground tower at the same time. It will be the crucial moment for KSG trying to gain this game. 4 points for KSG right now for today.
And all the tourists been taken down by the KSG.
Yeah, today is a very difficult one because KSG are facing 3 battles. This will be the very last one for them. EDG.M have been suffering a lot over 25 minutes. They are facing a huge stress, but they managed to stall this time so long, nearly 25 minutes it is, waiting at their high ground tower, waiting to fight back.
And they have to put out some miracle team fight to turn something back.
Rock, very hard to survive. Unlike the Direnjie, Gongsun is so vulnerable and its HP bar. You can compare those HPs again among these 2 marksmen to completely 2 different things.
But this round, I don't think KSG. I don't think they're trying to. They are trying to end this game, but they have to end this game by the 2nd Tempest Dragon, I think.
I don't know. Maybe the 2nd Tempest Dragon will be even harder to get because EDG.M is not planning on giving that
Yeah.
Tempest Dragon to KSG. They will not go back without a fight.
Yeah, look at Lu Bu jump inside, but the flash will keep the Xi alive. And then the fish.
Oh, nice diving in from
Nice diving in. Azi, the resurrection has been triggered. Another damage will follow. Gong Sun Li's been taken back with a look at Lan jump inside the backline, trying to destroy the backline. This destiny has been destroyed. And right now, 3 of them seem dead. Destiny triggered once again. Archer will killed by Ningzhi. Wow, that Lu Bu is such a big boss in the late game.
You know, Ming really did a great job by surviving all the time, gaining the kill, keeping himself alive. And right now, Rock is standing up to clean the wave. They're trying to chase back to KSG, putting their waves in the mid, trying to go for the high ground tower in the mid. And they obviously had the advantage of gaining the second Tempest Dragon. Look at Rock's damage, taking the high ground tower that easily.
But they were killed by Lu Bu. Oh no, Splendor was being triggered, and right now they have to do a lot of damage on that Ningzhi. It's unstoppable.
But the waves will take some time to get in the right positions. I think the game continues because EDG.M have no way to finish this game at this point. 28th minute it is. They're looking for the second Tempest Dragon. Nice move by EDG.M.
Yeah. They actually have big advantage in the team fight when Lu Bu is already decked out right there. But unfortunately, the high ground tower was being destroyed too early.
Again. Like some team fight, some skirmish happened in the river. EDG.M have their hands on the Tempest Dragon, while Azi is making a rotation through without it being seen. Trying to get close to the backline, but unable to do so. Yeah. So 1 Tempest Dragon to each team. Will this help EDG.M to finish the game?
Or not?
See. How can they arrange this kind of vanguard to rush into the base? What kind of base defensive fights that KSG will bring to us?
If that is wrong, EDG.M can destroy the high ground tower by using this Tempest Vanguard, the side land, the top land and the bottom land, destroy them. They maybe will have some chance to turn something back.
You know, the only thing that KSG should be doing is that like safely clean the wave is all they need to do, because they still have like 3 winning lanes. They have all the 3 high ground tower from their opponents.
Yeah.
You're basically waiting for your super soldier to rush in and trying to get the base for you.
And they're coming.
The flames are ready.
In this moment,
flames are ready.
Jump inside, and Yichu the ultimate trying to find a kill on Ju. The Yichu's down.
It's taken
down right now, and look at high ground tower has been taken down by the EDG.M. And then will be the next. The base will be the next unknown. 5 versus 4. Look at Montan just flashes him inside the back line and trying to do a lot of damage. And Montan's been taken very low. That's Destiny been triggered. And then Long jump inside the back line, do a lot of burst damage. TianYun still on the position, trying to do some damage. But the Vanguard will jump inside the base. And then the Gong Sun Li will destroy the base directly. And EDG.M strike back beautifully and gain the point for themselves.
Miracle after being taken down like 3 lane, 3 high ground tower, he managed to win this fight throughout a very single team fight in the mid just happened. They used in Tempest Dragon, the second one, trying to push the Vanguard further, and at the very end, they did it. Using the Alta, using the burst damage from Gong Sun Li, managed to get the base. I mean, this will be a total like frustration to KSG, because if you have gained like 3 high ground towers, you expect yourself to win. You have huge leads started from the very beginning. You are leading the entire game at the very first moment, very first second, but you end up losing because of 1 team fight.
Yeah, when you were thinking about you are a 90% winning rate, you are wrong about that. You're absolutely wrong about that, because a single team fight in the late game can turn everything around. This is BO1.
You know, I started to lose faith on EDG.M after casting all the battles in the very first day of the qualifiers. But right now, from now on, I will change my total impression towards EDG.M, because I think they found themselves back within like 3 days. I'm so happy for them to find themselves, because I've started, you know, to see the exact same atmosphere, the exact same vibe from them like the summer season playoffs. They are making the impossible happen. I really love to see them play this kind of game. I'll never give up on anything.
Yeah, and I would like to highlight a player which called Ling.
Yep.
Ling and Lu. He played with Lu Bu. As we thought about, as we saw a lot of Lu Bu before, a lot of Lu Bu will build up a lot of defensive item and play as a tank. But Ling is totally different. He plays as a warrior and an assassin in this game because he's the only one can directly dive into the backline and do the burst damage to the backline, and he actually get it done.
He will be the one member standing up. The moment we can, spend more time trying to recall what will be the most important team fights for EDG.M to make this happen. I could possibly think of one which appears to take part in the very early 15 minutes where they're trying to protect the top high ground tower, where Ninja use the flash together with the ultimate, get the kill over and against the marksman Dianjie, get the kill together with Zhou Yu, and that's the moment they started to turn this complete tie around, right?
Yeah,
wow, that's
exactly.
a moment. That's a moment.
That's a moment,
make this happen.
And that's another reason why he just played like a warrior, because he had to show the competitive against Meng Tian. Meng Tian is a very tanky hero. It's hard to destroy by also least damage, so he have to deck out some damage items like Siege Breaker, Pure Skies, and even the Eternity Blade is available to destroy the Meng Tian, because that's a true damage. You can avoid that.
True God in the very late game. As we always use this term to describe Lu Bu in the late game, trying to absorb all the damage taken from your enemy, and you just have last hit against your enemy's backlines, and that's it. Once you have a perfect location to dive in, you will completely change the whole game. And another news for the entire qualifiers, because EDG.M has won this game, which means that AG will be officially qualified to the group stage. Congratulations on AG making up to the group stage.
6 wins in a row. Definitely deserve that.
Yeah, of course,
and then Ling will be the MVP of this game from EDG.M.
Now, this player have a very special way to understand the match. So we expect this player to build a lot of defensive item, as a tank, as a frontliner, trying to protect your backline. But it doesn't work the same way for Ninja. He knows that the whole team needs this kind of damage. He will be the one true core for EDG.M's composition.
Yeah, flexibility is very important, especially in items. The different item can deal with a different situation, especially we can see the example right there, Lu Bu. You can destroy the backline with only 2 abilities, ultimate and first ability. With the flash, can destroy each instantly.
This match is very important for both teams because before this match be taken place, both teams are scoring 4 points in the points dashboard. But right now, after taking the victory for EDG.M side, EDG.M managed to climb closer to number 1, to the number 2. Scores the same score against Hero, getting to 5. This will be extremely important because by losing 1, KIC will remaining as a 4 team.
Yeah, so that's quite important in the last game. The last game is Nanjing Hero versus Beijing Weibo. So they're very close. If the Nanjing Hero can get another point, Suzhou KSG will feel so nervous of that.
And I almost felt hopeless in the mid game because I see no way out for EDG.M trying to accept the fact that Suzhou KSG will continuously trying to push on your high ground towers. You're basically face the fact that you will be losing all your high ground towers in the future 5 minutes. And that really happened. But just out of my imagination, they finally found a way, trying to win in the team fights, getting the Tempest Dragon to the side.
Discover your imagination is very important in the late game because we saw a lot of miracle in the late game. And the wildcard qualified and the KPL region qualified round 1, round 2. We see a lot of matchup they strike back beautifully without any turret.
Those two teams, you know, ranked number 2, the second place, Shanghai EDG.M and Nanjing Hero, they're running so closely with one another. So after a simple like matchup had been taken place, the ranking might be different. Might be extremely different with the previous one we have seen. So this is how like serious, this is how cruel our qualifier will be. And here we go, we're ready for an interview, and let's see who is with us. Hello, Yuan，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是上海EDG.M员。
It's very difficult a match because you lose like 3 high ground tower, huge stress. What is the team strategy you're gonna pull off during the match? So 就是这一局呢，其实你们是面临一个3高被破的局面，在最艰难的时刻，团队是选择做一个怎样的一个战术布置，想怎样去打，或者等什么样的一个时间才可以把这个团战给赢下来呢？
就等核心输出装备吧，就正常运线就运好了，就看情况跟他打一波。
Okay, so we're waiting for the right moment where we have a core items developed by our backliners, and at the same time, we have to make sure we have a better management on our way to make sure that our base is safe enough. 这一局比赛其实非常非常重要啊 ，EDG.M 看到这几天的调整其实是非常快的。队内你觉得最近做了哪一些努力可以让你们有这么迅速的一个调整呢？
就感觉心态问题吧，第一次打可能大家都比较紧张，后面就心里浮躁一下，就心里调节好了一点。
All right, so we are seeing a huge change in the whole team gaming style. So I was wondering what's the reason behind all of this. So basically they have changed their mentality. Maybe from the very first time we are feeling quite nervous about, you know, starting the KIC. But from now on, I think we are fully ready for the battle. 谢谢袁接受我们的采访，希望我们你们表现可以越来越好，谢谢。Yeah, that's the answer we're looking forward to hear.
Yeah, that's a true answer.
Yep.
They're really adapting to this kind of stage, and they perform so well. Just right after they lose some games, and they gain 5 points back over to themselves.
You know, in this kind of qualifiers, what we are really competing is not your talents, it's not your limitations. We are competing how fast you can adapt into KIC. The speed means everything. Let's see some highlights from now on and see some highlight clips from the previous match.
The highlight will be between Lü Bu and Xi. Xi actually performed so well in the early game and mid game. Yiqu actually picked a lot of CC in the team fight, in some skirmish, and start up the pace. But unfortunately, it's not gonna work in the late game because Changsha always stay in the front line, and then the Lü Bu will jump just right over your head. It's hard to dodge that damage.
You know, I would like to highlight one more player, Ling. He
Ming.
really plays this mage so well, always find a safe position. But if you're gonna discuss how fierce the whole battle will be, it's very difficult for Joey to stay alive. But he managed to do the same for every single team fight. That's something worth practicing on. So much for this battle. We will be back within seconds. All right, we are back. Here we go. We are going to start the 10th match for today. So it will be taking place between Shenzhen DYG going against Beijing Weibo.
That's a 10 game at a crucial point for the Shenzhen DYG because they already lose 4 points and they only get 2 points for themselves. So if they lose this point, it's hard to get out of this stage.
There's a slight glimpse of opportunity for DYG because they have still hold some hope making to the top 4. So this will be the one chance they have to grab effectively, trying to be more competitive. A game it is, trying to make to the top 4.
If they want to beat the top 4, they have to win the last 3 games.
Every single one of them.
Every single game, the last 3 games, they have to win in a row. So that's quite important and quite hard for them, especially when Shenzhen DYG against with Beijing Weibo.
So among all the wrestling teams, the most important battle you'll be taking place, you're facing Weibo as your enemy. That's one difficult task to handle, but you know, this is saying you have to conquer every kind of difficulties in order to be the best one. So DYG, obviously a lot of huge pressure are put onto them because they lost a fight against RW, the Rogue Warrior. But you know, I blame it for the composition. I don't blame it for their poor performance. So I can see that they still gain some chances right here.
They still gain some chances. So they have to pick some meta pick in meta answer. In this game, the composition pick the aggressive and just can protect your jungle land or invader jungle land as quick as possible.
I think the previous match for Weibo is too much to handle because the battle against KSG also, you know, stole the time to very late. And I could say that I see Nuanyang doing and solo against the whole team that long, trying to steal the dragon, trying to protect those super soldiers. You know, a huge stress. But that's a huge pity for Weibo to lose in the fight. But I think they're fully recovered from the defeat. Hopefully, right?
Definitely for that. And this time, Shenzhen DYG, on the other hand, Shenzhen DYG, they have to reset their mentality and then pick some aggressive heroes, just like Gongsun Li, maybe Yukio Tachibana, which is Xiao Yi's favorite. And then Shenmeng Xi, Meng Qian, this kind of hero, they actually can pick a lot.
I mean, it's quite a day for Weibo because they have 3 matches in today. So among all the 6 battles they had, they lose the one against AG and lose another one against KSG. They will still have 2 remaining, one including this one against DYG and the very last one. Their opponent will be Hero. They're gonna be fighting for the very essential points against your enemies. 4 wins, 2 lose for the side of Weibo, but on the other hand, let's see the scores that DYG have, like 2 wins and 4 lose.
Yep, everything is relative, happy or sad in the same time. So let's jump into the BP phase. Zhang Fei and Da Qiao, it's not available for them, and then Gongsun Li, Meng Tian, is out of the table.
Like very typical choices in the very first round of the ban places right now. Mai Shinanui might be the answer from Beijing Weibo, given Huajun the most used and the most comfortable and confident hero he has.
Yeah, the best hero of him.
Yep, best moves.
And then, Luban Master. Xiao, then maybe the third pick is Luban number 7.
I really like the idea that you prioritize the choice of Luban. You need to make sure you have the support on your hand so that you can make secondary decisions, whether it will be Luban number 7 or it'll be like Direnjie or any other marksman. But the choice will be on your hand. You know? It will be a very good choice. You've given up the second phase and the second place for Luban.
But with spawn by the Beijing Weibo, it's Lam combined with Lü Bu. Wow, Lam, Lü Bu, Mai Shinanui. It's hard to survive for the Luban number 7.
You know, careful like homework did just now by taking this Prince of Lanling away, because Weibo really like to use Prince of Lanling as a support. They can be really aggressive, looking forward to a lot of engagements in the early game. So you definitely want to buy yourself more time for this Luban number 7 to farm up. So that's the reason they cut out the choice of Prince of Lanling and Liu Bang at the same time. We have been mentioned before, together this duo, Lan together with Liu Bang, has scored 83% of the winning rate. You don't want to give this kind of competitive duo to your enemy.
When Lam shows up, the Liu Bang must be kicked out of the table, and right now they have to combine with the Lambert. I think Lambert is the best choice for the side of the Beijing Weibo.
You know, I think from my own perspective, the choices in the mid is quite limited in the current meta. So we're saying that you choose one and you ban two. Your opponent will be facing a lot of trouble. They're trying to decide whether to use Shen Mengxi or Zhou Yu instead, with Zhao Jing and Yixing completely eliminated.
Meta pick, that's not much for the game, so they have to choose Yu, especially in the all-around BP. But it's fine in the BO1. Yeah, you pick what you want. And then the support of the Beijing Weibo right now, Donghuang Taiyi or Lambert, it's all available. Lambert, I think it's a better choice. Maybe Sun Bing. If they want to play more safely in the late game, Sun Bing might be the choice. But when they want to play more aggressively, so Lambert's the choice.
This composition is quite familiar to watch because like eStar Pro really like this kind of composition. But you know, if you have a very good use of the Lambert together with the Lubu ultimate, you can easily start off any team fight you want, just to make sure that you can perform the perfect combo chain right there. And using the diving in from XiAn, trying to just vanish the whole backliners from your enemies. Xi again will be the choice for Jinan to pick in this specific match, where they have to put everything on stage because DYG cannot afford to lose one more mark.
If they lose one more mark, that's hopeless. And right now, they choose Xi as a core to protect, to offer the protection to Luban number 7 or offer the initiation for the team. So that's quite an important point for them. So all we have to watch is Xi, he performed well or not.
I think both of the compositions seems good to me, good enough. So a lot of like crowd control ability is shown from the compositions, and the late game damage is pretty much ensured from DYG. But as for Weibo, maybe Meng Ya will trying to gain more advantages in the mid before it reaches really late game, the late phase. So if you compare the ability trying to take off and get on the damage onto the backlines, I would personally prefer Luban number 7 more in the late game than
Meng Ya actually can gain some advantage for himself by his ability, but I more prefer to the teamwork because Lambert combined with Lu Bu and then XiAn, actually this kind of conversation can create a lot of miracle.
You know, the common quality for those compositions is that they share the same amount of the CCs, but the strategies are completely opposite. There's no definite backline needs to be protected from the side of Weibo. They're just going in for everything. They don't need to protect any marksman, like Meng Ya can stand on his own. But on the other hand, however, on the side of DYG, they have to form a solid standing position in order to keep Luban number 7 alive all the time. That's one difficult task to do.
So Luban number 7 have to stay alive, and for the side of the
DYG.
For the side of DYG. But Beijing Weibo, this kind of conversation just like a single round conversation. Just jump inside, use ultimate and the damage, just jump inside.
Put yourself there.
If the ability is all in CD, that will be the disaster for this team.
Do anything that you can do, you can possibly do. Show us your threats to your backlines and to your enemies. And here we go, the 10th match of today is about to start. And the matchups, there's no exchanging lanes. So we're seeing the two marksmen going 1 versus 1 in the bottom, while the duel in the mid trying to gain the waves here. And nothing will happen on the top because two tanks doing auto attacks on each other. It's not worth watching.
And this is a normal starting.
Normal starting. Oh, wow, the damage from Langcheng.
That's a great trade.
Yeah, I remember myself saying this. I really like Luban number 7, this kind of hero.
Yeah.
I think it has no obvious weakness, apart from the fact that he has no dash. That will be a 1.
That will be a 1, but actually you don't need a dash when you're doing the damage.
Yeah, you
stay in fix and use a passive doing the burst damage, and then your dash will offer by your father.
Yeah, sure. Good duel right there. You gain back your burst damage in return, right?
Yeah.
A little sacrifice of the dash.
But you need a good support. You really need a good support when you're in ranking.
Yeah. So, if you are Honor of King users and players, I highly recommend you to do a double ranking together with a support using Luban instead of being solo using Luban number 7.
Yeah.
You will get killed without any protection in the early game.
You can watch this kind of matches and learn how to use this kind of duel.
Yep. Every single auto attack will be activated using the
look at the top side.
Something happened
There's
right there.
no death there, but the flash being forced out.
Luanyang sharing the gold, sharing the weight together with Zimo, managed to take Zimo down to the jungle, offering more vision. This is what bodyguards do. You offer the vision all the time in order to protect your jungler's buff. And the buffs are so important in this current meta.
That's what they can do at the stage of this time. They have to catch this kind of timing. Another flash forced out by Xixi.
Yep. So both teams are actually doing the same thing, bringing out the tanks to the mid, trying to make more things happen.
The bottom side.
Oh, it's a very difficult matchup to do for Meng Yang.
And Lam. First ability already land, but not enough damage for the kill. And then another extra pack. Will available.
Huajun arrived. Huajun and Wai waiting for the moment to use ability, but XiAo is right there.
There will be a choice for that. That will be a disaster, I think.
I think XiAo has no vision, right?
No vision.
They have no idea that Mai Shinanui stayed in the bush.
Yep, and
it's simply, the sensation from your former experience being an esports player.
Yep.
Wow.
When the Mai Shinanui appeared at that second, the ultimate will trigger. So that's like a muscle memory, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Because I think Mai Shinanui successfully hid her vision. It was basically hiding in the bush for a long time. But DYG XiAo just chose directly going for the bush. He knows someone must be waiting in the bush because they have lost the sight of Mai Shinanui for a long time. Wow, that's
this is another kind of experience.
Yeah.
Moving out.
Experience can make you decide decisively a lot of things.
Yeah, that's the reason why XiAo is a team leader for DYG.
Yeah. So Beijing Weibo, they're trying to, they're keeping the pressure alive, trying to do a lot of things, but it's not available. And they have not enough damage at the stage of this time.
On the bottom lane, after reaching level 4, gaining the ultimate, Chaoxi began to be aggressive doing the solo matchups against Luban number 7.
Yeah, and Chaoxi, this player actually can offer a lot of, they can create a lot of pressure in the bottom lane.
Oh, look at the dive in
She's
the
just taken very low. Another ultimate, but Flash can keep him alive. And they start to strike back. And Lambert, we're gonna fall. And the first blood go for the Miyama Musashi. And the Xixi will be trigger another control. Miyamoto Musashi, can he finish the kill or not? Second ability to get himself away. So that's a 1-for-1 trade.
The target just lost sight. So Chuan is very dangerous because the flicker, the flash he used, actually got bombed in the wall. But yeah, he successfully waited for the cooldown for the ultimate to happen, managed to go around and make himself escape from the scene from the team fights just happened. Like 1-to-1 trade, I wouldn't name any team to be gain something in return, but I think a lot of skills are being used. Let's see who initiates this kind of team fights.
Lambert.
Yeah, Lambert Xingyu finds a place, trying to take the kill to Juemin, but Juemin used a flash diving away, keeping himself alive.
Yeah.
And the next thing, going back, and Mai Shinanui actually is being brought very low, but Nuanyang managed to take the enemy to the other side, so he can find a way to let my Xue go out.
Yeah, exactly. Especially Lu Bu can zoom away all the DYG's members and separate the battlefield, especially in the jungle land.
I think DYG is doing a great job compared with the previous match, because in this like present composition, they can fight back. They have the ability to do so. The composition is solid enough to fight back. Just waiting for the right moment. The gold lead, no differences for each team. They have to find themselves a good team fight, winning back and starting to find some gold lead here.
Yep. But for the Beijing Weibo, it's a little hard for that. Oh, Xiao, another dash, jump into the backlight and just lock the Mongyas right there. Lu Bu used the ultimate, jump inside and find another kill onto the Miyamoto Musashi as well as the Luban Master, and he tries to gain more triple kill back over to him, and then Huazhen versus Lang Chen. That will be another kill.
I did a push, wait,
versatility with the flash, but another flash will dodge the damage. That's an excellent solo.
That's so cool. Hiding in the bush. I think both of the players did a great job. Very good use of the flicker of the flash, but Lang Chen managed to keep himself alive to the very late. We can see from the very early beginning, the Miyamoto Musashi just so decisively went directly towards Chao Shi. So Chao Shi will be the first member going down for the side of Weibo. And Weibo managed to use the diving in from Nuanyang, taking triple kill in this team fight. We all thought that Weibo is gaining a lot of leading in the team fight, but a good use right there. The moment the protection of the fans will be going, Lang Chen catch and get over the kill. So cool. Wow. Like every single players are performed very good in the team fight just now.
Yeah, they performed so well, especially the last, especially the flash at the end of the team fight.
There's a but after every single sentence. We are seeing that the gold like ranking among the junglers. Both the junglers are farmed quite well on the top lane.
They will trade each other, and then Lu Bu will be pulled back by the Xi, and but not much damage can follow up to finish the kill.
Beijing Weibo, because Zimu does not have the ultimate, so they choose to retreat back. Nice play. I think Lang Chen really did everything he could.
Yeah.
Luban number 7.
Without flash, it's very hard to do anything else.
He tried everything, every single damage has been put out, trying to exchange life against Nuanyang.
So the right positioning is what he needs right now.
I think Nuanyang has really found himself quite a opponent, because Xiao is also a very excellent junglers who is so good at farming up. So they are still running closely with one another, with Xiao getting 500 more gold lead against Nuanyang.
That's Xiao.
Yeah,
really Xiao.
Yeah, very famous Xiao moves.
Very famous Xiao moves. Always can keep the gold lead against with the jungler on the other side.
If you take a look at the gold from Qingchuan, you will know the reason. Basically, every single wave on the top goes to Xiao.
Yeah, Qingchuan just said I sacrificed a lot.
Yeah. But I think it's worth the trying, because Miyamoto Musashi is very important. Okay, this
last overlord
will be goes to the side of Weibo. DYG standing in the mid. Wow, the next team fight will be extremely important. Switch to level 14 already, Xiao.
Yep, and then Beijing Weibo, they're trying to invade the red.
But I think it's enough for DYG to defend back, because they have enough positioning standing right there, defending their red.
And
this is trying to give the red to Luban number 7.
Yeah. And they are in a good position.
Right now, Nuanyang diving towards the bottom, trying to clean the wave, gaining some here. Oh, and exchange into this Shadow Tyrant. They want to have initiative on the Shadow.
Yeah, they want to trade the dragon, but the Beijing Weibo won't allow you to do that, as they engage once again by Lu Bu, and then Xiao have to escape from the dragon cave.
Okay, so nobody gets any dragon after meeting with one another in the river.
Yeah, but I think Xiao actually can finish.
He can go back. He can go back.
He can go back and finish the rush on this Shadow Overlord.
But the damage cannot be followed up because all the positions are quite secured by Weibo's member. And Mai Shitanui in nice positioning, hiding herself in the bush, will be extremely dangerous if DYG still choose to rush into the Overlord.
Yep.
So after some like skirmish in the river, the two teams actually changed positions and went for different dragons instead.
Yeah, mirror styling once again. Look at the team fight. Yeah, it seems we saw this kind of picture before.
DYG. That's a formation you will be witness using this kind of duel. You let Luban number 7 to stand up front, taking all the waves, while Luban will stay behind, offering the chains available for him to dash back.
Yep. And finally, the Shadow Tyrant belongs to the Beijing Weibo.
Let's see whether DYG have enough time to exchange. No.
Look at the Lu Bu to jump inside and finish the kill onto the Jian. Jian stamp. And then Xiao's been taken very low. Luanyang jump inside and trying to find some damage on the backline. Wow, Miyamoto Musashi won't be alive in this time. So double kill back over to Luanyang. So aggressive.
Even though it's Luanyang who gained the kill, double kill, so cool, and when we're talking about the whole image thing, but the reason behind the one member standing all responsible for the team fight, the credit should be go to Zimo. Nice diving and nice perfect location choose to put his ultimate on. Zimo, I love this kind of player, you always find the best solution for your teams without any hesitation. Once you see the backliner standing close to you, you just throw out all you got. With the Pure Sky, with the ultimate, Zimo managed to start up this team fight in a very good opening stand.
So decisively in this team fight, in this initiation, he can use the ultimate to dodge the CC from Jian. It's so important for that because the first ability from CC already lands on Lu Bu. So he have to issue his ultimate to dodge the CC, by the way, to initiation.
Yep. So right now it's Weibo's time, Weibo's chance, because they have the gain, the Vanguards. The Vanguards will take some stress from them because they will use the Vanguard trying to clean the wave on the two side lanes. And right now what Weibo should really be doing is right now gathering around and trying to restrict DYG's rotation.
DYG, they are in danger. They have to suffer this kind of CC combined with Lambert and Lu Bu. So the second turret was destroyed by the Beijing Weibo. And then the Shadow Path released in the bottom lane.
Lion still standing in a quite good place.
Huge pressure right now. As Langchen's been taken very low, you have to recover.
Yep.
But if you have to recover, how can you defend this high ground turret? You have to...
No way out.
You have to let it go.
Yeah.
And then Jian, he would love to find a chance for that, but Pure Fire will keep him safe alive.
Use 2 flash to deck away, to deck back. I think it's not a fair trade to YG because they really relies on using this kind of flash to keep themselves
and then the
alive.
solo right here, and then has been locked by the Xiao. Oh, barely moves. You can see they trade each other. They got the solo kill, but of course it is live.
Because Luanyang only had the siege breaker after being killed. I think this solo kill should be taken, 3 seconds later, so that Luanyang will have the sufficient enough damage to gaining the solo kill. So actually, we can see the dashboard right there. A lot of another team fight just now happened.
And created by the Jian actually can find an opportunity to engage.
So let me finish my sentence right there. So Xiao, Miyamoto Musashi is one character who will build those defensive items instead of all going for physical penetration ones. So he will be a very tanky jungler. So a very difficult task for Luanyang to do the solo kill. Even though he has the spike mail, it's not enough.
And then there's only one target around him, so he just can only save 2 plays on his second ability. So this is another factor why he loses this solo team.
Good position from
Mai Shitanui jumping into the back line, and number 7 falls instantly. So he will destroy the back line. Nice play by Huang.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, the confidence picks from Huang, always trying to steal some opportunity, diving into the backline, directly looking for the chances and get the instant kill to Weibo, even though Nanjing is going down at the same time.
Yeah. That's a good trade, and they have enough ability to find another team fight because Lu Bu can be another boss of that. You are lack of damage because you don't have Nuban number 7, but I actually got a marksman and Lu Bu. But my Shinanui was killed by.
Yeah, he's like way too far from his teammates. There's nothing that teammates can do trying to take it and trying to rescue this Mai Shinui. And Mai Shinui used a lot of ability trying to trade her life with Jueming, but Jueming used the dash to keep Xishi alive and, you know, kind of isolated from the team. It's almost like a 1 versus 3, so it's no winning for Huajun trying to do and gain back the solo kill. But it's okay. I think both teams have performed quite good. And right now, Overlord awaits. But DY, did you take?
It's in the bush.
Wow, the damage.
Oh, look at the damage right there. Is that we're gonna steal or not, XiAn? Guarantee the kill of the Shadow Overlord, but can he get away? It's hard to get away.
We have to pay his life here.
Yeah.
In order to gain back this Overlord to their side. So before XiAn gets killed, he'll unleash the Shadow Tyrant on the top lane.
So he really did what he can do the best.
Yeah. There's no way out. You have to go for this Dark Tyrant. And let's see where Mai Shinui is. So before the time gets started, Jueming has to side on to Mai Shinui and call back his teammates, rushing back to protect herself.
Yeah.
And right now, another DZ happened down there.
Also excellent play on that. It was close. It was close to have the kill.
Back to life. Even though DYG is facing a lot of gold deficit, but I think they are doing the team fight just fine.
Look at the launch improve back. And the resurrection triggered by the Vanguard.
That's a fair trade. That's a fair trade. You really need to take the Sage's Sentry away from the junglers before the team fight started.
Yeah.
DYG, that's a very happy news for DYG.
Super happy for that. We're super happy for that.
You should always count on the Vanguard, right? The
Vanguard,
the Super Soldiers, and the Minion Whisper are always going to be your friend. Oh, that's one funny thing seeing to see, you know.
All resources are allied for you.
And right now, I think we're heading to 20 minutes. We are all waiting for the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, Beijing Weibo have to delay it again because Nanjing's Sage Sentry is not available in these 2 minutes.
I think DYG even stand for better chances of winning compared to Weibo because we all know that Luban number 7 will still having more damage compared with Chelsea.
The Howling Emblem trying to find some initiation.
Yeah.
But it's too flexible. It's hard to catch.
For vision. It's a fight to go back to their own jungle.
But to fail to defend this blue.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. They have the defense too. The only thing they need to do is defend the high ground turret.
The only thing that DYG really needs to worry about, it will be the bottom lane stress. The Super Soldier will continuously cause them a lot of distractions, so they really need to stand, you know, a 1-4 formation, need to do the split push. Oh, someone is hiding in the bush. That's really dangerous.
But DYG already realized.
Yeah, I think they're trying to figure out who will be going to the bush because Chuan definitely does not want to be the target.
Yeah.
The Tempest Dragon is being spawned. Here we go, reach to the 20 minutes of this game. Final showdown begins.
Final showdown. So that's a crucial factor of this game.
Who will be the master of this dragon stays in the question. Oh!
They start off the pace on that. Look at the board. It's been taken very low and issued a flash to keep him alive. And look at the Tempest Dragon. It's been taken to half. But no vision of that. DYG, they're gonna lose the Tempest Dragon. They're gonna lose this Tempest Dragon!
I know.
Oh my god! And they have to retreat now! It's too late for that! And Miyamoto Musashi is blocked the way by the Lambert, but it's okay for that.
So the very important 2 cores have at the same time use the flash. Like Jian and Langchen together, Huajun and Zimo together are still waiting for the cooldown for the flash to be reactivated again. At this meantime, DYG really needs to keep their high ground safe enough. They need to find the perfect solution, trying to clean the way, but the Vanguard so tanky to
So
clean.
tanky.
Couldn't get their hands on the Vanguards. They are losing 2 high ground towers in total.
And
There's
they're
no
gonna
way
lose
they can do.
all. They're gonna lose all the high ground tower of that.
Siege breaker being to the side of Zimo.
Wow.
The damage will be increasing like significantly.
You know what it means. Wow, the Lü Bu built up the siege breaker.
Yep. The final team fight might be.
Will be the final team fight.
Time.
And look at that Vanguard stopped by the Luban number 7. Stopped outside the base. But the last team fight
is about to happen.
It's on the trigger.
It's about to happen.
It's about to happen right now.
3 Vanguards are ready.
Okay, Lü Bu just jump inside to find the Luban number 7 to do a lot of burst damage. But the Vanguard just jump inside and want to do something to the base. And then Lü Bu's been taken down. But a lot of damage jumping directly into the base. And they're gonna destroy the base. That win will go to Beijing Weibo.
Like, nice done. I mean, this game actually went a very long time, but we are seeing that Beijing Wave will play it so patiently. They're waiting for the correct and the most important item to be built up. And after several endeavors, yeah, Nuanyang might get some chances to the opponents. They make good use of Xishi, trying to gain themselves a little more opportunity. We can see like both team players are kind of smiling after, you know, experiencing together in such amazing team fights. Yeah. But it will be rewarded. The victory will be rewarded to the side of Beijing Weibo.
But on the other hand, Shenzhen DYG, they're hopeless in this group right now because they already lose 5 battles. They only gain 2 points for themselves. So 2 remaining games they have to play, and they have to win all the games to fight for hopeless.
Yeah.
Fight for some hopeless.
There's a slight chance of opportunity. They still have some hope there.
Have some light, but yeah, that's tiny light.
You know, as a esports athletes, the main thing is that you have hope always in yourself. You don't give up on any kind of challenge. If you have even like 0.1% of the hope, you are gonna do your best to trying to grasp it. And hopefully I still have some faith in Shenzhen DYG. Best wish for them to perform themselves. I think they will be performed in a better mentality. Morality.
Yeah, we said. Yeah, we all have faith in the Shenzhen DYG, but from now on, it won't decide by themselves. It already decided by the opponent. By what those teams plays, win or lose. So this kind of situation is quite weird for them, right?
So we have to update some of the recordings right there. So we are talking about the four points teams, right? So right now, Weibo score 5, Hero score 5, and after like defeated KSG in the previous match, EDG.M
5 score. Wow.
3 5-score teams already.
Oh my God, it's hard to.
Chasing each other. You know,
they're
really
chasing
close.
each other. Maybe the Shanghai EDG.M, Nanjing Hero, and Beijing Weibo will have the ability to get inside, but Suzhou KSG will cry by following that step. It's hard to follow, you know.
I just knew, you know, the second half of today's matches will be extremely hard to do because every single team fight, every single score might result in elimination of the qualifiers. So you really have to, you know, tensed up. You don't want to lose any scores to the opponents.
Yeah, especially for KSG right now.
They might be the final one, taking your spot, making it to the group stage.
They still have some chance, but for the other team, there will be some chance or some pressure for them. What else? We can see the real MVP of the Beijing Weibo, Zimo, using the Lü Bu. It take a lot of damage, but the most importantly, it's the engage by Lü Bu, by Zimo. It's so perfect. And separate the battlefield, take a lot of damage. And the damage he did, 30%, not much. And the damage taken, 22%, goes 16% on deck to ETA 039. Not that much, but what he affected in the team fight is so important.
Yeah, what he really like contributed for the teams matters, right? Every single time we can see the location he put on, the perfect combo chains that Zimo has managed to do is perfect.
Yeah.
That's the reason why Weibo were continuously winning in the team fights. They have this Lu Bu trying to secure the whole location, trying to secure the victorious, like winning stage for their teams.
Yeah, exactly. Especially this kind of team fight. And at this team fight, he performed so well. When the Xixi first ability lands on himself, then land on the Lu Bu, and Lu Bu will jump back and strike back beautifully with an engage. So I think it's beautifully played.
Every time we're seeing like Beijing Weibo during the team fights, we are seeing like a very close bond between the jungler and the top laner. So I think Yang together with Zimo, they're like staying up in the same channel all the time. Every single time Zimo wanted to dive in, Yang will be there to follow up. And the other rest, Chao keep himself alive in the very back line, standing still and trying to offer as much damage as possible. And we can have a look at the team data right here. Chao actually goes for 36.5% of the total damage dealt. And
with
nice
the assistant, with Lu Bu's assistant.
Yeah,
absolutely of that. And Chao always put himself in a very safe positioning and find a lot of damage onto the target. Especially, he will just play like a warrior, like an assassin.
Wow.
Push forward, because this is Meng Ya. This is Meng Ya, not a ladies, not a Luban number 7. He can push forward and so quick and so strong.
I really like the standings. You know, the show off of the who is gonna be the top 4. The board, it highlights the top 4. And the remaining 6 will be standing in the like shorter and the smaller picture right there.
Yeah.
So it really highlights who will be the most competitive one to make it to the final 4. And after EDG.M got the victory, AG will be the very first team to secure a spot in the group stage. And here we go, we're ready for an interview. Oh, 暖阳你好，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京微博的暖阳。
Like since Beijing Weibo has a really very tightly scheduled day of the match, do you feel tired? What's the feeling of competing like for 3 days till now? 其实北京微博今天的比赛还特别的多，整整3天，其实每一天都在不停的打。你个人的感觉会觉得累吗？整体的团队对这一整次的预选赛是一种怎样的感觉呢？
累的话，我其实觉得，有那么一点点吧，因为可能就是有的时候赛程会从早上一直打到晚上吧，就中间的时间会很久，然后会一直坐在休息室等，然后就那个时候就感觉就很无聊。
All right, so obviously I feel a little bit tired because our schedule may be starting from very early and we have to like wait for a long time for the next battle to begin with. But also we feel excited. 觉得自己的团队在这几天每一天都会有哪一些不一样的改变吗？
我觉得我们大家一直有在慢慢的往更好的团队进步吧。
比如说有什么细节可以跟我们说一说吗？
比如说就是大家之间可能互相的配合越来越默契了吧，就类似这种。
Okay, what will be the changes you have developed together as a team within these 3 days of the matches? So we are changing towards a better direction. We think with our mentality, with our cooperation, we made less mistake, and this is like improving a lot for us. 暖阳，接下来的比赛呢，其实还有一些也非常的重要，希望北京卫科可以表现好。谢谢你接受我们的采访，谢谢。Yeah, it will be like tired schedule, you know.
Yeah, very tired schedule, but they actually improve a lot from the last game. Every single time, and yeah, what they gained the point right now. It's so important for them to jump into the group stage, and so the last game for them is totally important.
All right, and let's see some highlight clip from the match just now. A lot of team fights are like witnessed together. A lot of team fight happens. A lot of kills.
Yeah, Musashi.
Yeah, I think Xiao plays quite well.
Yeah, he plays so well and take a lot of pace in the early game, but gets strike back by the Beijing Weibo. The teamwork in this team fight, so beautiful, and this solo, excellent solo of that.
And I think Jian did a great job using the Shishi, managed to find extra chances for DYG. I can still like recall some of the moments where Jian have his ability on Nuanyang, making something happen when Nuanyang was trying to push the lane further.
Yeah,
managing the wave on the top.
But still, the problem when the 1-7 was been zoomed away by Lambert combined with Lu Bu's ultimate, so not enough damage for the Q.
Yeah, so after the whole matchup going on, we will be together witness the 11th game of today. So let's take a short breath there. All right, the 11th match of today will be taking place between AG versus Top Esports.
Yep.
Yes.
So that's a huge pressure for the Changsha Top Esports, but I think they should be relaxed right now.
Yep.
Yeah, should be relaxed right now because they already know they cannot make out to the group stage, so they just relax the mentality and just play like they are playing in the ranking or just like they are training.
And for AG, they have already successfully secured a spot in the group stage, which means that AG will be completely set free in this match. They can practice some compositions. They're trying to enjoy the game as much as possible. So for both teams, I don't think they should be really stressed out lately because they're facing no stress.
No stress, and they're so relaxed for both of them.
Enjoy yourself, The time you got to go upstage will be really limited, especially when you're an esports player. So you'd better enjoy every single second you got.
Yep, enjoy every second, every single second, and Chengdu AG can practice more composition or practice more hero inside. And Changsha Top Esports, they can take some preparation to the next season.
When you're doing some exercise draft against enemy in your club, usually a regular practicing times, it's always will be different with the one that you have on stage. Just the whole the atmosphere is totally different. You will be tensed up when you go upstage.
Yep.
So just make sure that every single match is worth trying for. And I think you will gain a lot of experiences, a lot of lessons learned from the actual matchups.
So our game will be just now started.
And maybe Changsha Top Esports, they will perform even better when they relax, right?
Wow, that's almost like the top one, number 1 against number 10, right?
Yeah.
6 win.
And head against the tail. So BM 那么他先东方他已经 ban away 大乔张飞 Okay, 3 supports being targeting.
Wow.
公孙离
That's such good news for Yino.
Yino.
Yeah, finally I can play Gong Sun Li one more time.
You always can find Gong Sun Li in the first pick when Yino, when AG is in the blue side.
Yes, and like the matches yesterday, Gong Sun Li will be constantly stealed away when AG is in the red or sometimes being banned because they do not want Yino to play this Gong Sun Li. So Yino must have felt really excited to gain back, this opportunity to play Gong Sun Li again.
This is his best hero and very famous by playing at this hero. And Jing are so aggressive in the top side.
I think like both teams are choosing their best cards in this match. Wei Yang, the Jing he played so well. There's a lot of highlights in summer season. During the regular season, during the playoffs, all performed so well, gaining a lot of kills to their teams. The time that Jing choose to dive in for this player, Wei Yang, it's so accurate. We can really expect how this player is gonna be playing this.
He's an excellent Jinx player.
Yeah.
Okay. And on the other hand, also show a lot of competitive on the top
cards,
side.
Yeah,
Meng Tian, Lao, Mai Xunaniu, also very strong in this meta.
But
both of them are the meta pick in the first round. So the second round, what they gonna show us?
I mean, Zhang Fei is not there. Zhang Fei is banned. I mean, Lumber, maybe?
Lumber or...
Might be a choice.
Donghuang Taiyi has been banned away, so Lumber may be a choice.
If they are looking for initiations, Lumber will be a perfect answer. But they have chose like this Lady Sun goes to the bottom, so maybe TianYun will be chosen. But this will be a very clear picture to AG as well. AG know exactly what TES is looking for as a support, so they might do a little bit targets. Or like
maybe a Yaria. I just thinking about this hero because they just pair up in the second game or the first game performed so well.
I mean the very first one.
Yeah, the very first one performed so well.
This is the duel that got AG the first win in the second round of KPL region qualifiers. So they stick to the plan. They wanted to have this atmosphere again, trying to remind themselves how aggressive they can be using this kind of duel. I love the idea. I always enjoy, casting one of the Yaria games because this hero is so special. We can name like most of the abilities during the game, and unexpectedly, Mozi goes into support for TES.
Mozi, actually, it's a good choice for them to show up some competitive in the bottom lane. If you pick the TianYun in the bottom side, maybe you can accelerate the Lady Sun's itemization, but it's not enough to make some limitation in the team fight for Yino's Gong Sun Li. So Mozi will get this job done.
Like, it's always a good news when you have a long poking ability character who will constantly offer you a lot of minor CC chains to have in your team. So Mozi will be the choice to come up with. They're like kind of struggling between Mozi and TianYun, so I think like both supports can work, but with the either choice, you're gonna change your gaming style. You're gonna change your gaming strategies, right? So with the help of Mozi, I think they can earn themselves more advantages during the matchups. So make Xiao look for chances trying to chip away those HB bars away from Gong Sun Li before Yaria gets you level 4, gaining the ultimate. That will be extremely important. So level 3 plays, the early like 2 minutes movements are very important.
So the way they play, they have to be patient.
Yeah.
After Mai Xunaniu and Xiao Dun's Mozi to shut down some HP, and then the Lam and Meng Tian can jump into the team fight to take some damage, to do some damage. So they have to be patient.
Lately, I mean, Inu is playing so well. So for each like single one of the matches, you could find some moments, some highlights of this player just exerting enormous stress on their enemies.
And once again, Gong Li paired up with Yaria. And you can see another highlight of that.
Show off of the talents, show off of the limitations that our heroes can actually do.
Yep.
Wow, 3 smites. 3 smites.
3 smites.
Wow, Guxing's
How aggressive they are.
Guxing is gonna suffer.
Yeah. So Guxing, they actually have to protect the jungle land.
I think even though they try their best to protect, but when you're facing like 3 smites in a one roll, you're gonna suffer as a jungler.
Yeah.
Like every single dragon, every single common objective, and even your own jungle might be in danger. Wow. Very hard to deal with.
Yep. But when you face to the dragon, it's the most important things. And look at them in land. They play so funny. They play so exciting. To trade a lot of HP and some skills on that.
So even though that AG has paired them up with 3 smites available, but there's no clear moves as into the invade into the jungle because there's a lot of skirmish happen down there trying to gain the mid priority in the mid.
Yeah, but they actually make sure they can get the river sprite by these 3 smites.
Yeah, focus, yeah. Xiao doing the 1 versus 2. So before Ice get to level 4, I think it's okay. I think Xiao can handle this kind of situation.
Yep.
The river sprite has been spawned, and it will be Guxing's turn trying to gain this.
And my Shinani has been here, and then the Mozi right over there. Look at the mini wave. Can they clean the mini wave or not? The answer is yes. They can clean this mini wave, and Flash trying to jump inside, find another kill, but a flash to a flash. Fair trade.
I think this mini team fights could be performed better if TES is, have more accurate goals on the targets. So a lot of missing of the targets are witnessed during the team fight just now. And Sumo even cost himself a flash. That's a huge price to pay.
Especially in early game.
Yep.
This flash can cause a lot of pace in the early game. And look at that! Versatility with the flash and combine with each other. Nice teamwork.
I mean, Eno could possibly see this thing happen. Because he have 3 visions of 3 members, he'll definitely gonna die. Because Yuchen have a flicker while trying to gain this kill.
Yeah. So it's hard to react when my Shinanu use the first ability combined with the flash. It's hard to react this kind of combo.
Yeah, I think TES actually did a great job because before Yaria gets to level 4, they make a lot of effective rotations, trying to cause a lot of trouble to AG, gaining the first blood. But unfortunately, they did not make their way into the jungle.
Yeah.
That's one thing they're missing.
Maybe they would do this kind of invasion in 6 minutes or 8 minutes. They still need some time for the Gong Li to farm enough. Maybe after Doomsday they can do such a things.
Wow, we are seeing how Eno is playing this character, doing a lot of auto attacks, buying the items at the same time, very busy. And yeah, as a professional player, you have to switch your visions constantly. So you're seeing their fingers pointing out the monitor, trying to gain another vision on the other side. That's extremely important.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of professional players seems very busy.
Yeah,
because they keep review or take some look at the board.
See how well your enemies are farming up. See what kind of items they finally got.
Yeah. A lot of information you can get on that.
It's not only you have to do your matchups, you focus on your enemies and yourselves. You have to be aware of a lot of things going on in this match. Stay constantly focused, very highly concentrated on all the information you are going to have.
Yeah, look at Wei Yang. It's in trouble. He's been sandwiching and used an ultimate and then go outside, but it's out of the mirror space. So he have to stay here and then get killed by the opponent. And then there will be another kill or not. Not enough damage to finish the kill onto Ata.
I think the reaction is quite quick. And let's see whether TES can take this blue away. But
Nora trying to find some damage, trying to find a kill on Xiao. But
another kill.
Yeah, that's a kill on that. And then come back, trying to find another kill. But strike back by Guxing. And then Yaria, it's time to get away, waiting for the CD of the ultimate. But it's not available at the time.
Yeah, TES is completely winning in this game till now. They're building a little bit, leading right here, but absolute winning in the team fights. You know, once you're set free from your own stress, I think TES is actually like performed better.
Yeah.
Than the previous.
They performed so well, especially in this team fight.
The rotations, every single rotation is efficient enough, and they know exactly what kind of hero is needed to put on in a show, to put on in the team fight.
Yeah. And you can feel AG actually playing more relaxed than before.
Yeah, sure. Sheldon again using the moves, gaining the vision right here, using the support items, enabling him to get more vision onto the red buff. The red buff goes back to Eno.
Red team
very dangerous, very dangerous.
A tower.
No dangerous, but Changsha top eSport and trying to find an opportunity to engage.
Well, they find a chance, finally getting the first victory when going against the #1 ranking 1 AG, undefeated AG. That will be something, you know.
There will be something, but
what a topic!
We are imagining that.
The tail against the top.
Yeah. But actually, that's not easy. That's not an easy game. Maybe you can win a team fight. You can get some goal leads in the early game, but you will be defeated in the late game in some team fight because the AG, they are very good at it.
If TES really want to win, they should start to control the jungle. That's what really matters. Just simply just kill some, getting some kills is not enough.
Yep.
The goal lead is not that huge. They really need to control the whole map by gaining like more attention to the common objectives. And right now, AG's turn right now. Getting the red, trying to cause some trouble to Guxing.
They have to gain more time for the late season to farm up. And Eno play very aggressive. He can dominate a lane, a single lane, with Xiao, with Yaria.
Huang is really looking forward to engagement, right? The boot of fortitude is being made up because this boot will enable him to like more.
Top eSport trying to do something in the red. It's the Sumo issued ultimate to take a lot of damage. Eno trying to find a kill, flash out and keep the Mountain alive, but it's been frozen by the Xiao, so you have to die there.
I think AG is starting to find some times, you know, because they know exactly what the next moves from TES will be. So they're simply waiting for TES to arrive at the red zone and trying to fight back, looking for chances, using the second ability of Wang Zhaojun. Good moves. And right now, diving deep down into the top, hiding their vision. Eno looking for the fail who will be the target.
Is in danger right now. Another kill on that.
Not enough vision offered. That's why TES lost in the fight. They have no idea their enemy stays in the bush. They just went for like.
And the goal already surpassed by the side of AG right now. They can control, the this kind of jungle land.
Well, it's suddenly changed into a completely different pictures. Sudden switch of who is leading the game, who is gaining more vision to their teams. AG did a really great job defensive fight, finally bring them to be the active one, to be the leading one.
So the old question is not enough goal lead for them to win the team fight or in this game.
You know, snowballing will be only achieved by controlling the map, controlling the dragons, controlling the jungles. But simply picking up several like kills is not enough. The damage and the whole like gold given to you is not that huge.
You really need to find like more efficient way trying to start snowballing. This will be a huge problem to TES to conquer.
Exactly. And right now, Chengdu AG training to their strong periods. As Gongsun Li already have 3 items: Doomsday, Eternity Blade, and Shadow Reaper.
Yeah, I think from now on, AG will start trying to control the map. Good positioning for my Shanhui anyway.
And they were gonna stop the team fight right there. Look at the Shadow Overlord. They have to abandon this dragon. They have to give up this dragon.
You know, this odd will be very hard to destroy in the following up matchups. And nobody is here available to clean the waves in the mid. This might be a question because AG is starting to gain like 2 more towers in the mid.
Yeah, and they're gonna take some damage. They're gonna find some damage onto the high ground turret, and no one can defend it because the only thing they have is my Shinanui, but all the damage blocked by Eno's second ability.
11 minutes is losing your high ground tower in the mid lane. That's like completely destroys TES composition.
Yep, and the Gongsun Li is gonna dominate this game.
Yeah, I think AG is starting to look very good in this specific match, diving their way towards the 7th victory. The point will be easy to get. 4,000 gold lead. It is. AG gaining the Overlord and waiting for the Tyrant.
Overlord has been defeated.
So the Shadow Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant both belong to the AG. Right now, the top East will have to worry about that, and they have to figure out how to strike back as quick as possible, I think.
I mean, the wave cleaning.
Wada just jump inside and find another stun on to Ladyson, and Ladyson killed by Eno once again. Eno will get himself another kill.
0-2 trade still in favor of AG. Because they are leading, you know, they have a better like damage, they have better items. So if TES were looking for team fights, there's no way they can win. A good initiation happened down there.
They are in danger. Look at Crystal. Look at Crystal's been undertake a lot of damage on that. And Lan trying to get inside, trying to clean the way, but it's not available. Only 12 minutes. AG can end this game, and this point goes to AG. And right now, AG already got 7 points.
7 points it is. Only like 3 battles are remaining. AG are aiming for being undefeated for 4 days till now. They're encountering every single enemies and manage to win in every single fight. That's some accomplishment. That's some huge like lifting up in your morale, in your whole mentality. I think AG start to look good after the first day of the matches, but what they really surprised me is that after the 2 days, like managing to run and keeping the #1 ranking and winning for a long time. We never expected AG to play this good before this qualifier begins.
Maybe AG can finish the full win.
Yep.
Tomorrow.
You know, from my own predictions, before we like dive into the second round of qualifiers, I expect like AG to be one of the top 4, but I never imagined them to be the #1 all the time. They're never exceeded. They are staying #1 for such a long time. Like they have received 7 interviews in total, including the one they'll be taking place right now. Wow, that's something huge. That's some huge accomplishment you made throughout the journey.
It's so cute. It's so cool. During this journey, they actually show a lot of competitive, show their abilities, and show what they can do in this tournament. Show what they have prepared, what they have prepared for. So a lot of things happen here. I think fans will so happy in this time.
I think for top esports, so we are seeing like they have enough talents to perform in certain characters. So a lot of like combos are being displayed using this kind of assassins, using this kind of compositions, but they have to develop like deeper, like strategic moves when it comes to invasion, because in the current meta, invade is what is really needed for you to try to build up your gold leading. You have to be leading for all the times. We're seeing like they have several successful comebacks early on.
Yep.
They have a lot of beautiful, like wonderful rotations from the mid to the top and to the bottom at the same time. But unfortunately, they missed the opportunity to finally gain what your enemy have. You have to deprive what they have in order for you to survive later. So that's like the main theory. I think it's lack from their own experiences. And yeah, they have a lot of time to build the solid and this foundation. You really have to solidify what your understanding of the whole like honor of kin is.
So this is very solid theory for a lot of teams, especially the wildcard qualified teams and the teams from other areas. I think they should keep learning from the KPL team because they really did a great job, especially in Chengdu AG. The one term you always mention about it's the invasion. The invasion is pretty important for the whole team because when you are keeping the pressure alive in the jungle land, when you can take a lot of resources from the other side. You cannot farm up with a peaceful or harmless atmosphere with your opponents. I don't recommend that.
And I think, for TES, there's a very clear way to improve. So the one and only solution for them is to think deeply, reflect on themselves, and do better in the spring season. A lot of chances still awaits. Okay, so after this match, the MVP goes to Ino.
33% damage and then 25% gold.
Ino, finally.
Always the MVP when he play in Guangzhou League.
Find his way back to be in the ranking. If we were to choose who will be the best marksman in the entire league, I think Ino just found his way back to the game. Good work. Even though he will be a clear target, towards TES. They kept, given a lot of stress.
Yeah,
against
for sure. And look at that. Look like this kind of combo. It's jump into an air because already lived there, already left.
I mean, Ino is shouldering a lot of stress, a lot of responsibility because AG, he's the main core of AG. And right now, this little boy, we saw him grow for a very long time, becomes the leadership of AG, representing the whole team and carrying a lot of younger generations to this whole new team. I see the blood rating over there and really hoping forward to see, AG passing the whole spirit, lasting long.
Just like the ultimate of jumping wild blood. And they're coming. And look at the team data right there.
Both XiAn and Wang together are very younger generations to AG. And Xiao, Ino, and Eyes actually stayed in AG for quite a long time. Oh, interesting.
A long time and a perfect duo.
Yeah, Xiao also had a twin brother in AG named Tang Tang. So hopefully we can see Tang Tang going up stage sometime.
Maybe.
Yeah, in the future.
That's kind of opportunity for them.
See the team data, the gold build continuously, reaching to maximum over 8,000 gold it is.
8,000 gold lead, 8,000 gold lead, which means Changsha top esport, they don't have any ability to strike back or fight back.
Running high, 7 scored it is.
7 scored for them, but still some problem. Still a complex problem in these 3 teams: Shanghai EDG.M, Beijing Weibo, and Nanjing Hero. Okay, they all got the 5 points and they already have a lot of opportunity to make out to the group stage, but they still need more, especially the next fight, Nanjing Hero versus Beijing Weibo. We have to watch that.
Yeah, I think our interviews is ready, and let's see who is with us from AG. 小颖，你好，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是成都 H 后小颖。
You have been winning the game for 7th time, so we were wondering which will be the most memorable moments throughout the entire 3 days. 这3天的比赛里，笑颖自己最难忘的某一局比赛或者某一个时刻会是什么时候啊？
最难忘的就是那场大翻盘吧，就是玩王昭君那把。
Okay, so the most memorable moments will be the huge turning over for our team, especially the one that played Zhao Jin. 笑颖觉得在我们现在这个版本里面啊，就是哪一个法师是你觉得就是特别好用的，尤其是在 BO1 里面？
不知火舞吧，因为不知火舞这个中单英雄拿出来的话，整体的体系的话，就算一个冲脸的一个体系吧，就是主动权很高。
So we are wondering which will be the most favorable character to play among all the mages available in the BO1 format. The answer will be like, I think my Shinanui might be the answer because he can start up an initiative team fight that easily, be the only one who is aiming for to dive into the backlines. 笑颖，明天的比赛，觉得 AG 会有信心冲击9连胜吗？
信心肯定是有的，对我们对每一场的下一场比赛都是全力以赴的。
You know, I was wondering if they have the confidence looking for the 9 winning and 0 lose for tomorrow's matchups. So the answer will be like, yeah, we pretty much have a lot of confidence in every single battle. We want to perform each battle at our best, like formation, our best confidence. OK 谢谢笑颖接受我们采访，期待你们更好的表现。谢谢笑颖。Confidence, you know, happiness, excitement are all over there.
All the emotion you can see from the inside, so they actually can relax for the next team. They're gonna last 2 remaining games tomorrow, so they have to pay attention to tomorrow's game. If they can achievement to the 9 win, I think it's more better for them.
Yeah, and let's directly dive into highlights. Let's see what kind of movements, what kind of very impressive strategies are being pulled out just now. TES.
Yeah.
What a pity, you know, if you lose this kind of games, even if you have a quite good beginning. I mean, the whole rhythm starts with a moment where AG got the kill when TES is looking for their red, using Zhao Jin's ability, trying to chase for more.
And they play so aggressive, especially Ino. When you combine with Yaria, the Gongsun will become an assassin and a warrior. And jump into the back line and just play like a tank, like a warrior. So aggressive.
Yeah, so much for this match. We will be back within seconds together watching Hero going against Beijing Weibo. That's quite refreshing to watch. You know, the both junglers are feeling so excited.
So excited.
Laughing a lot on the backstage. I wonder what kind of, discussion they made.
I quite love this mentality. When they're on the stage, you have to relax themselves and keep calm and keep yourself just so happy and excited. Right?
Keep your vibe going on because today is extremely long for Hero. Their first battle began in the very early game, the third match of today.
Yep. As well as the Beijing Weibo, they start in the 5th game, so they
quite a long day.
Yeah, quite a long day for them. And then the Nanjing team versus Beijing Weibo, both of them gained 5 points for themselves, and then they lose 2 points. So this is the last game and pretty important for them because there's remaining game for them is only 2 games. This is the one, and tomorrow they're gonna find another one.
This might be the one matchup deciding whether you got to survive to the group stage or not. It's a match of live or death. So hopefully you can perform better. But one thing that I really want to stress out is that I think who's going to be the winner of this match really depends on how the BP goes. So we're seeing 2 coaches from the scene. The coach's BB strategy will be extremely important for those 2 teams. And for Jiuzhe, I mean, while it's facing a lot of stress, you have to be paired with any kind of weird composition coming out from Jiuzhe's idea.
Yeah, it's unpredictable. A lot of things will come out because everything is possible to compare to pair it up with. So this is first round coaches versus coaches.
Will it be like Bai Li Shouyue again? I was always wondering because besides of those compositions, the first pick from here will always be Mai Shiranui, but for this particular match, they're in the red.
Yep.
So Mai Shiranui is given to Huajun, given to the side of Weibo.
Oh, Mai Shiranui. Definitely a meta answer in the BO1.
Updates here. If Hero win in this fight, they will secure the 2nd spot, make it to the group stage. If Weibo wins, no change. They have to still looking for more because of a little other relationships. We will wait for tomorrow's matches to finally witness who will be the final 4. So,
quite important for both of them.
Hero really, it's a matter of time, before we have the idea of who will be the final 4.
Yep. And then they picked Gong Song Li and Lam. On the other hand, Luban Master and Luban number 7, the Luban Door, comes out once again.
But the 3rd place for Hero will be goes to Shen Mengxi goes in the mid, going to Xinhen to play. So that means that maybe No Fear has no Liu Bang to accompany his diving in.
Without Liu Bang, without Liu Bang and Lambert, I think.
Yep. There will be maybe the possible choices for Beijing Weibo trying to take away.
They will target on the support. Yukio Tachibana has been banned away. Another choice maybe Jing.
So the reason that the main focus of Jiuzhe is trying to make sure that Beijing Weibo cannot get those kind of early game assassins to their teams, trying to make sure that No Fear, the Slam, can gradually develop the items. And also for Gong Sun Li, good ones. Let's see the next one. Yao. Mainly focusing on the protection of their jungles, highly protect No Fear, trying to get the best version and best way of it.
Exactly. But Jing's still available for Nuanyang, and this is one of his best heroes. So Nuanyang is a good choice for them.
Yeah,
also aggressive in the early game and mid game.
There's also a loophole, to search when we're trying to do a reflection on each BP, because it's not an all-round BP, it's not a global BP, it's all like BO1s. No, they have to choose 5 heroes among almost 100 heroes. So you will definitely find a way to break through during the BP. Jin is available, and that's let's together see. Will that be the answer? No, Kai. Okay.
Kai and Guang Yu, this kind of duel, it's available for them.
Yeah. So
And it's
after
so aggressive.
a little consideration, a little discussion, Weibo managed to shift their emphasis. They're trying to change the core and give the whole attention to Zimo instead of giving Nuanyang the assassin.
Yep, Zimo, and then Huajuan, and then Xiaoxi, multiple core. So that's a lot more tolerance in this kind of job because you have a lot of cores inside.
This is the same composition that Hero used earlier in the previous match. Hero stayed on the blue, got the exact same composition that Weibo is going for today, right? Yeah, stay the same, like two dual combos and together with my Shanui, as I remembered.
Yeah, and the Xiao we played support.
Cool. That's something.
Really cool.
That sounds
Xiao play the side lane or the support. Lian Po will be the support.
Jacko. All right, so Dongfang will be using the Xiao goes into top while Jacko use Lian Po as a support. I mean, they are absorbing the advantages after the wildcard qualifiers. We're seeing like different region, different areas, the teams are trying to learn things from each other. One another. This will be the main goal, the main purpose of holding like KIC. We brought different teams together, trying to unite them as all.
And actually it works because we actually we will play the Lian Po or Xiao as a support. And also we can see Kai can play as a support. That's a different understanding we can learn about.
Yeah, it's so nice to see, finally see these kind of, learning to with one another thing going on stage. And we are expecting more interesting composition to go on in KIC. That's the most important thing. Okay, the two coaches are basically shaking hands with one another. They're so familiar with each other. And there's a saying after like the 3 days of matches, whoever bows lower than the other will tend to win the game. Yeah, it's like an interesting fact. It doesn't not make any sense, but it's so interesting to say.
Very interesting that. Maybe something is hard to explain. Look at this dropped over there. I prefer more to the Beijing Weibo. It's multiple core, it's more reliable.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Nanjing Hero, they have to accelerate the pace in the game, especially the mid game. Just after the Doomsday on the Guangzhou Li and the Axe of Torment of the Lamb, they have to play as quick as possible.
So, here we go. We have just finished all the BP, all the draft for today. This will be the very last battle for the 3rd day of KPL Qualifier 2nd round. And we really look forward to see a wonderful dive in, a perfect team fight within the single one. Then just see what kind of surprises the two teams, these 10 players are gonna bring to us. The matchups. Marksman towards a marksman on the bottom. Nothing changed.
Nothing changed. They didn't choose to switch the land. And look at the mid land. Lambo has been taken very low. Yeah, although Lambo can play the support but not so effective in the mid land, I think. Even cannot keep the priority so safe and quick.
But on the top, I think Dongfang is leading towards Zimo because using a Xiao going against the Guang Yu is usually giving a lot of advantages when it comes to 101.
And that's Zimo. Second ability to dodge the CC, but it's been taken to half.
Okay, invasion here made happen. Dongfang looking for the blue buff while Hero waiting for No Fear to come, but No Fear choose to go back to blues, to the red. So definitely, there's nothing going on here.
Just trying to collect some information or distract you.
Yeah, just giving some interference,
Yeah.
Give him to Nuanyang, having the time of the next blue spawning time. Getting this information is sufficient enough.
Yeah, everything happens on the top side, so Chelsea can actually keeping the pressure alive in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so the first 2 minutes has nothing to do with the marksman. You just, do whatever you can on the top, on the bottom. Chelsea, good mentality.
Okay. First ability to the flash. Not enough for the kill. That's a support. That's a Lianpo in support.
You know, because of former experiences using the marksman, doing like 1 versus 1 all the time, give like Jacko the idea, I need to go in. You know, I think my damage is enough. That's the reason why they have forced out the flicker, the flash from Chelsea. That's very essential.
If that's a silent Lianpo, this Luban number 7 definitely a dead guy.
Will be killed, right?
Yeah. So that's another wrong calculator.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned this. I think if Jacko have paired himself with even a sword, you know, the simple...
A simple sword can finish the kill.
Yeah, the items will gain him this kill.
So this is a destiny, right? This is the phase. You have to face 2.
No fear, taking over the whole control of the top lane waves.
But you have to wait as Nian trying to capture another jungle countering and steal away the Phoenix.
And right now, since the second round of the buff has been spawning, but here we go, we are seeing like No Fear trying to clean the wave on the top, unable to do the invasion. Right now, Weibo waiting for the second chance, maybe trying to shift a little bit, trying to do a little bit of rotation and see what can be going on in the bottom.
Yep.
But Bell, I mean, Bell really shows up a little bit of talents, you know, during this last 3 days of fighting. I think this.
But they play 2 pushes in the early game. They still buying them sometimes until the mid game.
Minor leading here.
Look at Lambo ultimate, jump inside, trying to find a stun on 2 guys, but not much damage can get inside. Jacko plays so aggressive, but the first blood, it goes to the Dongfang.
Yeah, while we are paying attention on the bottom, something happened. A little skirmish happened in the mid. Actually bring a first blood back to the side of Hero.
Yeah, Nian trying to get another kill back.
Yeah, for tank, you know, for Kai.
But inflexible is the biggest problem for him.
Yes, you do not have a dash. Like enabling to travel through the walls.
I'm so angry, but I have nothing to do. But I have no ability to do about it. Look at the Boo. Can guarantee the blue back, but look at the machinery flashing, guarantee the kill. And then the Dongfang find the backline and destroy the backline. But can he get out of this play?
I think he's tanky enough. Using the passive, constantly gaining the HP back from the team fight just now happened.
And he's so confident.
He is basically killing and taking away Chaoxi's life, just standing ahead to 2 members from their enemies. It's like 1 versus 3, but gaining the kill back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Using like the primal portal to teleport back. See the replay here? Right now on the top lane, like Xiao is looking for the primal portal, using the teleportation, and once he arrived, he found himself being surrounded by 3 members but Weibo, but using the flash, the single last hit on the marksman, taking the life away.
Yeah, Xiao is a warrior, not a tank. He's a warrior.
Wow.
Unstoppable.
That's something, you know, definitely gonna be cut in the highlights of today.
Yeah, this is the highlight that children will say, nice.
Nice, so nice. Yeah. Look, the coaches are really excited.
You're excited, but something will turn back because Nian already have some gold gap on himself.
Well, that's something. Good use of how aggressive like early game Xiao can be. Not only gaining a lot of the leading like minor moves on the top lane when doing 1 versus 1 against the most Wang Yu, but also kill the marksman, kill the backliner of your enemies.
Yeah, also going to do the backline. And look at the last right there. It's nearly to that to the Huang, and Luba Master will secure that death.
And
once again.
Blue.
Lu Bu, no, just like the machinery actually can make a lot of pressure. Q Lamb. Yes, Q Lamb twice or the 3rd time. I cannot remember.
Yeah, those like minor CC controls will definitely be a nightmare towards Lam.
Yeah.
It's like 2 against 1. There's no way.
CC chain and the nuke damage can destroy you immediately.
Another
and right now to jump inside, another one dash forward to the backline. Huang once again taking up the pace.
and take the entire team into the jungles. No Fear tries his best to trying to pull away this red and manage to do so.
I think the rhythm just following the Huaquan.
Huaquan is doing a great job in this game, yeah. Using the flash every single time, getting the kill against Bell, kill the marksman successfully, and leading the whole team inside the enemy's jungle.
He actually carried the entire early game.
That's the reason why Hua Lou give this specific hero to Huaquan. Trust is give a huge leaning towards Huaquan.
Huge trust.
Yep.
And also the name has the Hua flower.
The ID sounds the same.
The ID is the same ID on that.
Sounds similar.
Yeah. But the individual ability of the Huaquan really excellent and potential on that.
Bell is quite dangerous.
Look at Lee. Look at the Gongsun Li's right there. It's in danger, but he can get himself away while using the dash. But Wang Yu will knock back Jacko. Jacko is down.
I think Bell has been facing this kind of threats in the same position. So he really needs to be extra careful when he wanted to make rotation through the river, because this kind of action will cost your team a lot of things. For example, the tier 1 turret in the mid.
Yeah.
So all the cost of losing this tower is because Bell is being spotted or targeted in the mid. So Bell really needs to be extra cautious of that.
Yeah, exactly. And then Beijing Weibo actually can create some gold deficits on it.
Yeah,
3,000. And then invade the jungle and look at the No Fear. It suffers a lot. It's struggling in this game because my Jinan always targeting on him.
This is how the whole rhythm is going. After several skirmishes, after several team fights, some team, for example, Weibo in this game, get the tower down and started to go into your jungle, try to take your things, change the common objective into their own, trying to snowballing. This is how the games work.
Yeah. And that's what they are doing.
Wow, this game will be very difficult for Hero, because if you see this kind of gold lead in favor of Weibo, they will continuously trying to do the same.
Yeah, exactly. Lampo can actually play as a support as well as Zhao Dun, but without the item, without gold, actually it's not tanky enough for take some damage from the side of the Beijing Weibo, especially the Nuban number 7.
I think the only strategy that Hero has is, just to wait, patiently wait for the right, correct. The main item to be built is no blue for No Fear. There's no blue for Lam.
That's a third blue. They still away. Yeah, all the blue except the first one, and the second one will steal by Kai. Once again.
Another factor is that because your core, the backline is Shen Longxi and Gongsun Li, this Nanjing, with the ultimate put out, this Kai will be invincible.
Yeah, Luma Master trying to bring something back as Nanjing issued ultimate is so tanky, undertake a lot of damage, but he is still in the half HP. And Gongsun Li will dead at this time. And another kickoff is Zimo will finish the kill, triple kill on him.
Yeah, there's no way they can get a kill over to Nanjing because Kai, with the ultimate, offering extra protection to this particular hero, will become extremely tanky during this time phase. Mid-game especially, a wave is not clean. Shinken still trying to clean the wave using the ultimate, but it's not enough. 2 minions still manage to be surviving on the bottom as well as the mid, so the high ground tower goes down.
Got a high ground tower of the mid lane's being destroyed, and the bottom side nearly to be destroyed, so not much different. And the red buff will take by Nanjing. I think the Smile will take everything out.
Weibo is taking total control of the game, of the map. We are seeing the mini map. Basically, being Weibo is going everywhere. Everywhere.
90%, I think.
90%.
Except the high ground tower of the red side.
Okay, the Overlord give a little
but look at this time. Once again, Nanjing use the ultimate jump inside and burst damage will come into the backline and destroy everything.
I think Hero is falling apart in every single time. Every single team fight is making their situation worse than ever. So right now, they're facing 2-3 lanes, and one of them will be the super soldiers. The tier 2 bottom turrets will be going down, as well as the top one.
Everything's still not settled down right now because the Beijing Weibo gonna win this game.
Yep.
And the hero won't be directly to the group stage safely, so everything is unpredictable as the team and Zhugu has been destroyed by the enemy. The double kill back over to the Machinanui, but no waves available. Another wave's coming. Can they end this game or not? They choose to return to the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, they are definitely looking for the common objective, seeing that 3 members are reviving from the base of their enemy hero. The 3 heroes, while trying to buy themselves more time, but I think the time they need will be very long. For example, 8 minutes will be the exact same amount of time they want to buy them. But I think Weibo is not planning of giving up such a long time.
Yep, exactly.
To them to farm up. They're going
not much time for them, and the clock's ticking.
They're going for it.
And now the Gongsun Li have to dash away. Jiuku jump inside, finding Sun on the front line, but not much damage can come inside. Look at the damage. The HP bar barely moved.
Yeah, 10,000 gold deficit.
In 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that 13 minutes?
Too huge a goal, too huge a gap for hero to climb up.
Yep.
This wall is too high. So, yeah, I mean, try their best. You're trying to clean the wave each time, but clearly not sufficient gold is needed and earned to the side of, for example, Xinhen and Bell. Like, cleaning the waves might be a huge problem to hero.
Might be, but that's a vertical wall you have to climb.
Yep.
And that was just like 100 meters high.
See the goal difference in the cores.
Yeah.
Huge.
The only thing they can got is that wolves. Wolf cam.
Over 3,000 gold leading when it comes to the top laners. Over 2,000 gold leading when it comes to marksmen.
Yeah, it's definitely a disaster from them. And right now, they are marching. They are moving toward to the base right now. And then the last remaining turret will be destroyed by the side of the Beijing Weibo, and they're trying to initiate or not.
We are seeing like the blue minions are all over the maps, and the vanguards are rushing in.
And the big one's coming.
Yeah, on the top, hero try their best to
They're trying their best.
This dragon will
They're absolutely trying to do something as the Xiao has been taken very low, Lambo jump inside, but it's been taken very low, killing spree by Lu Ban Master. Can you imagine that? Look at the backline, they stuck in the fountain, and then they can destroy the base directly. Congratulations to the Beijing Weibo.
Yeah, Beijing Weibo. I mean, obviously demonstrate how you can get the victory to your team by simply do according to what the plan, stick to the plan, stick to the strategies that your coach showed you to do. So using the multi-core, using the wow, look at the picture.
Such a pity.
Yeah, because yeah, this one extremely important. If they have win this fight, they will bring hero directly to the group stage.
But Beijing Weibo, they gained this win, so everything is unpredictable until tomorrow's results.
The mystery continues.
Yeah.
We will finally know who will be the final 4 going to the group stage after tomorrow's matchups.
Every score is in calculating.
Yeah. So please stick to us. Let's just see who will be the final 4 together after tomorrow's. Maybe by the time, after exactly 24 hours, we will know the answer.
Maybe, but we only guaranteed, we only secured one spot is the Chengdu AG, right? The second, third, fourth still unpredictable. But just between Beijing Weibo, Nanjing Q2022, and the Shanghai EDG.M, I think, Suzhou KSG actually will have some opportunity to fight for it, but they have to win all the game tomorrow.
I think for hero like this one, it kind of surfaced their problems. You know, the supports and the jungler and the top laners are not like working on the same pace in this match.
Yep.
The support constantly offering the vision of their enemy's jungle, but the jungler, like No Fear, chose to go back, look for their own junglers, for example, their own red buff or blue buff. Or it'll be best, you know, if you think you have a better composition, you have a better like skills prepared for early game battles, just go for it. To make sure that you are doing on the same page, the decision making should be united as one. This might be something like Hero can really use and to move on.
When I finished, when Hero finished all this game, I just noticed something. They play so passively in the early game, especially in some composition, especially in the aggressive composition. They play passively in the early game as well. So this is the biggest problem for them. They have to move forward and keep the invasion alive, available, and then create a lot of pressure to your opponents. So this is the main factor they lose this game. They didn't perform so well in this game.
You know, I love the scene. I love the moment we're watching.
Yeah.
So the winner gets to be interviewed, gets to share with us about his thoughts, about his winning experiences, while the loser stick together as a group, trying to figure out a better way to be the victorious side.
It's some dramatic image, I think.
These moments, a lot of stories, a lot of feelings.
This kind of angle is so perfect, you know. The story, really like you really can read the story from this image.
I really like this. And you know, we have to mention a lot of more like cameras, like the pictures, the moments that cameras has captured. We are like, there's a player I would like to introduce more. There's a player called Cat, with the ID Cat. He is a right now a substitution player for AG. So he used to gain a lot of champions. He used to have a lot of FMVPs, a lot of achievements. And right now, he's sitting down there as an audience, trying to find a way, finally put himself back into the game. A lot of stories are happening down there. And, you know, but we have to give our credits to the most valuable player in the stage.
MVP. 子墨 308 KD8 and definitely a backline destroyer, just like a truck crash into the backline.
Backline killer it is. If I were to name, you know, this character, this kind of gameplay.
Yeah. So funny. That's what Guang Yu have to do, and he performed so well to play all the myriads of this hero. They also use the ultimate to catch the wave.
Yeah.
To catch the wave.
Accelerate. To gain a little bit more speed, trying to get closer to the backlines. That's how accurate, that's how he plays the game. He was willing to sacrifice it for those ultimate to sacrifice, using a lot of ability to trying to reach for the same goal.
Yep. The same goal is the right timing, because they think the right timing is right there. So you have to use the ultimate to catch some time and to jump inside the back line, and he succeeds.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I always love the idea that MVP stands for the most valuable player, not the best player or the most awesome player. The value really stand up something, meaning that you really showed your talent, you really show why it's you who stand up front on the stage instead of other players.
Yeah, show a lot of abilities and a lot of factors to create the word value. You know, just some assistance or crowd control or the main resources stealing, just like you steal the dragon. So a lot of things combined together creates MVP.
Like that. So this is so much for today. We have been watched 12 BO1 matches together. So we was wondering how you feel. So if you have any moments of sharing any kind of feeling towards our games, you can leave your message to us. We will try our best to give you feedbacks, and we will try our best to have some communication with you all. So thank you for sticking with us the whole day, and our game will be continuing for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. And you can learn a lot of things from these matches. If you are a new player, you have to watch the competition. You have to watch our tournaments and learn some skills, learn some theories in the game.
Thank you for staying with us for so long. We really appreciate your passion. Okay, so our interview is ready, and let's see who's with us. From 微博 ，OK， 子墨，你好，跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是北京微博子墨。
Just share with us how you're feeling after 3 days of matches， 跟我们分享一下这3天比赛结束至今获得胜利之后的感觉吧。
很曲折吧，就是感觉状态就是起伏很大。
I think we really go through a lot. We struggles a lot, but unfortunately, we have conquered this as a team. 子墨觉得这一次的世冠之旅，团队做的最好的一件事情是什么呢？
最好的事情就是大家调整状态的时候，把问题都说出来了。
Okay, so among all the matches, all the journey in KIC, what kind of things did you think was performed the best within all the teams? The answer will be, I think, we really did a great job when trying to adapt into the serious game. We will trying to communicate every single information we have towards one another. That's the reason that makes us a greater team. 好的，谢谢子墨接受我们的采访，明天的比赛继续加油。Thank you for staying with us.
Yeah, and communication.
Honesty is so important.
Honesty is so important. And if you have some question, you have some problem, target on me, you have to say it. You have to speak it out.
Like mutual understanding, mutual trust. Extremely important when you're playing in a team as a team. Team game. It's like 5 people game. It's not a solo
team
combat.
game. They have to trust with each other, trust in each other. So they have no secrets in your heart. You cannot, you cannot play the game. Go onto the stage, bring some different bad moods. I don't love that.
Yep. So the 4 teams go to the top 4 will be AG, WB, EDG.M, and Hero. And the remaining 6 will be KPL, RW, TTG, DYG, WE, and TS.
But only one spot can be secured as Chengdu AG.
Tomorrow's matchups is going to be so awesome as well. So starting from the Suzhou KC versus WE.
So the rest of the game, Hero got 1 game. It's in the game 8.
Wow.
And then EDG.M, they got 2 games. Tomorrow it's a game 2 and a game 5.
Wow.
And then the TTG got 3 games tomorrow, so important for them. It's a game 2, game 7, and a game 10.
Super busy day.
It's so important for them. And again, and the rest of game of the Beijing Weibo, it's the last game of tomorrow. So maybe the last board will settle down until the last game.
So a lot of mystery will be solved after tomorrow's matchup. So please stay tuned for us forever, and we wait to see you tomorrow at the same time. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.